For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Bowls to Marsh, who smashes it over the top of the cordon and down to the rope for 4.
To Marsh on 68. Pulling off his hip, over square leg, gives it everything.
Jamal bowls to Marsh. Full ball, guess what? 4 runs.
Salmon bowls to Marsh, has enough time to go back and pull. One man to beat, and of course he beats him. He's hitting the cover off the ball. Bowling here, Jamal knocks him over first ball. Shazad, brilliant. What an anticlimax. Mitchell Marsh, first ball of the session, has had his middle stump bent back.
To be honest, I was a little bit emotional walking out. It's quite a surreal feeling when you have your friends and family, but I guess most importantly, West Australians really get behind you, and that was an incredible experience.
Mitch Marsh might have fallen short of a precious ton at home, but he's never looked better as a Test number 6. His teammate Alex Carey will join us before the first ball on day 3.
Mr. Carey bowled him! Straight through Alex Carey. Jamal bowls to Stark, who's bowled. No problems this time for Jamal.
Bowls here, line edged and taken as well. Amir Jamal has a 6-wicket bag on Test debut.
Again to Imam, who cuts and cuts well in front of point.
Day and a half. He bowls here to Shafiq, who square drives him with real style.
I think this boy is going to be a serious player for Pakistan, and I think he's going to actually potentially rival, if not be better than Babar Azam.
Pakistan fought back admirably with the ball, then dug in with the bat. But to make a real game of this, there'll need to be a lot more of the same. Today's big question, can they go the distance?
Oh, you always want more. But as I said, I think we're on the right trajectory. And, I'm looking out magnificent weather. I think the way that Australia, we've really taken the game on at pace, and just encourage everyone here in Perth to come down later on today, and then we're looking forward to a cracking weekend as well. So hopefully we just build on that number.
And just how is the newly named West Test going after a couple of days? We'll get the lay of the land with outgoing Chief Executive of the WACA, Christina Matthews. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket live from Perth Stadium for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Mitch Marsh couldn't have been clearer after play last night. He isn't a Test opener and doesn't wish to be repurposed as one when David Warner retires. And fair enough. For the last few years, with the emergence of Cam Green, his days in the baggy green look behind him. But now he's embracing the second chance he's been gifted with Khawaja-esque freedom, perfectly suited to keeping on at number 6. Attention today turns to the ball. Specifically, how long will it take the Australians to get into the Pakistani middle order? And what will occur when Babar Azam gets his first look of this series? It's not yet close to a Test imbalance, but Pakistan have earned the right to see if they can bat all day and get it back to something nearing parity with a couple of days to go. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin, as always, our experts for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. Lads, it's the same day every day here. Absolutely perfect conditions at Perth Stadium. With Australia, quite a bit of work to do. They took 2 wickets in 53 overs yesterday, Flem. I think we thought, looking at the surface and how lively it was at times, they could have ended up running through Pakistan, but they hung in there.
Yeah, just having a little good morning, Cato, Colo and listeners. Just a couple of within the Australian camp. They don't feel like they could have bowled much better. Just a fraction 30, 40 centimetres fuller. I mean, that's not easy just to go like that. But I think there's a feel if they keep bowling those sort of lines and lengths, the next 3 batters could just nick off straight away. So I don't think they're going to change their game plan too much, just encourage the drive a little bit more. I was out at the pitch. So it's really interesting with these wickets that are more grass these days, that, where the ball, it doesn't actually indent onto the turf or the soil, it's the grass. And you can see that a ball a couple of centimetres either way will behave differently because there is indentations into the pitch. It's still well grass, so it should swing and seam. But I think batting-wise, Cato, it's coming onto the bat. So if you get a bit of width, you can certainly play your shots. So I think it looks a fantastic day 3 pitch.
Yeah, good morning all. I think you're spot on, Flem. I think it's been great for everyone. We saw Nathan Lyon really get that ball to spin and bounce yesterday as well. So not just the quicks, but he'll be enjoying bowling out there as he has done in the past. And I think Shah Massoud was a great example yesterday, late yesterday, came to the crease. It looked like he was in a rush, but he showed that he can score freely on this wicket, particularly once that ball gets that little bit softer, which it was, because the Pakistani openers had been brilliant. Shafiq and Imam ul Haq did their job, and now they're going to allow the middle order to potentially flourish in this first session, because the ball's, 53 overs old, and should be the better time to bat against an older ball. But this Australian attack, I agree, they were brilliant yesterday, and it's a fine line in this game. There was a lot of plays and misses, as there was in the Australian innings on day one. So I think overall it's a really good cricket wicket.
Yeah, quickly, Colo, just with Nathan Lyon bowling from the Justin Langer stand, Stark's foot marks are right in front of that right-hander's, or just outside the off stump, so that has eroded the grass there, so there will be inconsistencies in the pitch for Nathan Lyon to bowl into.
All right, so we've got our early ground report for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. I haven't got the weather in front of me, but I'm tipping it's about 26 and perfect, like every day at Perth this time of year. I think the forecast top is 32.
24.
So 24.
But it's getting up to 35 by 1 p.m.
Okay. Sunscreen if you're out there.
Yeah, don't bother bringing your wet weather gear. Okay.
No, I've got my two kids and my wife are in Perth with me this week, two little kids, and she's like, how am I going to keep them out of the sun all day? That's her challenge, not mine, it would seem. Flem, in terms of the bowling side of things, that you mentioned how well they went yesterday. Nathan Lyon, I was a little bit reminded of Shane Warne yesterday, watching the amount of bounce he was generating. Remember when Warne used to say his favourite pitch in the world was the Gabba because of the bounce he would get there? This feels a bit Gabba-esque, doesn't it? Like the amount of elevation off the surface that both seamers and spinners are getting.
Well, he's been the dominant bowler at Optus Stadium since we've moved here. 22 wickets in 3 tests coming into this test match. And what's that, 7 wickets a test match? I'm backing him to be around that mark here. Because he's found a way. We know we've had famous off-spinners come over the years, Murali, Harbhajan. I think they're averaging 70 or 80 a wicket, aren't they? And Nathan Lyon took a couple of years, but his main weapon has been the angles and the bounce. And often here at Optus Stadium, he actually gets wickets going through past the outside edge, or stumpings, nicks to first slip. I think there was one if we'd had a third slip last night. So I love that he's found a way on a pitch that we'd go, the quicks will get 18 wickets here. I think I played a test match at the Wacker, and Colin Miller was our spinner, and he bowled one over. The quicks took 20 wickets. But Nathan Lyon has found a way to get into the ball in hand. And I think he'll be he'll bowl a lot in this first session, and the quicks will be able to rotate from the other end.
Massive milestone in the offing. Nathan Lyon spent, I think, 13 months in the 390s. I know he was injured in England, but it feels like he won't spend long in the 490s cap.
Yeah, 3 more to go now to get to 500. And I know a couple of days ago I said I think he'll get to that mark here because of that record here. And as you rightly say, I thought it was a great bit of tactics yesterday, because Shafiq had played him beautifully from over the wicket. He'd hit him straight back over his head. He'd cut him a few times. He had one that edged past Steve Smith at slip from that sort of outside off stump line, but he came round the wicket and he fed David Warner at leg slip, and it was a beautiful piece of bowling because Shafiq didn't quite know where to attack him because the deep mid-on was back. He took that shot out of the equation. He then had the deep sweeper out square of the wicket as well, so he couldn't just come down and slog sweep him. And as a result, he tried to just play the right shot around the corner, and in the end, the bounce and the line of it meant that he could only feed the ball to David Warner at leg slip.
It's a bit of an emblem, Flem, of where Pat Cummins, as a leader, is happy to set fielders back if he's got a plan. Like we saw it a little bit in England, didn't we? Not a little bit, a lot in England, protecting the ropes. But Cummins setting the long on straight back for Shafiq, knowing that they got him out there in Pakistan, 18 months ago. He's not always going to play the game conventionally. Cummins likes to sort of think one step ahead.
Yeah, but once again, we're talking about Cummins. This is a team plan from the leadership group. It's Stephen Smith, it's Andrew McDonald, all the coaches, Dean Hills, and the other analysis guy, I'm not sure of his name. This is all pre-planned. So Pat Cummins is the figurehead, but it's not the captaincy of 30, 40 years ago where they are just the main man. They might go to their senior players. Right. It's been a well-constructed couple of years with only 2 or 3 misses. with selection. Travis Head not in India and maybe not bowling Murphy enough at Headingley. But generally, I think they've got it right 90% of the time. And when you do something like that, you know, cover and mid-wicket have to work really hard. You can see that they're actually straighter and they're into pressure, that there's no easy single to bunt down. So it's actually a team effort from the field as well. But I agree, I like that long on or long off. So you don't get that release shot. You don't get an easy bunt down there. So do you start to look to go square of the wicket? So it's all these sort of tactics that generally are well thought out, and they've got a bowling lineup that can execute these plans too.
Speaking of the Australian Brains Trust, they have a really big decision to make after the Sydney Test match in relation to David Warner. Mitch Marsh weighed into that conversation last night in relation to where he wants to sit in the Australian team. We might hear from him at his press conference. Here's Mitchell Marsh when asked about whether he wants to become a Test opener.
How do I answer this without making a headline, Cole? If it means I'm playing... Yeah, that's the way I think, though. I mean, for me, I appreciate that there's talk about it, and eventually we're going to need a new opener with Davey leaving. But I've worked really hard to get back in this side, and for me to look forward to having a role as an opener just doesn't make sense to me. I love batting number 6, and I guess in my last 4 Test matches I've really found my way, and I guess who I am as a Test cricketer, and I'm loving it. So I'm reluctant to change that.
So there's Mitchell Marsh last night after being dismissed for 90. Kat, you spoke on commentary yesterday about your own elevation to the top of the list in the Test side, having never played that role in domestic cricket. But Marsh, pretty clear there that playing as well as he ever has for Australia as a Test batsman, that he wants to just keep doing this. He doesn't want to have to change now. Fair enough to you?
Yeah, very much so. And the reason I say that is because he summed it up there in those couple of comments around the fact that he's finally found his method and way as a Test player, batting at number 6 in these last 4 Tests. Prior to that, you know, his body had probably let him down in terms of that continuity. There were times where he was going okay. He had that great Ashes series a few years ago here in Australia where he batted beautifully, and he was bowling well as well, but then he'd get injured and then that would stall his progress. And I think that's probably what he's loath to do, is to go to the top of the order and then potentially change. You know, the role is different compared to batting at 6. It's not to say he can't do it, because, look, yesterday, he faced a new ball when he had to start the day yesterday on, 15 or 16 or whatever he was overnight, and he worked through that first half an hour, 40 minutes, but then once he got going, he was dominant at the crease. And the thing that stands out to me is his body language and his presence, because he's such a big boy. He just commanded that presence at the crease yesterday and intimidated the bowlers. You know, he was whacking them off the short length and then they'd go fuller and he was powering it down the ground. So I think he probably deserved 100 yesterday, the way he played. He just got a little bit greedy after lunch, trying to go up ball that was probably a defending ball. But the way he's going about it, it's much like Travis Head. I think he's got free rein from this hierarchy, and they're going to get the best out of him because he's going out there and he's going to put pressure back on the opposition bowlers. And I think that's why he's loath to change that role in the team.
It's an exciting 5-6, isn't it, with Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh? They're going to accelerate through Test matches. You said something interesting yesterday, Cato, that the change from even number 3 to open, one things that you really love was there's no nerves. You're just walking out. You know when you're batting. So I'll be interested if there is a change. If, you know, we talked about Cameron Green, you know, the difference between just knowing you go walking out to bat, you know when you're facing the first ball, how much that actually adds to your batsmanship. And you thrived in that scenario. And we've seen other ones over the years, you know, David Boone, you know, Shane Watson's record as an opener, actually, you were opening with him, Cato, is better than his overall record there. So, and then we've got the 3 boys who are traditional openers in Bancroft, Renshaw and Harris. Personally, I'm just not solved. I'm sort of taking everything in. We've got a couple of Test matches and to see what we hear, but it is fascinating. And I'm fascinated to see what Warner does. Is he playing the big bash? Is he straight into the commentary box? Well, you know, like there's interesting dynamics for Warner as well.
I think he's got something lined up in the Emirates League.
He got announced last week as you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, Kat, the chief marketing signing or something for the ILT20. They didn't say he was playing. He's their hype man, effectively, for it. So does he get an NOC from Cricket Australia to go and play that? Well, that's going to be a hot button issue if he does miss some of the Big Bash League. So we've had Labuschagne ruled out as opener. So remembering that McDonald's framed it up as maybe one of the top 6 is repurposed as an opener.
It's looking more and more like Cam Green when he says that.
I was just going to get to that, right?
Oh,
so
sorry.
if Labuschagne said no via Usman Khawaja, spokesman before this test match, we've had Travis Head say no, Mitchell Marsh say no, and I think we assume Steve Smith, it'd be creative, but I just don't see them doing it. Maybe it is Cameron Green, and reading Alex Malcolm's great piece on Crick Info overnight, it's worth noting that Cameron Green burst open this test match last year with some hostile, fast bowling, important wickets, and knocked out the West Indian opener out of the test match, which I'm not saying is a good thing to have happened, but nevertheless it's a reminder of his point of difference
and
with the ball.
Maybe be the greatest gully fieldsman of all time.
As we went through yesterday. So if you try
poll
to get...
is still open on my Twitter if you want to vote too.
Flem, if we're trying to get Green back in the side, if that's our overall objective, and Marsh is saying, I want to stay put, Shane Watson bowled quite useful medium pace when opening the batting with Cat. I mean, Kat, you said it yourself yesterday. He's got the game, Cameron Green, to bat, technically, in the top 4. Maybe that's who we land by a process of elimination?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just such a big Cam Green fan, so I'm a little bit biased, and I want to see him when I'm watching Australia play Test match cricket. I want to see Cam Green, and really, with the ball, it'd just be 2 short spells a day, max. But we know he's got real shock value with the ball, and he's got a fast bowling mentality because he debuted as a fast bowler as a 17-year-old for Western Australia. Got a 5-er on debut, so it gives him more options. But Cato knows more about it than me. But technically, I don't find a lot of weaknesses there. Just a little bit. Sometimes I think he's over technical, and he's not sure where his off stump is. But that's not a technical thing. That's more a mental thing.
I agree. That's all it looked like when he got knocked over. I think Stokes got him at the Gabba a few years ago, and then he made the adjustments. And then the back end of that Ashes, he got a beautiful, I think, 70 or 80 down probably in Sydney and in Hobart. And looked a different player because it was all mindset. He went out there with that more attacking mindset, and he got on the front foot and drove with purpose, and he looked a completely different player. And he's still a young kid learning all of this at the highest level. So I think there's huge upside with him, and that's why I think he can do it.
And the other thing is, Colo, when he comes in at 6, and if the opposition are under the pump, he's coming in with a ring field. Yeah. And sometimes, he struggles to get through that. But when you're opening, there's 3 slips, a gully, any ball you hit in the middle through the covers or whip it, it's going to go for 4. So, that will get his strike rate up naturally and get him going.
I think the other part of this is I really admire Mitch Marsh for going out there and saying this. Probably the easy option for him is to say, I'll play where I'm picked. But saying, no, I actually want this. And he's at peace with what might happen. Has a bad run, lose this spot. I think the quote there was that I'll never feel like I've got a spot that's always mine. But that's a difficult thing to do, but similar to the language used by Usman Khawaja a couple of summers ago.
Very similar. And it just goes to show how this team is thinking and operating, because for those guys to come back in and flourish the way they have, I mean, Khawaja thought his test career was over until Head got COVID. He's performed the way he has because he's freed up. And a lot of that's obviously within the individual, but I think a lot of it's environmental as well, because of the messaging that you're seeing and the way they're allowed to express their opinions, even with the shoe stuff prior to the test. That's been encouraged by Pat Cummins and the hierarchy. Travis Head's another great example. He'd been in and out of the team, and then we've seen him in these last 2 years flourish, playing a really aggressive game because he's been back to do that, and his belief's gone through the roof in all formats. Now we're seeing it in Mitch Marsh. So we're seeing all these things happening at the same time. There's no reason why it won't happen with other players in this team because of the environment they've created and this relaxed nature to the way they're going about it. Even when you see them, like I watched today, there's not many of them out there warming up because they've got ownership now to prepare the way they feel that they need to. And they all talked about it during the World Cup. Guys got away, went up the Himalayas or whatever. They weren't always consumed by the game. And I think that's vitally important in this high-pressure environment.
A nod to Pakistan before we go to our first break today, acknowledging, by the way, that we'll have a chance to hear from Alex Carey about the other news point that seems to have come out of yesterday when Carey didn't take the stumps. Speculation that he didn't do it because of what happened with Johnny Bairstow at Lords. It feels a bit of a stretch to me. A quick thought on that, maybe, Flem. I mean, my instinct at the time was, well, he just misjudged it. Surely he wasn't thinking about Lords in, 6 months later.
That was what I was thinking, and I was surprised by the headline.
Yeah.
But I can see why it's an interesting headline.
No, it is. I get how it happened, but I'm sure that Alex will knock that on the head when he talks to Whitey and Bharat in a couple of minutes after our first break here on SEN Test Cricket. But Pakistan yesterday, I mean, their approach... They talked a big game about the Pakistan way, which is a bit of a synonym for baseball as far as the way Shah Massoud's framed it up. But yes, Daniel Rasool, who writes for Cricinfo, made the point that it's a campaign season, political season in Pakistan right now. And it's like before the series, they were in campaign mode, and now they're in governing mode. What is it? Campaign in poetry, govern in prose. Like yesterday, they were positively sedate, and they were digging in, bed and breakfast. And Imam Al-Haq will resume today. He's 38 from 136 balls. There's no basballing from him.
No, there's not, but I think he summed up the conditions beautifully, because against this attack, you couldn't go out there all guns blazing. Otherwise, you might have got a quick 10 and then you're back in the pavilion, because there's pace and bounce and movement on offer. And this Australian attack suffocates you. They're all very, very good at that, particularly Hazelwood and Cummins. Stark, you're probably going to get a few more opportunities because he pitches up to swing the ball and there's more, I guess, fuller balls to score off. And then they scored quite freely against Nathan Lyon in his first 9 overs. He was going about 4 and over. And that's probably the one option they felt more comfortable trying to attack a bit more, particularly Shafiq. But I think he did exactly what was required, and hopefully his middle order today reap the rewards of that, because they're coming in now with the ball older and they can get set, and maybe the damage gets done in the middle or later today if this Australian attack gets tired, because let's not forget, they haven't had a huge amount of preparation for red ball cricket with repeat spells under their belt. So he's done his job. It's just whether they as a collective now, and he's still got a chance to get 100. So if he can do that and the middle order thrive on the back of that foundation they laid yesterday with him and Shafiq at the top of the order, Pakistan will get a decent first innings total.
And Flem, we haven't seen Babar Azam walk out to the middle as yet. They sent in a night watchman, Shazad, who didn't look overly convincing, I must say, last night. But nevertheless, it will be Babar Azam, and the day will be dictated, I'm sure, by his fortunes out in the middle. And so it should. He's the kingpin.
Oh, yeah, and he's such a lovely batsman to watch. So that's a feature each year in seeing that the better players go about it. I would have thought it was a Freedy with the ball, but, he had probably a poor innings. Australia were 3 for 303, so I just thought they're going to dictate the game 550. But, they got their 7 wickets for 180. They didn't give up. The young kids on debut just kept charging in. Mm-hmm. See the passion from Jamal with every wicket, what it meant to him. It gives me real hope for Pakistan. That there's real passion to play Test match cricket. My only criticism of Imam Al-Haq is he putting pressure on his partner at the other end by not scoring? Because I think Shafiq wants, is a free-flowing sort of player. Massoud definitely is. Babar Azam the same there. So, a strike rate of 27, I think today against the older ball, like you're saying, I'd like him to be a bit more proactive with his batting. You're hearing things that, he's influenced by Pujara in Australian conditions where he wore us down, but Pujara's strike rate was quicker than that. He was scoring as well. So he's the rock of this innings, but I think he needs to get that strike rate up a little bit.
Thank you, Flem. Thank you, Kat. As we go to our first break, SEN Test Cricket is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. On the other side of it, it'll be down on the side of the ground. Adam White and Bharat Sunderasen will have Alex Carey with them.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Scepter-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
Do you own a caravan and, like most of us, only use it for a few weeks over the holidays? Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform, can help you earn money from your van when you're not using it. Camplify has helped thousands of other Aussies just like you safely rent out their van, earning tens of thousands of dollars each year. Listing your van is quick and easy, so head to camplify.com.au and see why it pays to share with Camplify. Camplify.com.au.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. Making sure you're driving on safe tyres is so important for the safety of you and your family. If you need a new set of tyres, don't put it off. That's why Tyre Power is giving you more ways to pay for your tyres, including Zip Pay. So you can buy now and pay later. Terms and conditions apply. To find out more, talk to the experts at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The cafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice cold coffee at the cafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its epic conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. And only the very best are chosen for this one because it's the newest, most exciting race on the calendar with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's cheque. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. Plus enjoy free entry, all the live entertainment, food trucks and plenty of surprises. Don't miss the Phoenix tonight at the Meadows. Sportsbet Dream Chasers, the best greyhound racing you'll ever see. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au. That's dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Flight Centre is your festive deals for everyone centre. And right now, they're slaying the festive season with serious savings and bonus value all wrapped up. Stuff your stockings with savings up to $3,265 on Hawaii. Gold Coast family getaways from $899 and more. But hurry, with deals this good, you can be sure they'll be on everyone's list. Visit your local Flight Centre online or in-store now and save. Flight Centre.
The demo event is on now at Berwick BMW. Enjoy savings equal to the GST on selected models, along with a 5-year warranty. Seize the moment. Visit Berwick BMW today. Offer must end December 31st. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
Experience game-changing sound this festive season with Sonos. Explore speakers for multi-room listening, wireless home theatre, portables and more. Connect quickly and easily over Wi-Fi to get started within minutes and control it all like magic with the Sonos app. Powerful sound for every inch of your home and perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Make it a holiday like no other with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. Sonos.com.
For Henley's new main view collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Let's head groundside where Bharat, Sunderasen and Adam White with Alex Carey, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Thank you for that, Collar. Yes, another perfect day in Perth. Oh, look up, there's not a cloud in the sky, so it's exactly like yesterday and the first day and probably tomorrow. We have got Alex Carey with us. Alex, thanks for joining us on SEN Test Cricket.
No, great to be on. Like you said, it's another beautiful day here.
What did you think of yesterday? Because I think we were sort of saying upstairs that on a different day, that could have been 5 or 6 wickets with the amount of plays and misses as opposed to balls actually just taking the edge on the way through. What did you feel?
Yeah, that's cricket, I guess. No, I thought we set the day up pretty well. I thought Mitch played beautifully with the bat and, yeah, he's obviously disappointed not to get those extra 10 runs, but yeah, I think with the total that we've got, we're in a solid position. And it would have been nice to get a few more wickets on the board. But again, they played well. We'll try to put the ball in the right area again this morning and see what comes of it.
You've got the best seat in the house to tell us what the pitch conditions were like and how the bowlers were bowling. Is there still enough in it for the bowlers to feel optimistic that wickets can tumble this morning?
Yeah, certainly. I still think that the ball's seaming around. I felt batting as well that that scramble seam was still nipping. it was, nice at times, but the odd ball would still nip. So, and I also saw that behind the wickets that, there was a little bit of swing there. Hoff and Paddy do their thing, and even Mitch Marsh was getting some nip and some swing, and Gaz spun a few. So, there's still plenty there. I think it's a really good test wicket. The cracks might start to open up again with the sun out, but it's up to us to put the ball in the right area.
Now I'm going to hand over to Bharat now with the strong South Australian connection you two have got. Bharat, over to you, mate.
We have to give them, right? The weather's better here right now.
It's much better weather.
Especially the way it's been back home. I have to jump straight into it. The run out that wasn't. Can you tell us your take on it? Like when Manas tosses the ball back to you and everything that happened after that?
Tossed the ball back to me. Had my hand on the stump, and then sort of made the decision not to take the bail as his foot come up. And I guess once you make the decision, it's hard to take the bail from there. So split second stuff.
Can you explain why you took that decision? I mean, a split second, yes, but not to take the bail off?
My momentum was coming away from the stump at the time. Yeah.
Right. It wasn't like a decision, like on no spirit of.
No. It's no. If there's an opportunity to take a run out or a stumping, you do that. I had my hand on the stump, missed the bail on the way back up.
Fair enough. Just about your batting as well, Alex. The first 3 tests in England. You seem to be on top of your game with the bat, with the gloves, and the numbers just seem to drop. And you've spoken about it before, but just going out there, getting some time out in the middle and getting some runs, what does that do to your confidence?
No, still really confident. I thought obviously in England conditions can be quite tough, and again, not playing a lot of cricket in the last couple of months. Was nice to play a Shield game. Felt good out there again yesterday. Got a nice ball. And that's cricket as well. So, would have been nice to get a few more, but still feel really confident out in the middle.
One thing that really stood out for me from the World Cup was the amount of time you spent with Andy Flower working on some unique batting drills. Can you just explain what were you doing with it?
I guess stripping it back a little bit, trying new things. Was nice to get a fresh voice amongst. Some time in the nets with Michael Di Venuto working closely as well. So, he's fantastic. He's obviously a world-class player in his time, and, he's coached a lot around the world now as well. So, I guess to have another voice, another left-hander, played the funky shots at times, and, great guy, wicket-keeper batter who, played a season at South Australia, so there's connections.
Any connections. And did any of that, come to the fore yesterday when you were batting? I mean, have you changed anything dramatically at all?
No, I haven't changed anything, too much. I don't think I needed to. I think, mindset's a big part of my game. Getting in, trying to score big runs. Obviously a different format, Test cricket and one-day cricket, different conditions. I feel like my game over the last couple of years has been solid. So it was just nice to spend some time in the nets working, I guess, on certain things rather than just preparing for a match. So although the disappointment of not playing was there, it was I guess in a way nice to strip it back, have a mini pre-season amongst it.
Let's face it, you just got him on board so that he can tell your wife that you're allowed to play the reverse sweep, right? That's it. Yeah.
He sent her a message.
Thanks so much, Alex. And just finally, just saw you chatting with Mike Hussey and Nathan Lyon, the guys in charge of the team song. You briefly had that response. Was that, you speak a lot about finding a new voice. Was that what
Brad,
the chat was about?
Yeah, no, that didn't come up at all, but you're all over it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He doesn't miss anything, bro.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. Alex, good luck today, and let's hope that we can get a few wickets in early on and see what happens.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Bharat.
Alex Carey joining us down at boundary level with the first ball. We're still nearly an hour away, but things are starting to heat up here in the middle. And Bharat, what do you think about Alex Carey and how well he batted? You watch him closer than anybody. Do you see a difference in him after, obviously, the setback with the World Cup?
No, even that game, that innings he played in the Shield.
You're quite taken by that.
I was.
In difficult conditions.
They were. And I think the flow with his batting was back. It just felt like after the first couple of Ashes tests, I mean, regardless of what happened at Lord's with the run-out, stumping, whatever you want to call it, I just felt like the flow was not there with his batting, and it seems to have come back. And that's a really good sign. And even yesterday, the way he was playing the cover drives, I was very impressed. It feels like the Alex Carey of old.
He's gone back to be with his teammates now. What about the answer? Were you happy with the answer he gave to the interesting incident? Non-incident?
Well, I guess we'll have to put Ian Smith on the spot, right? Like, he's the expert wicketkeeper in our box. So he spoke about the momentum of his gloves, didn't he? And like, maybe, he put himself in a position from where I guess he couldn't take the bails off. We'll find out.
He gave a good explanation. Colo, back to you upstairs.
Thank you, Whitey. Thank you, Baz, there with Alex Carey. I thought it was a good explanation as well, with the momentum of his body not being able to quite take the bails. That should put that set of headlines to bed for the time being, at least. Do you live and breathe local cricket? Head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. We'll celebrate a local legend each lunchtime here on SEN Test Cricket for the rest of the summer. iCanWin.com.au to get your entry in now for your chance to win. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. On the other side of the break, I'll be talking with the outgoing Chief Executive of the WACA, Christina Matthews.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Hosting Christmas? Let Lombard help with all your Christmas table needs with bonbons, table covers, tableware and centrepieces. Shop in-store now. Lombard.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
What's better than creme brulee? A creme brulee iced coffee. Rich espresso poured over ice with a hint of caramelised sugar and custard flavours topped with crunchy toffee crumb. Try it at McCafe today. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's cheque. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
If you'd like more control over how your super is invested, Choice Plus is the Host Plus investment option that puts you in control. Invest directly in the ASX 300, ETFs or term deposits with their easy-to-use online platform, complete with real-time online share trading and the latest market information. More control over how your super is invested. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited, general advice only. Consider the Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before making a decision. Search Host Plus Choice Plus today.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses, like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding.
Unleash the flavour in Melbourne. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands for hot deals on 4 kilo barbecue briquette charcoal. Buy 3 bags, get 1 free. Or grab 2 8 kilo bags of lumpwood charcoal and get a 3rd bag free. Best prices in town. Hot deals, barbecue briquette charcoal and lumpwood charcoal. We also have fire bowls for hire. Firewood and Charcoal, Lorimer Street Docklands, next to Subaru. Don't miss out.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus and the Henley Homes build with confidence. And sat with me in the SEN commentary box here at Perth Stadium is Christina Matthews, the outgoing Chief Executive here at the WACA. Welcome to our coverage. The West Test 2 days in. First things first, how do you think it's going? How are you going?
I'm going really well. I'm very relaxed. We've had beautiful weather, not too hot, although today could be a little bit warm. But, yeah, it's going well. And we're kind of bucking the trend. Normally you have your highest crowd on first day. We started low and we're building. So we'll see another bigger crowd today, which is great.
Just for you personally, your final test in charge, I mentioned you're outgoing and you'll finish up in March here in Perth at the WACA. Is it a touch emotional, having been here for such a long time, wrapping up and your final test in charge, so to speak?
Oh, look, I've still got 3 months to go, so it's not, at the moment, it's more of a relief rather than emotional. But, yeah, look, I feel really comfortable because I've made the decision for the right reasons at the right time. And I know the people who I see around the test I'm probably always going to see anyway. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to coming here as a spectator.
What are you most proud of?
Well, given that we're here, I'll talk about getting cricket here. That wasn't easy to convince people of moving games from the WACA ground to here, but it's been fantastic for cricket in WA, and you've seen how the Scorchers have been able to make this their home and selling out the finals. We've got the highest crowds in the country for BBL. So cementing ourselves here has been really good, and that's allowed us to do different things at the WACA ground and develop it as a complementary ground to here, and we can work well together.
So I actually asked Nick Cockley this question yesterday about if this was played in 8 years' time, Australia and Pakistan, would you envisage it here or at the WACA redeveloped? Because, you know, this is the first time I've actually been to this venue, and 18,000 people here. It's actually a pretty good crowd. It just doesn't look a big crowd in this venue, which is the problem sometimes the MCG has. So what would it be, do you think, in 8 years' time if it was Pakistan and Australia?
Yeah, I think we'd still be here. Okay. The crowds we've had are bigger than we've ever had at the WACA ground. And you've got to sort of think about what is needed in modern sports facilities. And the WACA ground, whilst we're redeveloping the northern side, it's being redeveloped with smaller events in mind, not bigger events. And, you know, this is sort of the home of Test cricket now. People, it's a bit like, for those who come from Melbourne will know, when Eddie Maguire first talked about moving games, Collingwood games from Victoria Park to the MCG, people were appalled and, you know, we'll never back for Collingwood again. Well, there's reasons you do those things, and, you know, they've had great success having done that, and they've got Victoria Park as their heartland in terms of members and sort of community events. So, yeah, there are other teams that we might play at the WACA, you know, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, teams like that. But when you're butting up against what the maximum capacity is a ground, it's not smart to go back there. You've got to kind of give people room, good facilities.
And just on that, what's the expected maximum capacity of the WACA ground once the redevelopment's finished down at that northern end?
Yeah, the permanent capacity will be 10,000 with the ability to grow it to 15.
Right, so it's realistic. The women's test there this year, for example, is where you're seeing an opportunity to use that venue, and as you say, into the future, other limited overs cricket perhaps might end up over there.
Yeah, and we sort of determined the capacity over there on a couple of factors. One, what government's appetite was to invest in the ground and the point they felt we were building it as a competitor. So that's important. And the other is establishing as the home base for the Perth Scorchers women's team and anticipating and being able to get crowds of 10,000 to that into the future.
Just in terms of what's going on here this week and the rebrand as the West Test and so on, first of all, do you think that's resonated with Perth people and people in the state more generally?
Yeah, I've had a lot of people telling me there's been a real buzz around this Test match and the fact that it's called the West Test. We do in Western Australia like to have our own things, and so having a Test match that's got a Western Australian ownership over it, I think is really important. And it's a long-term plan. It's not this year, let's think about what we might do. It's about building to India, England, and then again. So I think it's a really good start to getting a true identity for the Test match in Perth.
On our side of the country, over east, as it were, there were some critics of, I guess, the Langer factor, how that was woven into the narrative around the West Test, and wondering how that was still part of the conversation. Do you accept that criticism, or can you elaborate on that point you were making, perhaps?
Yeah, I can, because I grew up in Melbourne and I lived in Sydney for 25 years. So having come over here and knowing how Justin Langer was viewed on the east compared to here, he's an idol over here, an absolute idol. Whereas on the East Coast, he's just another cricketer. So I think here he's like everybody's son. So they felt he was treated badly. So I can understand on the East Coast they'd be going, what are they on about? Like, get over it. But it's a real thing here.
Are they over it now?
I think Justin's worked really well with us and others to get people to move on and to show he holds no grudges and things like that, which was important. People felt like they were protecting him. And, you know, he's virtually said, I'm a big boy. I don't need protecting, which I think is good.
So you don't think it's necessarily suppressed the crowd last year and this year that Langer was deposed as coach?
I think last year there was numerous things. There was Langer, there was, we were scheduled to have the West Indies here just after World Cup. The West Indies didn't qualify for the World Cup, and we'd had a massive cricket. So I think there was a combination of factors, but I certainly think the Langer thing did have an effect. And just before the World Cup, we had a T20, Australia versus England here, and none of the main bowlers came because they needed to rest. And I think people saw that as a bit of an insult, that we haven't had international cricket for 2 years and the main bowlers didn't come here for the first time we were having it.
I suppose the other side of that is that international cricket has rarely drawn huge crowds in Perth, even across the river. I know that you would do well on days one of Test matches, especially when England were in town, but it's not been the kind of state where massive attendances have come, even since moving across the river to the new stadium here. Do you think that'll change next year with India and England, and there'll be a conversion from these Big Bash fans who do fill out this joint at finals time, and they might find their way to Test cricket, or is that not realistic?
No, I think, well, first of all, we've always sold out every day of Ashes at Wacker Ground, as most states do, and India has been okay, but you know, it's an old ground.
Yep.
It's not a ground that, unless you were a true cricket fan, you go, oh, I'll go and spend a day in the sun with, 10,000 other people on a hill. So there's things that, people would rather watch it on telly, and that's modern sport. You've got to make sure you've got something at the ground that says to people, I've got to be at the ground. I don't want to stay home and watch it on telly. So the beauty about having been here, apart from last year, we've always, even last year we exceeded our best ever attendance. We've always had a bigger crowd than we would have had at the Wacker, or we've historically had at the Wacker. When we moved here, we had a 4-year plan of building to India and the Ashes and cementing this ground. Well, then COVID happened and we didn't have them. So we've kind of had to start again. And that's why we put so much into this test, knowing we've got India and England the next 2 years and, getting it, upwards towards 40,000 attending and then 60,000 in India in an England year. So it's a long-term effect, and people don't change easily. There's still a lot of people who go, this is not a cricket ground, but it's absolutely been designed as a cricket ground and a football ground. It's not that everything was retrofitted for cricket. It was designed with cricket in mind.
So the unique part of this year is that you've got the first test of the summer. Now, do you want to keep that first test?
which is a weird part of the year to have
Yes,
the
that's
first
exactly
test.
right.
Yeah.
So moving forward, would you like the West Test to be the first test, or would you prefer it in this zone close to Christmas, which almost becomes the pre-Christmas test, which would probably end up being, say, Test 3 in an England series or an Indian series? Because there is that, I guess, prestige of having the first one.
Well, but we preferred this time of year. And particularly in an England year, we know that tourists start here and then go Melbourne, Sydney. If we are the first test, they won't do that. And so as a state, we lose all the tourism benefits of an international match. So our preference is this time of year. But we also know that the schedule is really difficult, and our test is a night test on the East Coast.
Yes.
So it means there can't be any big Bash League games while we're playing. So that's the balance of the schedule cricket has. On one hand, it's the luckiest sport in the world with all the choices we have. On the other, it's the hardest sport in the world to make work because of all those choices. So, yeah, our preference is this time of year. But we're in talks with Cricket Australia, as everybody is at the moment, and we've got to work out what's the balance and in some ways what's best for the game.
In terms of your own departure, it feels from the outside looking in that West Australian cricket is very, very strong, winning everything with the men, and the women having been successful as well in the Women's Big Bash League and producing Test cricketers. An example of that yesterday with Mitch Marsh must have made you very proud.
Yeah.
Lance Morris on the verge. Josh Inglis, World Cup champion. Who knows what will happen with Cameron Bancroft? Might come back to him in a moment. But you've chosen to jump off now. Is that more reflective of a job done for you, or just exhaustion after a long time?
Well, there's an element of exhaustion, that's for sure. But it's also, I've been here 12 years, and you've always got to think about how long are you still challenging yourself in a job and still doing the best job that can be done for the organisation. And we're, almost at the peak of our powers. There's all this on-field success, but there's off-field success with the development of the ground and the funding we've received. So you always, the same with your playing career, you want to leave on a high when people are going, why are you doing this? Not when they're going, thank God she's gone. Although there will be some people who are saying, thank God she's gone, but hopefully not too many.
I was going to ask you that. Are you going to miss taking everyone on? Because I think that's one of the great parts of what you've done for a long time is you stick up for Western Australians, but you take the big dogs on.
It seems to be a rather tragic part of my personality. But I like to see things become better. I like to challenge norms. In cricket, we have a broad thing, which is we want to be the sport for all. Well, you've got to challenge some norms if you want to be the sport for all, and there are a lot of people who have been excluded from our game for a long time, and so we've got to change people's opinions on that. We're a long way, and look, the biggest thing, if I hear one more time about why does she keep talking about gender, if we want to be truly a sport for all, we've got to include everybody, male, female, Aboriginal people, people with a disability, multicultural. And our game can afford to do that. It's just how you think about it and how you manage it.
I'm sure you're proud of all of that as part of your legacy. Part of it also will be, I guess, Cameron Bancroft, right? Like how involved you were with him when it all blew up in Cape Town in 2018. If he does make it back to the Test side again, can you give us an insight as to how equipped he'd be to make a real mark in international cricket the third time around?
Yeah, look, I think one of the things we're all not very good at is we expect people coming in to be as good as the person who's just left after 15 years. So I think it's important, whether it's Cameron or Matt or Marcus or someone else, that we allow them to settle. And Nathan Lyon is such a good example of that. He had to get like 400 wickets before people said, oh, he's not too bad, is he? He was just always the man holding the seat, keeping the seat warm until someone real came along. We've just got to be a little bit kinder to our players and allow them to mature into it. There's no doubt Cameron's done a lot of work physically on his skills and his abilities, but also on his mind about how to manage being in that environment. It is a ruthless environment, being in the Australian team and all the attention that comes to you. So I think he's much better placed now to handle it.
And I suppose on days like yesterday, we mentioned it briefly earlier, but Mitchell Marsh making runs here would have been wonderful had it been a century, but the pride you can take having been at the top of the organisation where players like him have been able to prosper.
Okay, I think that the great thing about Mitchell, I have, for reasons that I still don't understand myself, I was at his press conference last night, and just to see him happy and comfortable in his place in the Australian side. Again, he's now playing with the players he grew up with. A few years ago, he was playing with people who were his idols, and he felt, I think, the pressure of that. He's now playing with his mate. They've made him feel comfortable. They know how he's playing, and they encourage him to play that way. Players come into teams and they start trying to play like they think people want them to play. He's not, a defensive, get a single, get off strike sort of player. He's a big boy and he can hit the ball a long way, and you want to be able to use that to your advantage. So I'm just really proud that he's happy and content in his role in the Australian side.
Christina Matthews, congratulations on your tenure as the Chief Executive here at the WACA, and thanks for being part of our coverage today.
Thank you very much.
Back after the break with Peter Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen. Our coverage is for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like Optus Stadium, the crown of the West. Just 4 years in, and already it's played host to Australia's biggest events. Test cricket, the AFL Grand Final. Optus Stadium might be young, but how many champions will it raise? And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Own a caravan, camper van or motorhome? With Camplify, you can safely rent it out when you're not using it to help pay for that next adventure or project around the house. Listing is free and simple. Visit camplify.com.au and find out why it pays to share.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's check. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on new or demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Here's some stats from ResMed to wake you up. Almost half of us don't get the amount of sleep we need to feel our best. In fact, according to a recent ResMed Global Sleep Survey, 42% of Aussies struggle with sleep, with only 10% waking up feeling refreshed. ResMed has been helping Aussies sleep and breathe better for over 30 years. So, if you or your partner have trouble sleeping or wake up feeling tired, take the free online sleep assessment at resmed.com.au.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Tossed the ball back to me, had my hand on the stump, and then sort of made the decision not to take the bail as his foot come up. And I guess once you make the decision, it's hard to take the bail from there. So, split second stuff.
Can you explain why you took that decision? I mean, a split second, yes, but not to take the bail off?
My momentum was coming away from the stump at the time. Yeah,
it wasn't like a decision, like on no spirit of.
No. It's no. If there's an opportunity to take a run out or a stumping, you do that. I had my hand on the stump, missed the bail on the way back up.
All right, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. That's Alex Carey talking about the run out that wasn't yesterday. I'm Adam Collins. I've got Bharat, Sunderasen and Peter Lalor with me, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. You were down there, Baz, so I'll park you for one moment. I'll go to Pete Lalor. Your impression of the answer Carey gave?
Gee, I'm just trying to process that one. That's really interesting. Was that this morning, was it, Bharat?
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah, it looked like that, didn't it? Looked like a man in... he's having a bet each way, isn't he? And that's his version of it the next day is really odd. Is he saying, I made the decision not to do it, but then I couldn't do it and I would have done it.
I think it's
how do I marry that?
I think it's just, he's just answered it clumsily. I think the germane part of this is the end of it, where he said that, well, any run out or stumping chance, of course I'm going to take it. I think the point about momentum was the most relevant part. I don't think the first bit was meant to say, well, I was standing above the stumps and I thought of Johnny Bairstow and I thought of the members of Lords and I don't think that was what he was suggesting there, Bharat.
I think the word that got me a little confused was, I made the decision not to. I was like, wait, that's why I asked him the follow-up. Why did you take the decision? Like,
had he said on the back of that, I made the decision not to do it.
Yeah.
Because I made the call. Yeah. Subjectively that I didn't want to be involved. He said, oh no,
the momentum was taking me away.
Watch it back. He did sort of try and take it.
Yeah, he did.
He was leaning
exactly.
backwards.
He was leaning back. And in that split second, like you said, Adam, I doubt. Even South Australians do think very quickly, but even for Alex Carey to be able to think of so many things and say, oh, what's the aftermath going to be, and take a decision not to do it would have been a bit too much.
And I don't mean, Pete, for a second to say that what happened at Lords didn't affect Alex Carey.
No.
It's clearly played some role in his cricket and bled through it at some level. And that's, that's going to be an ongoing conversation until he makes his next test ton or something like that.
I hope you're right. There is an element of doubt in what he says there. There's a little bit of confusion. It almost sounds like that famous Wally Grout. You'd have been there. Colo, when Fred Titmus was running. The bowler Neil Hawke went through him and Titmus went over and the ball got thrown to Grout and he just held it above the stumps, didn't run him out.
Well, that's Spirit of Cricket stuff, right? We had one of those last year, Bharat, that won the ICC Spirit of Cricket Award, where I think it was an island game where there was a collision in the middle of the pitch and the keeper decided not to take the bails. This was absolutely not that. Had Carey taken the bails and Shafiq's foot was up, that was clear-cut out. No dramas whatsoever.
There was another one in 07 and it was Kevin Peterson against South Africa and the bat got knocked out of his hand in a collision. They ran him out, mate. Of course they did.
and at the Oval in 2008, when Grant Elliott was taken out, and Paul Collingwood was England's captain, they ran him out, and all hell broke loose. Daniel Vittori pretty much punched the doors down to the dressing room.
He's like banging the door.
These things do happen from time to time. It's why we love cricket.
Speaking of things do happen from time to time, when did Pete Lalor become such a cricket historian? I'm impressed.
Just Googled it. I was talking to Tim Lane yesterday, and Tim was perhaps a chance of being there. I wasn't. He's got a good cricket history, Tim Lane.
That's right.
I'm missing having Gideon on tour because he can remember every incident back to 1742.
Yeah, that's about right. Everything back to the Napoleonic era for Gideon. Now, something that's happening right now is the encroachment of the IPL into everything that we do and everything that we talk about. Reports out of India yesterday, which have been republished in The Age today or last night by Dan Bredig with a bit more detail about the desire to start a new IPL, a second IPL in September and October, potentially in the T10 format, if you can believe it. Bharat, you have a better handle on internal Indian cricket politics than most. They've been talking about this for years. This was the old Champions League window, isn't it?
It was, and even before, after the Champions League kind of bombed and that went away, there's always been a talk of either extending the IPL season, which is not possible because from June onwards it starts raining in most parts of India except the south. So you couldn't do that. So the only other option they had was having two IPLs. And the first time this suggestion was made way back in 2009, I remember Niranjan Shah, who used to be the board secretary at that point, who also is responsible for the stadium that's been built in Rajkot, said we need to have two IPLs. This is when Lalit Modi was still in the system.
Right.
But then they avoided it for a long time, or they waited, because that September-October window is very tempting for the BCCI. Because that's just around when the monsoons stop in most parts of India, like I said, and the domestic season's kicking off. But it's also festival season in India, so a lot of holidays, and they've been wanting to tap into that period, even if not the whole 2 months, especially October. It's always been tempting, and I'm not surprised that, the way things are going in world cricket, there is a window that's tempted them, but it's early days. We don't know what they're talking about.
Well, yes and no, early days, but they're talking about September 2024.
Yep.
I mean, it's not that far away if that were to play out, Pete.
And golf fans would be really would understand the importance of this. There's talk of Saudi investment. We're talking. It's live cricket.
It is.
My great fear with all of this is, if India want it, India get it.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it.
No,
you can't fight City Hall.
Yeah.
But the closer we get to the singularity, if you want to call it that, with these IPL adjacent leagues, I suppose we can call them that, with Major League Cricket, with IL T20, with SA20, which is going to have a big effect on the Test series in New Zealand next month when South Africa can't field any cricketer who's contracted to the SA20. So all of their main cricketers are all wiped out. Right?
That is one of the worst things I've ever heard a cricket board's done.
That is the tip of the iceberg, right? Yeah. And we know this is the direction of travel. We spoke briefly to Nick Hockley about it in our interview yesterday. But Bharat, if with these leagues popping up, it's going to make it harder and harder for national boards to control the movement of their players. We're going to reach a point where national contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on, are we not?
Yep. Yes, and you know what this is? This has more to do with the IPL franchise owners than the BCCI.
Yeah.
Look, when the IPL came about in 2008, the BCCI or people in charge at that point always felt like we will have this power over the IPL franchise owners. They'll be answerable to us. But you're talking about some of the richest industrialists in India. They know what to do with a business. And for years, they've talked about having a brand that is, relevant for more than 2 months and for as close to 12 months as possible. That's why they started going and buying teams, and they funded the SAT20 league. So it's them having a bigger say and them saying, oh, wait, October, September, there's nothing happening. Let's make some money there.
And, not to dive too deeply into the echo politics of all of this and the theories, but one thing that happened when the IPL first came about, the BCCI always could use the threat of government intervention, against whoever stepped out of line, because they were always closely aligned. That sort of alignment between the industrialists and the government is much closer now, much tighter.
Oh, yeah.
They get what they want.
Absolutely.
Ambani, Adani, all this
all
mob,
of them,
taking over cricket. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, that's going to be an ongoing challenge for cricket. And as we get closer to that, maybe that iceberg where it's tougher for players to make these decisions. I don't envy the players either, by the way. I mean, if they're offered, I'm talking more about short-form cricketers, but a lot of the short-form cricketers do end up playing Test cricket and vice versa. They might be put into very difficult situations, and that's going to be a huge challenge for Nick Hockley and his colleagues around that ICC table, Baz.
And when you talk about death of Test cricket, that's the first thing people will talk about, right? Do not forget that we're talking about September, October. What happens right after that? India and Australia play their first ever 5-match Test series in more than 20 years. So India, England, and Australia keep playing more and more Test cricket. Whereas the impacted teams will be everyone else, right? So it's not Test cricket's not going to die. These three will keep playing a lot against each other. It's just what happens to everyone else.
Well, and it'll play out in Test series like this one, won't it? And summers like this one in Australia.
The World Test Championship currently has 9 teams in it. What if it's back at 4 or 5? That's a very different energy around. And maybe it's international windows like with international football or soccer where they get a couple of months or weeks of a month to play in. Pete, back to the game we've been watching over the last couple of days. You asked Mitch Marsh the question last night about whether he would migrate to the top of the list, and he was pretty clear that that's not going to be for him. We discussed it with Kat and Flem earlier, but your perspective being in the room last night.
Oh, yeah. Almost. He actually stopped and turned to the media manager, Cole Hitchcock, and said, how do I not create a headline out of this, Cole? And you could see, like, it meant he was he was passionate about this. He said, I've worked so hard to get to number 6. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. And well within his rights, because we saw Watto's career, affected by the way he bounced up, where Watto's greatest problem as a cricketer was that he was the answer to every question Australian cricket had. So, and Australian cricket had so many questions going on during Watto's career. It was interesting to hear that, and I think Marnus Labuschagne Marnus has indicated he's of the same mind, because these are people now at a certain point in their career. They know what's good for them. They put in a lot of work. If you'd asked Marnus, 4 or 5 years ago when he, was first getting a sniff around the team under JL, he'd have done anything. He'd have opened the... I'll open. I'll open, I'll bat, I'll wicket-keep, whatever. But he's established himself in that role, and he'd be very reluctant to give it up because it can have such a significant impact on your career, as we saw with Shane Watson.
Yeah. It's interesting to speak about Marnus and wicket-keeping. He was very tempted to take on wicket-keeping during that World Cup when there were times when he felt he's going to lose his place in the side. He was like, every day he had the wicket-keeping gloves on. He would just wait for Steve Smith to finish the net after he'd had his own net, put the gloves on and jump in there. But I don't think he's going to take to Test opening that readily, like Pete said. They've established themselves. And number 3 is an important enough position. I know it's been done in history before where you just push the guy up one position and you make him or her a Test opener. But it doesn't work if you're a successful number 3. And this whole talk of Cam Green batting at number 4, I think Steve Smith's going to give up number 4. I mean, you remember how uncomfortable he was giving up number 3 during the World Cup. No way is he giving up number 4.
We were debating earlier whether it might be, if McDonald is keen to have the top 6 being the best 6 players in the country and fit them in as you see fit, with everyone else being ruled out or ruling themselves out, Cameron Green might be the last man standing.
He has to be the guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've got to be a bit careful not to get too greedy, don't you? A bird in the hand's worth 2 in the bush. So, you've got your all-rounder in the team. Greenie must... I think it's a lesson for a young cricketer in some ways. Now, we don't know how bad his injury was at the time, but it can't have been the worst injury in the world. And cricketers, as they get further into their career, they play injured. Yep. I wasn't looking at you in particular, Simon, but later on, all my fingers are broken and, one of my eyes is hanging out. But no, I'm right to go, coach, because you never give a sucker an even chance. And Greenie gave Mitch Marsh an even chance, and Marshy's hung on to it. Good on him.
And he's taken it. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Baz. Our apparel partner across the summer is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We'll be back here in a few minutes ahead of the first ball. Pakistan resuming at 2 for 132. They're behind by 355. Imam Al-Haq on 38. Shazad the Night Watchman on 7. This is SEN Test Cricket for Ijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Back with the first ball in a sec.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon Utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Crispy, crunchy golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with tangy barbecue sauce, which makes them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024, judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
Change your expectations. Once you've accepted that you have changed and you need different things, you need to look after yourself, you need rest, and you need a lot more support. So listen to those needs and give yourself different expectations. Expect that that is what is normal for what you're going through.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
They say at Christmas, 'tis better to give than to receive. At Sexyland, we think you can't go wrong either way. So this Christmas, you'll find Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, lingerie, costumes, plus loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+, the Septa-type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Septa, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
Another beautiful morning here at Perth, 29 degrees, a forecast top of 35. So the hottest day of the test match. Our weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. The players are making their way out. Our coverage is for Host Plus and for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Adam Collins with you for the first ball. I've got Simon Katich and Damien Fleming with me. G'day again, lads. We've had quite an energetic conversation through the pre-game, but ready for the first ball. Australia need a wicket early on.
Yeah, I saved up my best for ball one, first session. The pre-match is just to get yourself going. Simon, your thoughts?
A few throwdowns early.
It was just a few throwdowns. I made a few statements, but I've backed it up to put me down for 3 wickets in this stint.
What's your prediction for the day, Flem?
Pain. I watched Rocky 3 on the way over. Yeah, Clubber Lang. Prediction for the fight. Pain.
But for whom?
Yeah, backing up what we said earlier too, really admired Pakistan's determination, that fight back. None for over 100 at lunch on day one. It could have been an absolute nightmare, but they fought back. They fought hard with the bat, but backing up, I thought Australia bowled really well yesterday. I don't think they need to adjust too much, just a fraction fuller. So many player misses that could turn into outside edges frequently in this first hour. Even with an old ball, Cato, I think it's still going to deviate off this pitch.
It will, and I think this is an interesting decision in itself. Pat Cummins starting. I mean, he's the team's best bowler. He's going to set the tone early here, right? Because I think he knows that whatever happens in this first half an hour could really shape how today plays out.
Saw that quite a bit in England, didn't we? First over of the day. Cummins always likes to bowl it when he can. He'll do so here at Imam Al-Haq, 38 from 136 balls. You spotted something, Kat?
Yeah, 2 guys at square leg there. One's just behind Usman Khawaja, I think. And then Travis Head looks like he's just in front of the umpire. So there's only probably maybe 6 or 7 metres between them.
Unconventional. 2 slips in a gully behind the wicket. First ball of day 3. Cummins bowls here around the wicket. Imam Al-Haq, quick single to the straighter of the 2 men. Hit would have been interesting. Diving in was Travis Head with the throw in one motion. Had to dive to get to the contest and flick it onto the stumps from about 7 metres. Didn't do so. Had he, Shazad might have been in strife. 2 for 133. We'll see the replay. Kat, talk us through it.
I think he was well short, Shazad. He got caught napping there. And a hit there, and he was out. Shazad, the night watchman. Yeah, Travis Head, the hard part for him was that he was probably a foot out, wasn't he?
He was just sitting on his bat. First ball of the day. Worked my way into it. He had to sprint to get down the other end.
I think what it looked like, Travis Head, it took him a while to get around to the ball, but he's got the pads on. So he's going straight into short leg now for the right-hander, and that makes it difficult. You don't move with the same freedom when you've got the shin pads on, or the wicket-keeping pads.
Shazad, he faced 18 balls last night, the night watchman. 3 slips in the gully. Cummins to him here, plays and misses, wafting at the first ball. Nice carry through to the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, it'll be no surprise to see Shazad feed Alex Carey or the slips. He's staying leg side of the ball here. Pat Cummins just tempting him there.
But just with that, Cato, that's straight nicely. You might get a bit straighter and fuller. If the next 3 or 4 batsmen cop that type of delivery, they could equally just edge it to slip.
Definitely.
There's still a lot of incentives here for the quicker bowlers.
So Warner, Smith, Khawaja in the cordon. Marsh at gully. Short legs Head. Cummins bowls. Shazad bowls him. 3rd ball of the day. Comprehensive. Splaying middle and off stump, as Cummins has done so many times across his career. He's in the book. Pakistan lose their 3rd wicket with the score on 133. Shazad, the night watchman, comes and goes for 7. That's exactly what you called for, Flem. A little bit fuller, a little bit straighter, bang.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's just a wonderful position to be in for the Australians. The captain is the big quick, and he can inspire the team by grabbing the ball and knocking over the Pakistan, top order. The tail ender's gone now. The night watchman, he was in no position to hit that ball. There was 3 stumps to have a look at. But he did his job. He got through the night. Now we'll see this matchup, probably the one that we've looked forward to throughout this series. Babar Azam, as good a test batsman going around in the world, and Pat Cummins in a similar position with the ball. So Pat Cummins, throughout his career, I think it's a badge of honour. He targets the best batsman in the opposition team. He did it for Virat Kohli, a couple of series out here. He'd often get the ball, knock them over. That type of delivery, making him play with vertical bats, and if you can get that nip backer, you get bolder LBWs, he can challenge the outside edge. So can't wait to see this battle here, Azam versus Cummins.
He didn't want anything to do with that watching the replay, Simon. He was, as they say, staying leg side of the ball, Shazad there.
Yeah, his feet were both outside leg stump, and it gave Pat Cummins a good look at the castle, and he didn't need a second invitation.
So Barbara Azam, whose returns against Australia have got progressively better, averaged 11 back in 16-17. Had a good time of it here in 2019. Brilliant in 2022. They need him today. Cummins bowls to Barbara Azam. First ball, leg stump line defended out towards mid-wicket. No run. So, yes, Barbara Azam at 195, wasn't it, at Karachi, which we saw a couple of years ago. Cat was a marathon effort across nearly 2 full days at the crease. Nearly got them to within striking distance of victory, chasing 500 and something ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a class act. He was their previous skipper, handed over the reins after the World Cup when Pakistan didn't have a great campaign, but they know how important he is in all formats for Pakistan. He's their premier batsman, and this is a big knock for him here in the team.
Got 100 at Brisbane last time around as well. Cummins here to Barbara Azam, squared up out to the offside where there won't be a run. So 104 at Brisbane, 97 at Adelaide in 2 losing efforts.
I just looked a fantastic player. But he's under the pump here. This is challenging his defence straight away, Pat Cummins.
Yeah, and this is why you start with your best bowlers, because you make early inroads. Now he's come to the crease. If Pat Cummins can knock him over early, the Australians will be buoyant, and then that makes their job easier throughout the day, because they'll get that second new ball probably around maybe just before or after lunch. So they get 2 bites of the cherry here.
Cummins away from us. The members end. Bowls to Barber. And Barber tries to drive through cover, but it skews out towards mid-on instead. Well bowled once more. It completes the first over of the day, of day 3. Cummins getting a wicket right away. Third ball, knocking over Shazad for 7. Leaves the score at 3 for 133 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Our first session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. They've celebrated a wicket in the first over thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, and all of our numbers about Barbara Azam for Mate Internet and Mobile. What they would love here, Flem, to go bang, bang off the top. Wickets at both ends, then they can really press home the advantage. That's where that number in the corner of the scoreboard, 487, where they finished yesterday, will start to weigh on Pakistan.
Yeah, we talked about it was a good job. They took 7 wickets for 180, Pakistan. I was thinking the Aussies will get to 550 and declare, and that's a huge total, but they fought hard to keep Australia under that. Batted well last night, but a wicket lost in the first over. Real incentive for the fast bowlers to get into that avenue of apprehension, because the ball is pacey, the pitch is pacey and bouncy, and the ball's deviating.
And you can hear when Shazad was tapping down in that first over how hard the surface is. You can really hear it in the stump line.
So, did feel like nerves, didn't it? Thumping the turf. Harder I hit, the better chance I've got. Here's Stark. Langer in. First ball of the day to Imam. He's behind it defensively. That's where Imam wants to be. Bat and pad close together.
Interesting that Mitchell Starks started at the Justin Langer stand end, where he had troubles yesterday with his takeoff. So whether the groundsmen have been able to sort out that sort of take-off area between the darker green outfield and the edge of the wicket block. You could see it troubled him yesterday, and he swung around ends after I think it was only maybe 4 overs initially.
Imam's got 2 slips and 2 gullies behind him. Stark passes umpire Wilson, left arm over, bowls here. Imam plays and misses. A rare sign of aggression. It was short and wide and there to be cut, but just didn't judge to bounce adequately. Speaking of that, at the end of play last night, Bharat and I spotted the 2 quicks, Hazelwood and Stark, in a lengthy conversation with the ground staff, going and pointing at their footmarks, saying, you've got to fix this up before tomorrow.
Yeah, from where Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark's bowling now, there is a difference, extreme difference between the grassy turf and the pitch, and it's like the back half of his foot was on the grass and his toes were on the pitch.
Stark to Imam. It's full and pushed out Wide of mid-on. For a second, they wanted a single, but Imam sent Barber back, and rightly so.
So even though you're landing, you're sliding when your toes are landing. So they have worked. It's been evened out. So it looks as good as it can possibly be.
And when they first played here on these drop-ins, Flem, I think Trent Copeland said you could almost hear the ground moving from underneath them. So they've put a lot of work into making this ground as good as it is.
Yeah, and I think originally it was very hard on the fast bowler. You know, we talk about how hard the bat is. I think the quicks noticed how hard it was on their body landing.
Stark halfway through his over. Bowls here, Imam, defensively again to mid-on.
And there is a bit of erosion with the front foot as well, which has bothered Hazelwood and Mitchell Stark. They've been flattened out to a degree. But, you know, you don't always see that only 2 days in. The front foot really getting big divots in the landing area. It's more you know, day 4, day 5.
Are pitches grassier now?
Yes.
Just feels like across Australia we used to get these roads with not a blade on them when you were playing.
Or shiny. The Wacker used to be shiny.
This has got that sort of healthy grass cover, doesn't it, Kat?
The Gabba always had grass on it, particularly on shield games.
Here's Stark up again, closer to the stumps. Imam pressing on the front foot and pushing out to cover, no single.
Well, I was talking to Callum Ferguson out there when we were having a look earlier on, and I said, you know, even when you first started Shield cricket, if you saw a wicket with this much grass, what were you thinking? And it'd be like a green seamer. But as you said, over the years, particularly day-night test matches, that they added grass, and then they went, how about we have a go at this in day cricket, day test matches? And because the Kookaburra seam does soften, it keeps the leather new, so you can get a bit more swing. But you know, it's not excessive seam.
Stark to finish his first over of the day. Up to Imam, who sways out the way of a short ball. That's his preferred model of evasion. End of the over, 3 for 133. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Barbara Azam yet to get off the mark. Imam Al-Haq's on 39.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
And Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Cummins away from us. The new man Barber yet to get off the mark. 3 slips. Bowls here down the leg side. Doesn't get any bat on it. He tried to, but Carey took it, moving to his left. Good point about how the day-night test might have informed that, right? Like that first day-night test match, we fixated on how many millimetres of grass has Damien Huff left off this pitch. And it did finish in 3 days. First time they used
Great test match.
It was fun, wasn't it? 3 crazy days.
I still think that probably Sean Marsh's greatest test knock. I think he got 49 not out in a low-scoring test match.
Yep.
I think it was his best knock.
And the Kiwis had every right to feel aggrieved with that way that played out, with that decision that Nigel Long made.
Umpire Long upstairs. Cummins bowls here. Hits Barber on the thigh pad. Balloons out to Marsh at gully. No run, but extra bounce there from the captain. Yeah, Nigel Long. Remember the hot spot when the Snicko didn't marry up and Nigel Long went with the Snicko and ignored the huge spot on Nathan Lyon's bat. And
he'd walked off, Nathan Lyon.
Turned the whole test match.
Go on the batsman's body language, mate. That's probably the most important part.
But yes,
but I think that was 14 millimetres, so he's progressively got less and less. I mean, Damien Hoff, you know, he'd be up there with the best groundsman in the world, isn't it? I think he's doing a bit of work with the American leagues.
Yeah. Cummins up, delivers here, straight and full and defended. Also for the World Cup, T20 World Cup in America next year. And on that, by the way, Pakistan and India have been confirmed as playing their game in New York next year. That's going to be bigger than the Beatles.
Massive.
I'm going to be there for that one. Make no mistake. But yeah, he's the consultant, according to reports, for the Americans to get their pitches right. So I always find it funny in Australia that we do a press conference with the curator before each test match. Nowhere else in the world do we pay as much attention on the 22 yards in the middle.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just so. This is the one sport that's so dictated by 22 yards, isn't it?
It's Cummins bowls and leaving alone outside the off stump is Barber. The other thing is
you're playing soccer or AFL or rugby league. You know, it's a bit grassy, the outfield. He's added a couple of millimetres. Oh, how are we going to go about this? It doesn't matter, does it?
The other thing is I like how we call them curators in Australia. Groundsmen, ground staff around the world, groundsmen. Here, it's like an artistic pursuit to curate
It is.
the pitch. It's lovely.
Well, I think they've done a great job with this.
Yeah.
Because every time we come here, everyone's in the game. Batsmen enjoy batting here. Quicks have enjoyed it, and Nathan Lyons enjoyed it.
Yeah, done well. Cummins up, bowls to Barber. Short ball sways. That was well directed, going over about leg stump. Hits the gloves of Carey hard.
And I saw Usman Khawaja down on ground level before the game and had a little bit of a chat to him today and asked him about the pitch. And he said that they felt that it was hard work at times when it was in the right area, but they think it will open up today, the cracks. They really do. They're starting to open up now, but he thinks today will be the one where it really moves.
Well, it's 35 degrees, Cat, on the clock, so that's going to have crackology all over it.
Remember that first test they played here against India in 18? Mohammed Shami kept finding them. It was brutal.
That was scary, wasn't it?
Great innings from Khawaja to keep them in it. Cummins bowls here, leaving alone. That just dies into the gloves of Carey, so there is a bit going on in the surface right now. Cummins has bowled 12 overs, 1 for 13. Pakistan 3 for 133 at the end of the over. Imam is 39. Babar Azam yet to score on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Steady. The dinosaurs have arrived at Albert Park Mini Golf. See the T-Rex, Raptor and Stegosaurus, as well as the new massive 20-metre-long Brontosaurus. It's a great day of family mini golf fun amongst these prehistoric behemoths. Albert Park Mini Golf. It's safe, fun and located right next to Albert Park Lake. Join the dinosaurs these holidays with school holiday specials at albertparkminigolf.com.au.
First sessions for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Got our experts with us as well for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming. Mitchell Stark in. Close to the stumps, bowls to Imam and beats him with one that takes off, goes past the shoulder of the bat. He was on the front foot, Flem.
That's a ripper. That's a ripper. That's deep bounce. There's enough happening. The battle, Babar Azam is really getting tested from Cummins, Stark, all over Imam Al-Haq.
And that's the difference in these two attacks too, with the bounce and the height of the Australian attack. They're coming from a higher point of release, and they know, Stark knows that Imam wants to get on the front foot to him because he knows he's trying to nick him off, but just pulling his length back there and nearly getting the nick.
Stark's had a good year. Into Imam down the leg side. Goes through to Carey, gets his arms and bat well out of the way. Stark's got 31 wickets this year, the most productive fast bowler by that measure. Stuart Broad with 38. He retired after the Oval Test match. But yeah, nowhere near as much Test cricket this year as there was a few years ago. I don't think anyone has played more than 10.
50 over World Cup years can eat into that.
And just generally the World Test Championship, 2 Test match series, which means that it kind of suppresses the number of 3, 4, 5 series that we see around the world. Pakistan have been quite forthright about this. Shah Massoud's like, how's it possible we're only going to play 5 tests this year? Fair enough too. Stark up bowls here, full and straight and dug out by Imam. That was a fast and straight delivery that could have taken his middle stump out the ground.
That's an amazing number, isn't it? 5 tests. Like, how do you develop your players if you're only playing 5 a year? And are they going to be at home or are they mainly away? Like, it's just remarkable that they could schedule it like that.
That'll be 1 test at home because they played 1 in December and 1 in January against New Zealand, so it'll be 1 test at home for them for the whole year. So there are a lot of good things about the World Test Championship, but yeah, one bit that I'm not as big a fan of is the 2 test series rather than 3. I reckon there's a creative solution to be found there around 4-day test cricket as Stark arrives and passes umpire Wilson and bowls and Imam defends into the onside, no run, where countries have trouble financing test cricket. I'm like, okay, if you're one of those nations, well, okay, we'll accept 4-day test cricket with longer days, which we see from time to time, but then mandating that those series must be played over 3 matches, not 2. That might be one way of increasing the load a little bit, but none of this is easy.
Well, it's not, and that's the thing about the World Test Championship. It's there for a reason to give it a context. But the problem is it's not even because the countries aren't playing each other evenly home and away over that period. So it can be skewed depending on who you get to play in that period.
And India refused to play Pakistan. That's the other part of this. Here is Stark bowling to Imam, defending into the onside, no run. So, yeah, 6 series per cycle, 9 teams in the comp. Out of every cycle, you don't play 2 teams, and India will never play Pakistan in a test series with the way things are, which, yeah, it is imperfect.
Yeah, it's bigger than cricket, but that would kick test cricket into, massive stratosphere, wouldn't it, if India and Pakistan played home and away against each other.
Or neutrally.
Every year.
I know the ECB have been pushing hard to get a test at England between those two nations. They volunteered to host it. I know Australia have...
One at the MCG.
MCG have talked about it as well. It'd be fascinating if they ever got it up. Stark bowling here. Imam leaving alone to complete the over outside the off stump. Another maiden for the left armour. 3 for 133. Barber's faced 9 balls yet to score. Imam's on 39. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
One of the fastest growing car brands in Australia is GWM. At Astoria GWM Bentley East, get best drive-away prices like Haval Jolion SUV $25,990, hybrids $35,990, dual cab auto Cannon Utes $34,990, plus test drive new all-electric Aura and tough 4x4 tank, now in hybrid, and all with 7 years warranty. For simply great value, visit Astoria GWM, LMCT 10901.
Coverage here at Perth Stadiums for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Cummins about to start again, just delayed momentarily, something going on behind the bowler's arm. But yeah, so Melbourne and maybe England for a couple of India-Pakistan tests.
I just want to see the crowds at the MCG.
Very slips for Barbara's arm. Yet to get off the mark, hit on the pad, a ball that bounced more than he expected, maybe via the inside edge as well. Ends up at silly point where there isn't a fielder, no run. Well bowled.
Just being there for that World Cup T20 game. I mean, it was a different noise. And everyone that had flown in from all around the world, a lot of American, Indians and Pakistani people were, flocking there.
Well, the contradiction in all of this is they don't play in the World Test Championship because that's a bilateral series where one country must host. The opposite occurs at ICC white ball events as Cummins arrives and bowls and Barber defends into the offside. They've been scheduled again, as I say, they're going to play each other in New York next year. Every single global event since 2007 have had Pakistan play India in the group stage. What luck. Deidre Chambers, what a coincidence. Pakistan are playing India again in the group stage. And that's great, by the way. It's great for global cricket. No, I'm not begrudging it at all. But if we can get our act together at that level, maybe there is a creative solution to get them playing in the WTC via neutral venues. It'd be fun.
It would. That would be amazing.
They get 100,000 of the G
Yep. Well, that T20 sold out in like 5 minutes, didn't it?
Yeah. Maybe every day of it would. Cummins bowls here, and he beats the outside edge of Barbara Azam. Had to play down that line. It moved off the seam. It was full enough.
Bowlology gold here from Cummins. Barbara Azam, we're saying, what a brilliant batsman. He's gnawed off 12. He's barely hit a ball in the middle. He's been tested front foot, back foot. This has been brilliant from Cummins.
I said earlier that this Australian attack can suffocate teams here in Australia. Well, Pat Cummins, he's like a boa constrictor. You look at his figures, 1 for 13 off 12.3. He's just squeezing the life out of them here at the moment. And there's just no let-up for Barbara Azam. It is a challenging period, this.
So Cummins up again, bowls to Barbara Azam, who drives through the offside to get off the mark. A beautiful square drive. So all the pressure that's been built up, Cummins giving him something to lash in that direction and takes full advantage. He's off the mark with a 4 for Azito all day, every day. Pakistan 3 for 137.
Well, he's just smashed the bow constricted for 4 through the covers.
The bow is just restricted for a second. Oh, what a shot. But he just gave him a little bit of length there and he was all over it. He's pounced slightly full, and that's a class shot from Barbara Azam.
That is pretty. Watching the replay back, all timing. You see the hot spot where the ball's hit, right where you want it, out of that blade.
What's the fight back now from Cummins?
Away from us. Passes the umpire and bowls, and Barbara Azam drives to mid-off, no run. There was a graphic on television just between balls there showing Imam Al-Haq's backing up, or non-existent backing up, more to the point. He is, cliched as it is, leaning on his splice at the non-striker's end. He's got no interest in facing Cummins right now.
You'd think as a batting partner, Cato, he's gnawed off 12. You're looking to help him out.
Correct. And you've got to do that. What goes around comes around this game. If you just stay at the other end and look after yourself, at some point in the game, the cricketing gods and the karma catches up with you. So you got to help your mate out the other end, because there'll be a time that you're getting strangled at one end, you can't get off strike, and you need help.
I'm going to get man-cutted, that's for sure. Cummins bowls and turned around the corner by Barbara's arm. To complete the over, he'll get a couple. Nicely played, nicely worked. Well responded after getting a brute earlier in the set. Barbara's up to 6. Pakistan 3 for 139 at the end of the over on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
First session of the third day brought to you by MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprenticeship or trainee from MEGT. And our coverage throughout the test for Host Plus and Henley Holmes, build with confidence. Stark, ball in hand, he started really well. Imam Al-Haq added 1 run to his overnight score. He's on 39, facing up here and pushing out to cover. He's faced 150 balls, Cat, for 39.
Yeah, and just going back to his running between wickets, there was one a couple of overs ago off Mitchell Stark that he hit to mid-on, and I was watching him. It took him a little bit too long to register whether he needed to say wait or yes or run, because he hit it and the ball was probably 2/3 of the way, I think, to Pat Cummins at mid-on. Oh, no, it is Pat Cummins. And then that's when he realised when he had to call. So he's just got that little bit of a delay, which causes that indecision with his partner.
Stark up towards him, arm bowls here, short ball, sways out of it, limbos out of it. We see him do that often. He's very flexible hips, clearly. Stays at 3 for 139.
Yeah, look, he's done his job and nullified this new ball, but this is the period now where if he can get through the next 10 or 15 minutes, he's got to be able to expand.
That's going to make for a great photograph. If anyone got Imam swaying out the way then, my colleague from England, Phil Brown's downstairs, one of the best in the business, his helmet was nearly touching the ground behind him. Incredible. Keep his balance. Little fella, Imam Al-Haq, batting in the glasses as always. Stark, 2 slips, 2 gullies up here. He clips him through mid-wicket. Out past one man he had to beat. That was Travis Head. And towards the rope it goes and reaches it. So Imam Al-Haq finally reaches the 40s. He's up to 43 with a boundary for Azito all day, every day. 3 for 143.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. Pick off anything that's erring straighter lines, because there's only the 2 fielders there in the ring on the onside. It wasn't a genuine half volley, but beautifully played, great balance, and just managed to get that wide of Travis Head at forward square leg. And this is the period, I was just about to say, you know, the ball's nearly 59 overs old. He's got a 20-over window here to get set and get going in this first session before Australia take that second new ball, and then that presents another challenge again.
Auckland Australia get it reversing the other side of the ledger there. Ian Smith jumping in as well with us for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Morning, Smithy.
Morning.
Stark up. Imam facing, defending into the onside. Quick single, and he's through. So we saw him leaning on the splice at the non-strikers end of the previous over, but when there's a run to be had for him, he's all over it. Up to 44, 3 for 144.
Little jab there.
Yeah, he deserves it. Bad batting before. Smithy, we'll try and get you quickly on the Alex Carey piece from yesterday. You've heard the audio from before play. We had a spirited debate in our coverage, in our pre-game. Where have you landed on all of this?
I've landed on the fact that I detect from his answer that he's still deeply affected by what happened in England. Doesn't want to look or go looking for controversy. Has thought about it long and hard in the down times and thought, I don't want to be remembered for this sort of stuff in my life. And I think that was part of it. I think he had the opportunity to take the bails off. We saw that.
Stark bowls over the wicket, Barbara's defending. I sort of read it the other way on the basis of what he said at the end, where he's quite forthright, saying, well, if there's any chance to run out or stump someone, I'm going to do it. I was off balance with the momentum, and sort of explained it away that way. I mean, I would have thought that if he was influenced too much by what happened last year, he wouldn't say something like that at the end.
Yeah, well, I think you're right in that respect, but I think he might have covered all his bases there. I think he thought that was his last one to sort of balance the whole of the answer out.
Okay.
So he covered the whole spectrum there, to be perfectly honest. But I think deep down, Alex Carey is doesn't want to be involved in that stuff.
Re-slips the gully. Last ball of Starks over. Soft hands out to Marsh in the gully. We'll pick this up after the break on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Pakistan 3 for 144. Barbara Azam's on 6. Imam Al Haq on 44.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If you need a new set of tyres, don't put it off. That's why Tyre Power is giving you more ways to pay for your tyres, including Zip Pay. T's and C's apply. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Rich here at Perth for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins, Simon Katich and Ian Smith, who was a distinguished international wicketkeeper. You're well placed to therefore comment on Carey's bit about momentum, like the way his body was swaying backwards when the ball was in his gloves, and whether that carries water as Cummins just prepares to start again and goes round the wicket here to Imam. 44 from 153 bowls and takes him beyond the man at the square of the square legs, if you like, was when Khawaja, just behind the square leg umpire, gets one. 3 for 145 becomes the score, with Imam up to 45.
I've only heard the audio of on the field once, and I thought he said at one point, I touched the stumps
as he was moving backwards.
Right. So he's saying you didn't have
quite get there.
The momentum. Interesting. Plot thickens for me. From a wicket-keeping point of view, times have changed. Would they have done it? I can't remember being involved in an incident like that, to be honest. The people flick the ball back.
Cummins to Barbara Azam over the wicket. Inside edge, past the leg stump, down to the rope for 4. Had no control over that. Back off the seam again from Cummins. We saw him do that in the previous over to Barbara Azam. On that occasion, it crashed into his back pad. This time, it nearly hits the leg stump. Instead, it's a boundary for Azito all day, every day.
Look, he's one of the great players in the world today. Just, if anything, he just pushed a little bit away from his pad there and opened up the inside edge. Ooh. Just enough of a gap, Cato, to give Pat Cummins some hope.
And that happens so often up against Pat Cummins because he's just in that area of uncertainty all the time, probing around the top and off, or on and around the top of off stump. So I get that right for the final time.
Cummins is held up behind the bowler. Something going on. He's ready to roll again here. Up to Barbara Azam. He's on 10 now. Shout for leg before, which he bails out of. There was 2 noises. I think Cummins was it pad bat? But umpire Illingworth knocked it on the head. There won't be a review. Leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
You know, and going back, I would be thinking to myself, as from a wicketkeeper, just to finish that off, if a guy if he plays, and quite often you play the short leg and you think you've hit it and we're beating them, you actually take a pace to get a run. There's no intent there or anything to ever leave the crease. And the mistake he made was lifting his foot, and I don't know why he lifted his foot. And if you look at Shafiq and the body language of Shafiq, he was oblivious to the whole thing. He had no idea what was going on.
Cummins halfway through his 14th over, bowls to Barber, short ball, ducks it, gets over Carey. He parries it over the bar, but that means it goes down to the rope for 4 byes. Pakistan get to their 150, wides indeed, rightly so. Yep. It signalled wides. That was no chance for Carey there.
Absolutely on behalf of the wicketkeepers.
I agree. He had no chance. That was like he bowled it on a trampoline. Just took off.
You know, you, in the first session, hard pitch, bowler can, 3 different bowlers can bowl 3 of those. You look at them at stumps, you look at the extras, 12 byes. What a crap morning he's had. Now, keeper, 12 byes. Got to change that rule.
There was a test match that ended earlier this year, Smithy, with one of those. You were probably there. Cummins up, bowls to Barbara Azam. Soft hands, doesn't beat Mitch Marsh in the gully. He plays it down to the second slip. Steve Smith saved at least a couple. Good fielding from the West Australian. The Neil Wagner, James Anderson, where he was out the ball after a ball that flew about 3 feet over his head, and
That's
surely
right.
should have been a wide.
That's correct, yeah.
Could have been a tie.
Strangled down the leg side. Don't worry, we won. Move on.
1-run victors.
Yeah. What a great test.
After following on.
That's
only
true.
the third
That's
time in
right.
Test history a team following on had taken the win. Were you doing that game, Smithy?
No, watching. They hate me in New Zealand. I'm not allowed to work over there. I am on radio.
Very slips. Cummins bowls. Barbara's arm leaves alone well outside the off stump. There's any Test match that it's resolved by about 20 runs a run there is thrilling stuff. And England are playing the kind of cricket where that seems to be happening all the time.
As ball, he hates it. Brendan hates it too. Hates it being attributed anything to him at all.
Do you know how it started? A bloke called Andrew Miller from Cricinfo said it on a podcast, and it just stuck, as these things can. After that first test they played at Lords and the chase in the fourth innings, that was it. There's a book now on it. Cummins to finish the over, and Barbara's arm leaves, a little like Steve Smith with the lightsaber there. Ends the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Adam White's going to hop in for me after the break. 3 for 154. Barbara's arms 10. Imam Al Haq is 45 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth, Pakistan, 3 for 154. Adam White, Simon Katich and Ian Smith with you. Just assessing the first sort of half hour, what do you think? Is the pitch doing anything different today than yesterday? It seems to be a bit faster, maybe.
Yeah, it felt, I mentioned it earlier, when Shazad tapped down in the first over, the wicket sounded rock hard with his bat hitting the turf. And a couple of balls have certainly seemed. We saw that previous over of Pat Cummins. He got the inside edge against Barbara's arm. That ball decked back off the seam nicely. So there's still enough happening, and I believe the cracks are starting to open up, and because they're expecting 35 degrees just after lunch here today, they could really open up later this afternoon.
Mitchell Stark has spent some time talking to Pat Cummins about field placements. Now he's ready. Past the umpire, he bowls to Imam, who squeezes it backward of point off the front foot. Good shot. Won't be 4, at least 2. Nathan Lyon on the chase, and Barbara Azam comfortably coming through from the non-striker's end for a third. So Imam moves up to 48, 3 for 157.
Getting a bit of stick in some of the commentary boxes and the TV is Imam Al Haq, because he's not, forcing the pace and playing shots all around the place. But I think this is a hugely good fight. I'm liking this, and I'm a little bit old school here, because forever and a day, when touring sides come to Australia, one of the things that people really want to see is a fight. They want to see a contest. They want to see a touring side take Australia on and hang in there against Australia. This is only the first innings they're batting, and this is nice for me. This is nice.
Stark now to Azam, who drives. No timing in the shot. He'll get a single, though, out through the cover point region. Lyon comes around to do the fielding. Azam to 11. 3 for 158.
So for me, the longer Imam hangs in there and defies, and so says to his teammates, this is what we're going to do here. I like it.
I completely agree. And I think we saw it in Shah Massoud's innings last night. He couldn't play that game earlier in the day against a new ball. And I think what it also highlights, it is not easy against this attack in these conditions with the pace and bounce and movement to just go out there all guns blazing. It is something that he's done beautifully in this innings.
Warner at first slip, Smith at second. Stark bowls to Imam, it's down leg side. And if we put things into perspective, Ian, when they went out to bat, we were kind of thinking there'd be 4 or 5 down at the stumps.
We were.
And we look up and Imam's faced 156 balls.
We were, and if you took a poll, and there's some really experts up on this floor, isn't there? If you took a poll, all the way along, heavily in favour of Pakistan being in trouble by last night.
Yep.
I've tipped him to get to 300 today.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of that's on the back of the fight that I saw yesterday from Shafiq and Imam. and the fact that I think the Australian quicks potentially might just tire a little bit in the middle of today if it gets hotter.
Stark again, bowls to Imam, who's jumping, dropping out at his feet on the onside and taking a single.
A lot of white ball cricket. They've been playing a lot of 4 or 5 over spells. Okay, in India where it's hot, we know that. But, you know, when you got a string 7 or 8 and then you look at the scoreboard and think, hell, they're only 3 down. And, you know, we've got another 80 overs to bowl today. Mentally, even the most experienced cricketers in the world, they look at situations and they think, you know, this could be a long damn day.
And they've stacked their batting. They've probably picked more batting all-rounders than bowling all-rounders in Salman. And Fahim Ashraf is probably more genuine all-rounder, but they've definitely gone that option, knowing that this was probably going to be the hardest challenge for them, batting on a bouncy wicket here to start the series.
Back to 3 slips for Babar Azam. Stark bowls, and Babar Azam drives down the ground. Good shot, punching it, won't be 4. Marnus Labuschagne on the chase. He did well. Did very well. Sliding and throwing in the one action. It spooked Imam to say no to a second, and thank goodness he didn't go, because you could hear from the sound effects microphone the ball hit the stumps from Marnus's throw.
That is absolutely superb fielding from Labuschagne. Nearly created something from nothing purely because of the chase and then the hook slide. The hook slide is such a good weapon for a fielder to create uncertainty with the batsman, and that's exactly what it did, because all of a sudden he wasn't quite sure whether the throw was coming in harder or he had time to get back for 2. And Babar Azam, if he'd taken another step then, he was in trouble. Direct hit, gone.
He had to quickly get back, didn't he? Stark again now to Imam on 49. He leaves outside off stump, and that completes another over from Mitchell Stark, 1 for 35 from 16 overs. So Pakistan on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts, 3 for 160.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pat Cummins is going to continue. So we've been going for 40 minutes this morning in the heat, and Pat's going to continue, Ian Smith.
Yeah, we're not far away from Nathan Lyon, I don't feel, though. He's going to bowl a lot of overs today, and he'll bowl a lot of the overs, or at least half the overs now, I think, until the new ball is due. And that is just about energy management from Pat Cummins. He'll give Nathan Lyon the end that he wants, and then Hazelwood will come in for a couple. Mitch Marsh will bowl a few, and then he'll save it for their next onslaught.
Cummins to Babar Azam, who's defending, squeezing it out to point off the front foot, no run.
Unless he gets a couple of wickets, and then he'll go full on with this ball, which he should do. But at the moment, these two, Babar Azam, truly a world-class player. I mean, a lot of people will have paid their tickets to watch him bat today.
Yes, yep.
And the fight from Imam Ul Haq, you can't be brilliant at one end without some resistance at the other, and Imam Ul Haq is just the best foil at the moment. Just the best foil. Look at old-fashioned foil.
Cummins again at the top of his run. Past the umpire, bowls to Babar Azam, who's in defence. That back leg so swings around as he comes onto the front foot, so it kind of looks like he's squared up, but at the same point he's side on as well.
The other thing about Babar Azam now is that Babar Azam is just a batsman in the team. He's not the captain. There's no great responsibility, and we all know when he is totally focused, and that is his sole focus, without to worry about anyone else on the side and what they're doing, he could dig deeper. He could be even more relentless in terms of the scoreboard.
He's currently on 12. Cummins again bowls on the back foot. Babar Azam up on his toes, punching into the covers. Good timing on the shot. He can actually come back for 2. I thought there was only ever going to be 1 there, but the timing was such that he was able to get it almost 2/3 of the way to the rope. And Marnus Labuschagne had a bit of a chase on his hands. He's up to 14 now, Bubba. 3 for 162. And I'll look up at the scoreboard. 61.3 overs complete. It sort of it's happened quite quickly. The runs haven't, but the overs completed have. All of a sudden, it's only 19 overs away from a new ball.
Well, the game's advanced, but it hasn't advanced. If you know what
that's
I mean.
right, exactly. Cummins approaches again, bowls, and his arm is in defence, back and across, dropping it on the onside. So we're talking before about occupying the crease. Imam al-Haq, 158 balls for his 49. Thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile.
And I like the fact that Lyon will come on because, of course, he is a left-hander, Imam al-Haq, and Lyon is a thinking bowler. He'll have thought about yesterday's performance and transferred it into what he has to do today, and we'll be interested to see what kind of variations he has in his bowling today and what his plans are, particularly with his catches around the wicket.
Now, Barbara is saying don't bowl, Pat, because there again is some disturbance behind the bowler's arm from the spectators. Barbara now is happy, and Cummins will start his approach again. Still 3 slips and a gully. Big gap into the covers, and that's a bouncer. Well over the top of Barbara's arm there. But the umpire says it wasn't too high. It's a dot ball, not a wide. Just the 1 wicket so far today. So the Australians celebrated a wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, but it was the night watchman with Shazad bowled Cummins for 7. But apart from that, it has been more good batting from Pakistan in the heat here in Perth. Bright sunshine again here at Optus Stadium as Cummins past the umpire, bowls to Babar Azam, who smashes it back at the bowler, and Cummins put out the foot, and it hit the foot, and it stopped probably 4 runs as it ricocheted out to Labuschagne, and that does complete the over. And I'm seeing helmets being brought out onto the ground, which means that Nathan Lyon isn't too far away. Pakistan 3 for 162 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, and unbreakable connection.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Thanks to Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Pakistan 3 for 162, and Ian Smith was right. He said Nathan Lyon's not far away. He's bowling now from the Justin Langer stand end. So helmets have come out, a couple of drink bottles as well, Ian, which I'm sure you'll be thrilled about for the fielders to have a drink.
Yeah. Look, I'm almost, I was down doing some work for Fox prior to it was hot. I was really hot this morning, and talking to Mike Huss, he's a local, of course, and he said it's going to be warm today, a real warm one. And I noticed during the break, when the helmets were running out, Alex Carey took the opportunity to get the towel out, the cold towel out, and cool himself down from a while. He got the helmet for himself as well. So I'm thinking it's going to be a long, hot day if they don't have success particularly.
So a slip and a bat pad are the catches, and maybe David Warner at a shortish cover. But they're not crowding Imam here by any stretch of the imagination for the new spell from Lyon. First ball of the day for Nathan Lyon to Imam, who tickles it around the corner, probably off the pad. We'll have to wait for the umpire. Didn't sound like there was any wood in that. It is a leg by. A late call from the umpire. They were starting to applaud the 50 for Imam. He stays on 49. 3 for 163.
Great player, Babar Azam. Now, this will be a good contest. Nathan Lyon, world-class, absolutely world-class off-spinner, probably the best off-spinner going around at the moment. Ravi Yashvin fans might disagree with me, but Babar Azam, how's he going to play him? He's going to use his feet. Is he going to go to him? Is he going to play him from the crease? Big questions.
Lyon bowls over the wicket. Babar defends back down the pitch. So straight away in, we've got a long on and a forward square leg out in the deep. So it's almost like they're predicting Baba to use his feet and hit down the ground.
And there are areas that he can expose through singles.
Yes.
He's good enough to hit those down the ground and square the wicket if he wants, just for one.
Lyon again bowls, loopier, and Bubba Azam does exactly what we forecast, just dinking it up to long on and taking the single, rotating the strike.
And then if he does that often enough, early enough, Nathan Lyon has to rethink the plan because he can't afford to gift him that. I mean, if he's taking him off the strike to bowl to an inferior player, fine. But not this one.
Lyon now to Imam, uses his feet, gets in trouble, edge to slip, they're up. Not out, off the pad, not off the bat.
Nathan Lyon again. I think he would be a bit more vociferous if he genuinely believed here. Pat Cummins has jogged up, had a chat to Lyon, Kerry's involved, Steve Smith, the catcher's involved, and we say no.
That was a good ball from Lyon. It was a lot slower, a bit more flight. Imam was coming down and got himself in a muddle. It took the pad and then, fortunately for Imam, missed the inside edge on the way through to slip it, to Smith at slip. Anxious moment for Imam on 49. Line bowls again. Imam through bat pad, scampers through for a single. There's 50. Well done, Imam Al-Haq. It's taken a long time, but he's doing the hard work for his country. He reaches 50 with Pakistan at 3 for 165. He raises his bat and acknowledges the applause.
Yeah, no standing ovations, but they will be standing, genuine Pakistan fans standing, listening and watching this game because they know how important that is.
Line bowls now to Baba, who's on the back foot, punching into mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Imam's 50 off 161 balls. Pakistan 3 for 165 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan 3 for 165 with Baba Azam on 15 and Imam Al-Haq on 50. It's a double bowling change. Josh Hazlewood will now come in from the broadcast end to bowl, with Pat Cummins having a break after bowling for the last 50 minutes. No surprise, Anthony.
No great surprise. In fact, Cummins did well, I think, to get through that lengthy spell, as did Mitchell Stark in the seat, but now Hazlewood. And there's no pressure coming off here, folks. Might be the fourth bowler used today, but his accuracy demands so much respect.
Around the wicket, he bowls to Imam, who plays off his thigh pad to backward square leg. So an interesting field plan here. They've got two men, the Australians, in that square leg position, one behind square and one forward of square, probably only about 7 or 8 metres apart. Not in catching positions, regulation sort of in the ring type of proximity to the batsman.
Tapping you here in the background is David Warner and Imam Al-Haq just repairing the stumps, doing a bit of umpiring work.
David Warner's being far too friendly here. This is not...
You don't want to knock him any lower. Pull him up a bit higher. Pick a target.
He goes back to first slip. David Warner with a floppy hat on. As Hazlewood comes in again, past the umpire. Bowls to Imam. That's a good ball. It darts away off the seam. Imam coming forward to it, trying to prod. And that bounced a little bit more and moved away and beat the batsman's outside edge.
You know, they say sometimes bowlers can make the ball talk. That one just said, good morning. That's Josh Hazlewood. Good morning. Brilliant. Just accuracy personified.
Second ball of the morning from him, unplayable. Here he is again, bowls to Imam, who's tucking around the corner again to that man at square leg, the one behind the square leg umpire, Usman Khawaja.
It's an interesting field you just described because they're not. They haven't got a short leg, which I thought they might have a possibility of, because if you've got a short leg, then you look to play a bit more forcefully to get it past them, which brings your deeper catches into play. They're just two deep catches, as if to say they're looking for him to chip in the air through very square on the onside.
I thought they'd be more staggered, and they are a little bit now. Head's taken a few extra steps in at forward square leg to a more catching position. Hazelwood bowls here to Imam, who's resolute in defence, defending back down the onside of the pitch. But yes, because of where they are in proximity to the batsman, it's really a run-saving position more than a catching position.
Trying to really block off a guy who's not really taking them apart, aren't they?
Yep, exactly right.
Really trying to shut him down.
There is still the gap through the covers, which isn't really Imam's strong suit, but a big gap if he wants to take it on. Hazelwood again around the wicket, bowls to Imam, that's down leg side, and Carey diving full stretch to take the ball with two hands low down. Yes, I mentioned before, Imam, just the figures on his 50 for Mate Internet and Mobile. 50 runs off 166 balls with 4 fours. And he's been out there, obviously opening the batting for the entire innings, which is sitting at 63.5 overs. The speeds here from Hazelwood, low to mid-130s. Last ball of his first over of the day. He bowls and defending Imam, getting well forward there. That was noticeable, defending back to the bowler. That is the completion of over number 64. Pakistan 3 for 165 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable Connection.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Pakistan 3 for 165 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable Connection. Nathan Lyon starting again. He bowls to Babar Azam, who squeezes one off the outside edge along the ground to backward point. No run.
And is furious with Imam Ul Haq.
Yes.
Because he wants a single there. He's hit it to the left of Josh Hazelwood, who is not the best fielder, with greatest respect in the Australian side. So what are you thinking there's no run there to Imam Ul Haq?
Line again, a bat pad and a slip in play. Babar Azam flicks, can't get past Warner, who dives at mid-wicket. Would have just been a single up to long on. Cutting that off.
Come on, guys.
Keeps Babar Azam on strike. You can hear Alex Carey and Marnus Labuschagne yelling the encouragement to Nathan Lyon, who uncoils again. Babar Azam defends back down the pitch. You almost get the feeling that this intensity from the Australians is really, come on, we've got to get going here.
I think they see this as their man. That's why. They really are verbally getting in behind Nathan Lyon. They're resting on him.
Bowls again. Babar Azam once more pushing forward. This time into the covers. No run.
One to spin. Come on, guys.
Yeah, Marnus in the background saying one to spin, one to spin. In other words, hit a crack. Hit one, hit a crack, hit at the edge of a foot mark. Do something different.
He's untroubled so far, Baba, to Lyon. And again, forcing and taking a single up to long on. Once it got past Nathan Lyon, who dived away to his right-hand side. So Babar Azam to 16, 3 for 166. Just quietly going about his business, Baba.
Come, boys.
16. Lyon now around the wicket, bowling to Imam off the pad around the corner, behind square on the onside, and a single. This will also be a leg bye. But it's one more to Pakistan. Over bowled, 3 for 167 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
With gifts to suit every budget, a Coles Group and Myer gift card is on everyone's Christmas list. Available in-store and at giftcards.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth, Pakistan, 3 for 167. We've got a Bundaberg ginger beer commentary change. Damien Fleming is in, replacing Ian Smith, who is out. And Josh Hazlewood is ready to go again. 35 runs in the session. Just under an hour of play so far as Hazlewood bowls a bouncer, but Imam gets underneath.
Whitey.
Hello, Damien.
I went with, I'll get you 3 wickets.
You did that last night, didn't you?
I need another 2.
Oh, so it's sort of it goes over to the next session, doesn't it?
Oh, no. Sorry.
You were going
I
to get
was
3
on with
for us
Colo.
last night.
No, wasn't it 2?
No, three last night. No, I think you got 1.
2.
2?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I said 3 this session. I've got 1.
All right, okay.
So I've got 2 to go.
Well,
you backing me or not?
Yeah, no, I'll back you. Hazlewood to Imam, who's jumping and defending into the offside. Now, I know, Flem, that you live and breathe local cricket. We've been both watching it this morning up in the back of the box. Head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know.
It's one of the great things of modern local cricket, isn't it? Being able to...
Absolutely. So what we want to know is your love about local cricket. For your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher, we'll celebrate a local legend each lunchtime here on SEN Test Cricket. All you've got to do is go to iCanWin.com.au to enter. Frogbox is fantastic. When you do well, it's not so good when you don't do well, Flem.
Where are you leading here?
I'm not leading anywhere. Hazlewood around the wicket. Bowling. Oh, that was an edge. Imam tried to drive on the front foot, thick outside edge, backward of point towards the rope. It won't quite get there, but they'll come back for 3.
And that's just a bit of an illustration, been talking about Imam al-Haq. He sets up side on, but he squares up a lot as the ball's coming down. So that type of shot should have gone through the covers. We've seen Babar Azam play one beautiful cover drive off Cummins. But because he's squaring up and his weight's back, it goes behind point. And he still gets runs, but, you know, he's not in a great position to play that drive. That's why the Australians need to keep getting as full as possible to Imam al-Haq.
We were lucky to see a replay there from side on. It did look like it kind of held up in the surface a little bit.
And if you're squared up, though, it's harder to change a shot.
Yes, yep.
I'm like Hazlewood to Babar Azam. You know, that off-stump, 4-stump line, shaping away, 3 slips are waiting for a catch.
Hazlewood gets close to the stumps, bowls to Bubba, who drives down the ground. Lovely shot through mid-off. Timing really good. Chase on here for Labuschagne. Just gets there in time with the slide. And they come back for 3. Imam's got to be quick here. He wasn't. He's got there. But he certainly wasn't as quick as Babar Azam, who gives him the stare and says, come on, mates. And now they start arguing with each other. Babar Azam got through for 3 comfortably and was going to the danger end for the 3rd. Mana sensed that, so he's thrown to the keeper's end, which is where Imam was going, and he was dawdling.
Yeah, I mean, this has been happening for generations in the Australian team. If there's a poor runner in the opposition, you throw to their end all the time. But that was brilliant for Marnus. That might have been 4 runs for a non-committed fieldsman. And he almost got a run out of it.
Hazlewood bowls here to Imam, who again, I reckon that one held up in the surface, checked his stroke midstream and defended into the offside. He was going to wind up there a little bit.
Loses balance, doesn't he?
Yep.
Because of...
Now, the two of them are coming together here. I think Bubba just feels that Imam's losing his concentration a little bit. Or maybe he wants to continue the argument about the running.
Yeah, but Imam, his uncle's the great Inzman al-Haq. I'd just love to see, you know, if there was any backyard cricket between the uncle and nephews. And what was the most likely mode of dismissal? A lot of run-outs.
Well, maybe they had a rule in the backyard, you just don't run.
You know, just hit boundaries.
Yeah. Hazlewood around the wicket, bowls to Imam, who's much better in defence here, much more balance, defending back down the wicket. That is the end of the over. Pakistan 3 for 173, Babar Azam 19. Imam Al-Haq on 53 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection, and in fact, we are having a drink. We've already got through the first hour, so it is a Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew drinks break. We'll be back shortly.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Cummins bowls, Shazad bowls him. Third ball of the day, comprehensive. Splaying middle and off stump, as Cummins has done so many times across his career. Cummins up again, bowls to Barbara Azam, who drives through the offside to get off the mark. A beautiful square drive. Cummins to Barbara Azam over the wicket. Inside edge, past the leg stump, down to the rope for 4.
Anxious moment from Imam on 49. Line bowls again, Imam through bat pad, scampers through for a single, there's 50. Well done, Imam Al-Haq. It's taken a long time, but he's doing the hard work for his country.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. We're in the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, so we're halfway through the first session on day 3. The first hour saw 41 runs added for Pakistan. There's still 314 in arrears of Australia's 487 the first time around. The wicket they lost was Shazad, the night watchman, bowled by Cummins. Third ball of the day for 7, and since then it's been Barbara Azam, who's made his way to 19, looking quite good, really built into it after being on naught for 13 balls. And Imam Al-Haq, who his marathon innings continues. He's 53 from 173 balls. I'm Adam Collins. I've got Damien Fleming back with me.
Hello.
Flem, as we start this fresh hour, I should note our exclusive interview with Alex Carey before play about the run out that wasn't. His leading online coverage around the country, our debate about it during play, during the pre-game and all the rest of it. I think you're the one person who hasn't given their opinion on this topic from yesterday that seems to be still doing the rounds on social media especially. Where did you see it? How did you see that playing out?
What? Give me the context again.
Do you think that that Carey's decision not to take the bails was informed by, let's call it a Lord's hangover?
The spirit of cricket.
Yes.
He sort of blocked it away a little bit, didn't he? So the problem is, I think, with every run out or stumping for the rest of his career, he's going to have to answer a question after the day's play. I hope it hasn't. I hope it's played out the way he said, that he just missed the stumps, or he decided it was just a split-minute decision.
I feel for him a bit that it's going
to come up every time. Yeah, there's a little blurred thing. Is that still the hangover from the Bairstow run out?
Lines bowling to Barbara Azam. 2 back on the leg side, including the long on. Gets a single there. So the long one's not quite all the way back. It's kind of saving 2, or the miscue where we had a fielder yesterday for Shafiq. Takes Barber to 20 from 40 balls, 3 for 174.
And he was within his rights too.
To take the stumps?
Yeah.
Oh, my word, he was. That's a separate conversation, I reckon, about was he entitled to do it. It's clearly ball live, no dramas there at all. Line round the wicket, bowls here, well thought Imam, and Line cuts it off in his follow through. Did a great job there. That was an easy single to long off, at least in theory, but Line said no.
Yeah, Warner at cover will work hard, but equally hard Nathan Lyon bowling. He's been such a beautiful fieldsman off his own bowling, Nathan Lyon.
including that catch on Testaville at Gaul all those years ago to bring up his 5-wicket bag. Line bowls here left alone outside the off stump by Imam Al-Haq. You can hear that Alex Carey interview and all of our pre-game conversation on the podcast feed, as you can Adam White and my conversation with Christina Matthews, the outgoing Chief Executive of the WACA. Great to have Christina up here before play today. Nathan Lyon, short leg and a slip bowls here. Barbara Azam beaten on the cut. Got down low. The knees were bent to make contact, but just went through with the arm a little bit quicker from Lyon as well, nearly 90 kilometres an hour. Well bowled.
It's been tough work, isn't it? Cummins knocking over the tail ender in the first over. Since then, it's been a real patience game. There's been half chances.
Line again. Imam leaves. A more flighted delivery. Generous bounce.
Barbara Azam, we know what a great player is. He's working hard with Imam Al-Haq. He's trying to keep him in the game. He knows this partnership is so important for Pakistan.
They're still so far behind, aren't they? 3-13 behind. That's daunting. They lose another one here. Lyon bowls and forward is Imam. Out to cover. Warner fielding with the baggy green on top of the wide-brimmed hat. End of the over, 67 gone. Pakistan 3 for 174. Barbara Azam 20. Imam is on 53, and that's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
And Test cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Josh Hazlewood, he's bowled 15 unlucky overs, none for 34. He's done a lot right, Flem. And here he is again, bowling to Barbara Azam. He's been working through the gears, facing up here, leaving alone outside the off stump. There's a couple of boundaries for Barbara, but the way he's played the ball in the second half an hour of play, it feels like he's just building nicely.
Yeah, he's not rushed. He was tested early from Cummins. Cummins bowled a high percentage of deliveries on a good line, testing length. Barbara Azam hardly got a ball in the middle, took him 13 balls to get off the mark. It was a classic cover drive. And since then, he's looked very composed.
He's got that reputation, hasn't he, as being the most beautiful player in the world to watch when he's going, especially through cover on the drive. Bowling here is Hazlewood. Barber defends. Squared up a little bit, but soft enough hands that there was no concerns out to cover, no run.
There's times he reminds me a bit of Sachin Tendulkar. You know, particularly those back foot punches through the covers. You know, that's not a bad batsman to mimic, Sachin.
There are players who have the reputation as being glorious to watch. I mean, you mentioned one yesterday being hit for 4 by David Gower in Ballarat in 1990, and that's sticking with you.
Beautiful player.
That a stylist
laconic,
like Gower.
aren't they? They seem to have so much time.
Hazlewood bowls and Barber hit on the pad via the inside edge. Perhaps they'll get a single. Watching for the signal from umpire Illingworth. It was a run, not a leg by. So Barbara Azam's 21, 3 for 175.
And you talk about the great subcontinent players, you know, a classic when you think about India, Muhammad Azharuddin, BVS Laxman, they, you know, wristy Asian wrist. But I always thought Sachin was more correct, almost Australian a bit in his technique, or English. Barbara Azam's a bit the same. It's not like watching Javed Miandad or Salim Malik, Saeed Anwar.
Hazlewood round the wicket to Imam. No one's calling him a stylist. Pushing out to cover. No run. Loud call of no, and Marnus Labuschagne does the tidying.
He's pretty orthodox, Barbara Azam, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess that, it's orthodox, but when he gets on top of the bounce, it's so pretty to watch. Like when I was growing up, it was always Mark Waugh, wasn't it? He was in the Australian lineup, he was the one who, you know, to use the cliche, you'd pay money to come and watch. And might not be a bad little subset here. 0433 98 11 16 on our Tyre Power line. What players just made you purr when you watched them?
Yeah, Damien Martin.
Yeah.
The way he hit through the offside.
It's a good one, isn't it? As Hazlewood bowls to Imam and he drives out to mid-on. There won't be a single there. Damien Martin, there's that compilation of all of his blocked fours, which Rob Alinda, the great man, before he was banned from YouTube recently, pulled together. There's a number of instances where Martin just defended it and it spat away through cover like he'd driven it.
How does that go for 4? Yeah. He's always a unique talent. Yeah. First saw Damien Martin, we had a youth tour to West Indies. The first time we'd really had a look at Shane Warne too, because he was a wannabe St Kilda footballer. But Martin was a couple of years younger than us.
Come back to this. Hazelwood bowls last ball, the over short ball, and there's Imam swaying again underneath the limbo stick. 3 for 175 at the end of the over. He's 53, Barber's 21. 3 for 175 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Wheat growers, there's no need to compromise on yield when growing a Clearfield wheat variety anymore. AGT are proud to bring you Tomahawk CL+. They're set the type Clearfield. NVT and AGT data has shown Tomahawk CL+ to out-yield Scepter, making it the highest yielding Clearfield wheat variety available, while also boasting excellent grain size and test weight, good sprouting tolerance, mid-season maturity and APW quality. Get your seed of Tomahawk CL+ for the 2024 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers.
We're here with Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions on the scoreboard between overs. It says it's hot outside. Proceeded to explain how people should take care of themselves. That is true. 32 degrees, scheduled or forecast top of 35, to use the weatherman language. Hottest day of the test. Line bowling here to Barbara Azam on 21. 2 back on the leg side. Forward defending out to mid-wicket, no run. So get those messages in. 0433 98 11 16. 8833 in New Zealand, as Jeremy Coney was telling us all through the Ashes.
Yeah,
8833.
How funny is that, man?
Oh, he's a great, one of the best to ever do it as a commentator. Lion bowls and Barbara Azam's well forward in defence. Which players made you purr? Got some good nominations here.
And they often get a lot of criticism too. Soft dismissals. So major purr, but also critique for soft dismissals. Carl Hooper from West Indies.
Great example. Lion bowls here, defending his Barber into the onside, no run.
You bowled a Carl Hooper and you're just going, he has got hours to play that delivery. And then Steve Ward come on and he just hit it to mid-off, out. Like he had so much time. Didn't wear a thigh pad, Carl.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Just backed himself.
Beautiful player.
Line bowls, a bit wider on the crease. Barber goes back and defends. I spent an hour and a half with David Gower about a month ago at his flat in London.
Great man.
About this topic, about his batting, more than his wider career, just his batting. And he gave a really long answer about how that has kind of affected him, the perception that he didn't want it enough. Because of the way he played, the way he drove the ball, as Lyon gets up and bowls and Barber defends. All these years later, and he's happy to play into it.
I think you could have the same conversation with Mark Waugh. Yeah. I sort of got into it a bit on my podcast, and there was regrets. What his average ended up.
Sure.
And not going on to get big hundreds.
Mark Waugh only passing 150 once out of 21 Test centuries. Lyon bowls here and defending his Barbara Azam. It completes the 19th over for him. He's got 1 for 44. Tidy today. 3 for 175. That's on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Barbara Azam's 21 and 53 for Imam Al-Haq.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit. Some nominations in on 0433 98 11 16. Michael Slater was awesome in full flight, says Luke. Not a bad one. Hazelwood bowls, Imam. Inside edge, past the square leg umpire, but a huge gap, so they might get a couple. They want to. Barbara Azam. No, it will be Imam. Thrown to the wrong end. Had they gone to Barbara Azam's non-strikers end, because Imam called him through, I sense that.
You just got to throw at his end every time.
Yeah, I guess that must be the starting point.
And even if you're not run out, he'll have to rush, constantly rush to get into his crease.
3 for 177 with the brace. Imam up to 55. I can think of Slater going back and across and carving a ball over backward point.
I just remember 2 Ashes series, 94, 95, maybe 3 times Phil de Freitas for 4, and just set up the tone. And then 2001 against Darren Gough, same thing. So, a bit like Dave Warner, he demoralised opposition teams, Michael Slater.
Hazelwood delivers and skewing more than driving really is Imam Al-Haq just past point. The diving stop not quite by line. They return for 2 more. So Imam batting with more purpose in this over. 4 runs from 2 balls. He's 57, 3 for 179. But yeah, just to return to that Gower point, even now, like he retired 1992, it still kind of gets to him that people believe that he didn't try. They joke about it in the pub and say, "Oh, you're the bloke that nicked off the second slip." He's like, "Yeah, I had more test runs than any Englishman when I retired, and made 20-something test hundreds." Like, let's keep things in perspective here.
Brand's important, isn't it?
Yes.
Your own brand, and how much you give currency to it. How you can sort of subtly change that brand too.
Yeah, so get them coming in. The players you love to watch.
Because it's funny that they're often great fieldsmen. So that doesn't fit in with not trying.
Hazelwood round the wicket defended by Imam. Like hand-eye, right? Like
does it,
great
David Gower,
so
didn't have to be a gun fielder, but, he was there. He wanted run-outs. Him and Randall in that team, they were guns. But if you're not that interested or if you're not trying, I don't think you become a great fielder. Mark Waugh, as good a fielder as I played with in so many positions.
Another from the modern era who had that reputation because of the cover drive, Ian Bell.
Yep.
Playing for England because he'd get out a lot.
Beautiful Ian Bell.
Lower profile player, but James Vince, he's got the reputation as having his beautiful drive, gets caught in the cordon all the time. Hazelwood bowls, and Imam wants a quick single to cover. Takes on Labuschagne, who doesn't collect and throw. I got excited because Labuschagne executed 4 direct hit run-outs last year, so he's always a chance. But not here, he won't be. 3 for 180.
He didn't cut that off that well, Marnus, for a change.
We got used to him hitting the stumps so often in Pakistan last year, every time he picked up the ball, seemingly.
And what a World Cup he had fielding-wise, Marnus.
That Brilliant. New Zealand game, I know they were defending a million, but Marnus wins that on the rope, doesn't he? I mean, I know the runs he saves in those last few overs.
Even South Africa semi, that in that power play, him and Warner were phenomenal.
He's taken it to the next level, Marnus, as an infielder, but also a boundary rider in limited overs cricket. Hazelwood closer to the stumps, bowls to Barbara's arm, back of a length, defends it, out to gully, no run.
Yeah, no, he wasn't in the original squad, Marnus, and in the they're not practice games, they're full on, but lead-in games, I could see he wanted to do everything to get himself into that team, and I love seeing that they play so much cricket these days. It's easy just to go half-hearted, and he wanted to be in that World Cup final.
Yep.
And they picked the right player, and they were rewarded with his batting in the final, wasn't it? That was exactly the role they wanted him to play, chasing a short total.
There'll be a book in his 19 one-days in the trot to reach the final. Marnus Labuschagne left alone to finish here. Barbara's arm outside the off stump from Hazelwood. 3 for 180 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. Barbara's arm 21. Imam Al-Haq is 58.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Change of bowler for Australia. Mitchell Marsh coming into the attack, and a change in commentary as well. Joining Fleming and me, Bharat Sunderasen on the call for the first time today. We're getting nominations for players that made us purr. Greg Chappell, coming in here on the tyre power line from Benaud, who I saw a moment ago. Mahela Jayawardene, that's a good one. That's a good one. What about you, Baz? One from your childhood?
Yeah, growing up in the 90s, yes, in India, it was all about Sachin Tendulkar, but the guy who made everyone purr in India was Mohammad Azharuddin.
Yeah,
and like you said, Flem, great fielder, could field anywhere, took great catches. Didn't make a double 100 either in Test cricket.
6 stump line, he'd still work through square leg for 4. And then VVS straight after that. Very, very similar to bowl to on slow subcontinent pitches. Tough. You just couldn't rush them. Hooper, though, VVS, Azza.
Here's Marsh after the great reception. Hometown boy, 5th over, bowls here, left alone outside the off stump. Doesn't quite carry Imam after shouldering arms. Bounced in front of Carey. And also with VVS, the other part of it was 3 Test centuries in a row at the SCG. you played, of course, in 99, the counter-attacking knock when all was lost. In 2004, that's got to be close to the most beautiful innings I've ever seen. And then did it again in 2008. Fleming,
he was part of the group that changed, India in Australian conditions. They didn't fear it, but they were prolific.
Marsh took Imam over the wicket and he cuts him down to backward point where there's a sweeper. Moves to 59, 3 for 181.
Yeah, Dravid, Sachin. They changed the culture forever, really, for Indian teams coming to Australia.
And Ganguly as captain, I mean, like him or hate him, and most of India did not like him, but he was edgy. India never had a captain
Ganguly and Ranatunga from Sri Lanka. I don't remember them getting a lot of runs, to be honest, when they were captain, but they got into the heads of the Aussies, and you started playing the man, not the situation, and they were two outstanding captains for their countries.
Marsh to Babar Azam, 2 slips to gully. Can he get it moving away from him? Not from that length, he won't. Back of it, soft hands into the gully, no run.
Yeah, when you think of that famous 2001 series, I don't think Ganguly got too many runs, but he was as much of...
delaying, Steve Warby in his blazing heat. And Ganguly would make him wait 10 minutes. He'd just come out in shorts. We played a tour game after he batted. He just walked off, wouldn't feel. So it's just building in our mind. And they won.
Marsh up, bowling with the old ball. 71st over here to Babar Azam. Gets him on the back foot again. Hasn't quite got him forward for the drivers yet. Out to Labuschagne at cover, no single.
Mitch actually got a couple to rise off a good length yesterday, more than any other bowler. And when you're bringing him forward like he's done here to Bubba, just a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, he's trained Babar Azam to hit the ball. But if it is quicker and it bounces a bit steeper, does he just ride it and get that outside edge to those 2 slips that are waiting?
2 slips and the gully there too for it. Marsh bowls, Fuller and caught behind!
Yeah.
Mitchell Marsh loves it. The hometown boy gets the most important player in the Pakistan list. Babar Azam caught behind. Alex Carey away to his right. He's gone for 21. Pakistan lose their 4th wicket with the score on 181. That is fantastic bowling, getting the old ball just to nibble away a little bit, Flem.
That's the exact delivery I was talking about. The only difference was it was a slightly wider ball. So not only was he had to adjust to a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, it was also the line was probably 4th or 5th stump. What a bonus from your number 6 batter to be able to get the most dangerous batsman in the opposition, one of the best batsmen in the world. And that's the danger side for Mitchell Marsh, because his stock ball is a quick, bouncy outswinger, and he'll get anyone else out in the world. And he's got a big one right here for the Aussies.
Great snaffle there from Alex Carey. Will be a contender for our Macca's catch of the summer. The McRib and McRib Deluxe are now at Macca's. Baz, we saw in England with Marsh, he's really got that outswinger going. I know it's the old ball at the moment, so less of a factor, but moving it away from the right-hander, that is a great trick to have.
Oh, very much so. There was a period when he seemed to have lost it. He become the enforcer, sort of changed his lens, but you're right. Ever since he's come back into the test team or been around the test team, he's gone back to the outswinger. And what a cracker of a delivery there. Exactly where you want it to Babar Azam. He can kind of just open the face of his bat slightly like he did there. And a good catch for Alex Carey, important as well.
And with Marsh too, I thought he was going to run over and jump onto the hill there. He was sprinting in that direction. It was quite the celebration, celebrating the wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And well, he might after knocking over Babar Azam with his 5th ball back into the attack.
Yep, it's just bowlology gold. He trained Babar Azam to defend the ball straight back to him, because he was bowling on the stumps, and that just a little bit shorter and quicker but wider. Babar Azam chased it.
Still
300 delivery. I tell you, the in-swinger here might work a treat as well.
So 306 runs behind here, Flem. They can turn the screws here, Australia. Yep. One more wicket before lunch. Sal Shakil walks in, though, and he's had a fabulous 2023. Doesn't have the scarring of others, Baz, in this lineup. Made a double ton against Sri Lanka.
Different conditions, though, here in Perth.
And he's never failed in Test cricket. Marsh bowls to him here. Shaquille's first ball in Australia left eye. They've got the leg slip right away as well, so they've done their planning. That completes the successful over for Mitchell Marsh. 1 for 13, his figures. 4 for 181. Pakistan losing Babar Azam. Caught behind for 21. Imam still there on 59. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Toolibut Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions got Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sunderasen with me. And Saud Shakil, as we said before, he's a player who has been making a real mark at Test level. He's played 13 times, 13 innings at Test level, never made fewer than 22. So just hasn't failed yet. He's got that reputation. Super consistent. Hazelwood to Imam now, 2 slips, 2 gullies, leaving alone in the channel outside the off stump.
Yeah, what's first batter ever to score 7 half centuries in his first 7 tests. It's quite a start. And he's already being built up, as it does happen in the subcontinent, as the next big thing. Babar Azam still a young man, a youngish man anyway, but Saud Shakil has come along. I remember Waqar Yunus raving about him last year, Adam, when we were in Pakistan. I think he got to play 1 ODI against Australia.
They just wouldn't pick him for the test, I think, because Waqar was saying the whole way through, got to pick this guy.
One thing to be on the run-outs here with the new batsman.
Imam facing, he's on 59. Hazelwood goes short over his helmet, chooses to duck. So Saud Shakil's average overall is 88 in his 8th test match here. So, yeah, it's not a small sample size, 14 test innings, 200s and 650s. And, yeah, this year he's gone on quite the run, including the 208 not out at Gaul against Sri Lanka a couple of tests ago, 125 not out against New Zealand at Karachi to start the year, and a whole slew of scores above 50. So he's got the temperament to play at this level. Can he translate it through to a big innings in Australia? That's the question now. He's down the non-striker's end. Imam facing Hazelwood over the wicket, short again, this time back in the sway, which he prefers.
So he's going short, Josh, isn't he? He's pushing him back. Eventually there's going to be the fuller ball.
Before I jump out of the box, a few more nominations for the ones that make us purr. We've got Martin Love from Adam, that one. Michael Bevan and Inzamam Al-Haq were my pairable batsmen. No name on that one. Make sure you put a name on all your messages. 0433 98 11 16, thanks to Tyre Power. I loved watching Jark Callis. That's fair too. More conventional with Callis.
So many great players.
Hazelwood up, bowls, and beats the blade of Imam Al-Haq in the channel. You love that stuff, Flem.
Pushed him back again. Bowls full. The batsman knows that, but he still plays at it. How many player misses has Hazelwood had?
Incredible.
And that was an angled seam. That was angled towards first and second slip, and it hit, and it just continued on that angle. There's not a big gap between ball and bat there. Beautiful bowling.
Not quick either. I mean, there was a time when Hazelwood was right up into the mid-140s. These days, he kind of hovers at low 130s for the most part, but it's sufficient when you're as talented as...
Yep. Oh, you don't lose height.
Yeah. He's in again. 2 left in the over. Working Imam over, bowls and leaves outside the line.
I thought it was really unlucky during the World Cup, Josh. Hazelwood was bowling beautifully. Could have easily taken a lot more wickets than he did. Like we've seen here, so many plays and misses. Even that game against Pakistan in Bangalore, when Australia piled it on, made 380, and Pakistan at one point came close to chasing it down, but his first 5 overs were unplayable. No other bowler came close to looking effective except him.
And to think there was a time when Hazelwood was written off as a white ball bowler. How that's changed since the pandemic. He's been everywhere. Hazelwood, all dots this over so far, and Imam Al-Haq in behind it, defending as he's done so often across his long stay. He's faced 193 balls for his 59. Shakil yet to get off the mark, changing commentary after the break. Adam White in for me, taking us through to lunch with Pakistan. 4 for 181 on the Hilux, Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
4 for 181 with Shaquille yet to score. And Imam continuing on. He's on 59. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. Mitch Marsh again on his way to bowl to Shaquille, who drives beautifully through the offside off the front foot. Out through cover point. It's a big chase. It's touch and go. It doesn't get there. They might run 5. It's gone that far away from any fielder. They'll comfortably run 4. What a way to get off your mark in Australia.
2 quick runners would have got 5.
Yeah, easily.
That was one of the great things about the Adelaide Oval straight, wasn't it? That we sometimes saw batsmen run 5s. Smaller fields these days. Yep, good start though. Half volley, it was there. You still got to put it away.
He played away from his body because it was so wide, but the timing and the balance was...
He'll be trying to set him up for the in-swinger though, LB or bowled through the gate.
Here he comes again. Marsh bowls to Shaquille, who cuts and cuts well. Backward of point 4. They don't have to run for that one. Good start from the youngster.
That's just a beautiful cut shot. It was there, but once again, you've still got to put it away. No stickers on the bat. He's looking for a sponsor.
He plays shots like that, he'll get a sponsor quickly.
I think maybe at the lunch break. Yeah, you can get one after lunch. Mitch not as comfortable to the lefties, is he? He bowled beautifully to Bubba Azam. He's out swinger. And as I said, Mitch is probably trying to swing the ball in, but he's starting it too wide. Deep point now.
Yes. He's only been out there a handful of balls. Marsh bowls. Shaquille leaves outside off stump. So 2 slips of gully, a deep point, a cover, a mid off the offside field, the onside field, a mid on, a forward square leg and a fine leg.
Even though he's got a wicket, if he doesn't finish this over well, I'd just get him off. It's not happening for him against the lefties.
Take the boy off.
I'd get, I'd maybe get Nathan Lyon back on slug.
He'll get booed here though if he takes him off. This crowd is really charged up after he took that wicket.
As was Mitch Marsh. Shaquille here leaves. Did you notice, and I've only just come back in, that Alex Carey nearly dropped that catch? He very nearly dropped that catch.
It was a simple catch.
No.
You are after him.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything.
You just said that then.
No. I'm talking about the catch. He nearly dropped it.
He marked it.
No. It got right in the front of his gloves. And they're ones that usually go down. It didn't go into the nice part of the gloves.
South Australia doesn't agree with me.
I'm just making a point. Marsh bowls to Shaquille, who leaves the get outside off stump with the angle across the left-hander. I'm just very thankful that he did take the catch, because if he did drop the catch, the whole conversation would have gone to another level on Alex Carey.
Here we go. He caught it. Caught Carey. Bob Marsh.
No, he did.
Yeah.
Wasn't his cleanest work.
Did you notice it, Flip?
Come on. Yeah. Particularly on the replay. Come on, Mitch. Get it on the stumps.
Last ball of the over. Bowls to Shaquille, who again shoulders arms, bat above his head to make sure it's all out of the way. Over bowled 4 for 189. That is on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Pakistan 4 for 189. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. We have a change at the broadcast end with Mitchell Stark coming back into the attack to replace Josh Hazelwood. Stark currently with the figures of 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. Remember, all our stats and facts and figures are brought to you by Mate Internet and Mobile.
There might be a double change. Just noticed Pat Cummins walked up to Mitchell Marsh at the end of the last over and he's giving him a rest and pointed at Nathan Lyon. So we'll see Lyon from the other end.
He was listening to the comms,
I was just about to say,
he was listening to
Damien
Fleming,
the boy off.
So
Actually, I get along quite well with Captain Pat.
Stark on the approach to bowl to Imam, who's forcing on the front foot up to Cummins at mid-on. No run.
It's a beautiful walk to the ground, isn't it? I like that routine. Get my headphones on, a little bit of Metallica today. Car approaching. Gee, they're going to be quick. You know, I had to rush to get over, and then I heard them beep, and I was fair to say I was going to probably give them a spray. And the window winds down. It's Paddy.
Right.
Pat Cummins. So I thought, these guys are on today. They want things to happen quickly.
Stark again, bowling to Imam, who flicks it away into open territory. In fact, he hit that firmly. Nathan Lyon in the deep, picked up the ball and fell over. In fact, there's Travis Head out there in the deep. Such was the velocity that ball was hit. He had to really work hard to get across there to cut the ball off. And they settled with 1. Imam 60, 4 for 190.
He loves them there, doesn't he?
That's his trade.
Just whips it through the leg side.
What era Metallica?
What was it?
What era Metallica?
No, very early. Yeah. Ride the Lightning.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very
Their
much.
best work. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, once they got into the late 90s.
I just like a bit of pump up as I'm walking to the ground. There's no mellow stuff.
No.
That's on the way home.
The commercial Metallica. No, it's fun.
Oh, I'd like all Metallica, but Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets.
Yep, there you go.
Bang. That is a good hat trick.
Not as good as yours, but close.
I think better.
Really?
I'm a big Metallica fan.
And while that's all been going on with Fleming and Metallica, there's a couple of changes to the field. So they're going back to those 2 men at square leg, either side of the umpire. And Stark comes in again. Bowls to Imam. Oh, he's beaten by a good one. As he sparred at that outside off stump. Caught on the crease. And that very nearly took the edge on the way through to Carey. Bit of swing more than anything else.
It did swing, Whitey. And once again, that full length. How many have just missed the outside edge?
It is amazing.
Wow. You feel like the only time you're going to get them out is like what Cummins did. Attack the stumps and they miss it. There's hardly been an edge, has there?
It is remarkable. Stark again. Bowls to Imam, who tries to force on the onside. Hits the thigh pad. Straight to Travis Head at forward square leg, and there's no run.
Is it a little putting off, Flem, when you have someone so short as Saud Shakil? We just saw the last 2 deliveries. Feels like you have to bowl slightly fuller to him when you have someone so short in height and then just doesn't put his front foot out too far.
I just think, naturally it'll happen with the height of the batter.
They're both quite short.
To bowl to get them driving on the up, naturally, if they're smaller, you have to bowl fuller.
Now, there's going to be a delay here because they want the helmets brought out for a bat pad situation for Marnus Labuschagne. So while that's happening, what's the play of the day so far for Drinkwise through the first 90 minutes or so? There hasn't been a lot of highlights.
I think that was a Mitch Marsh knocking over Babra's arm.
Yeah, that's true.
And the setup and it was an excellent delivery as well. I didn't mind Babra's arms forward to get off the mark.
Just Shakil before was...
not a bad start. His first 2 scoring shots, very impressive.
This is taking a long time.
I'm sure Shakil is among the shortest going around, I think.
Stark is ready. Past the umpire, he bowls. Oh, Imam went to play it, that wide one outside off stump, and took his bat away at the last possible moment. Just having a look at the replay there.
He was interested, wasn't he, Shaquille?
Yeah. So with Shaquille on strike, they've really trying to put the pressure on the youngster with the bat pad in play. Sits down low over his bat. And gets upright, prepared to play, and he flicks it straight to square leg, and there's no chance of a run. So that is the end of the over. One coming from that from Mitchell Stark. So Shaquille remains on 8. Imam on 64 for 190 at the end of the over on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard on Unbreakable Connection.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
We are going to have Nathan Lyon coming into the attack. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. We haven't had a third umpire situation for IMAR Insurance Tradies. Trust IMAR for insurance. Call IMAR on 13 IMAR. Nathan Lyon. And he comes to bowl to Imam. And Imam dabs it off the back foot and gets it through. Khawaja knocks it down, so it won't go for 4. It would have otherwise. A full dive, but they come back for 2 as Khawaja parried it away some 20 metres from where he dived away to his right. So 62 to Imam, 4 for 192.
Yeah, and immediately Nathan Lyon went to David Warner and asked him to go to a 45, maybe behind the wicket. Short fine leg. He expects Imam to play the sweep, maybe looking for a slight change of angle as well in terms of the line.
Yes, that's exactly what Cummins asked Khawaja to do, and he either didn't hear it or he hasn't moved. He said, I'm going to stay here because he's definitely not at 45. Lyon here bowls to Imam, who's defending away on the onside. It wasn't too far away from Labuschagne at that pad.
Harness right in the back.
Four for 192. 15 minutes until lunch. Lyon uncoils again. No! It's short. It's cut away to Khawaja, who moved around to about 45 degrees when he took the ball along the ground.
197 balls Imam ul Haq has faced in this innings.
Yes, all the stats for Mate Internet and mobile. It's a lot of balls. And again, Imam uses his feet stumps. Gone, out. Lyon gets another one. 2 for him. 498 for his career. Imam went down the wicket, got himself into an awful position, and Alex Carey did the rest. And the marathon stay at the crease ends with Imam ul Haq out for 62. 15 minutes short of lunch.
Oof, what a brain fade from Imam ul Haq. Beautiful piece of bowling from Nathan Lyon. Beat him in the air. Imam does like using his feet to the spinners. Jumped up and a nothing shot.
No problems there for Alex Carey. In the middle of the gloves. Bails off. Imam ul Haq out.
Just when I was building up for him facing his 200 delivery, has fallen one short, Imam ul Haq. Not sure what he was thinking there. He was beaten in the air, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and then rather than bailing out, just continued with the shot. Head just fell away. Nathan Lyon very happy now, just 2 short of 500.
He was very happy with that one. We're seeing him celebrate a little bit more, I think, in this match, having obviously had that calf injury and missing those matches. And we did get to see The Australians celebrating for Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives. I love that ball from Lyon. It was slower. It did have a little bit more shape to it. And I feel that Imam definitely did premeditate that he was coming forward. Now, whether Lyon saw it at the last minute, I'm not sure. But he almost got out to that yesterday, Imam, where he'd done that premeditation.
It almost felt like, going back to the first delivery that Imam faced in this over, and I said immediately he wanted Warner to go from cover to shot fine leg. He was expecting Imam ul Haq to come at him, either with the sweep or maybe jump out of the crease and try to hit him over the ground.
Sarfraz is the new batsman. Sarfraz Hammer coming in at number 7. A lot of experience. Now, because of the night watchman, he would have batted at 6. Slams his bat down at his crease, ready for the first ball from Lyon, around the wicket. And he comes. Sarfraz uses his feet, didn't get to the pitch of it. Was able to get it away to mid-wicket, though. That was risky.
Come on, guys.
No pressure on Sarfraz Ahmed. Didn't have a great time behind the stumps. Just a crucial stumping of David Warner as well.
Lyon again around the wicket. Again using his feet, Sarfraz, and flicking it away along the ground into the deep to mid-wicket to Mitch Marsh. And that gets him off the mark. So, a successful over there for Nathan Lyon and for the Australians. They've got half the Pakistan innings out. 5 for 193 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Hello, Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth. Pakistan 5 for 193, 10 minutes short of lunch. Talking about lunch, the quiz, it's back during our Camplify at lunch break. And I think Damien Fleming's in the hot seat today. Mitchell Stark here bowling to Sarfraz, who leaves the ball across the right-hander. So we're back to a very heavily populated slip cordon with Sarfraz out there at the moment.
No wonder he was listening to his Metallica this morning, Damien Fleming, preparing for the quiz, amping himself up.
The quiz was dramatic yesterday, almost controversial with a tie. And you know what? Adam Collins was filthy. You know when he gets that look in his eye? He did not like not winning.
Yeah, seen that look a few times.
Two slips, two gullies, a bat pad. Stark on the runway. Bowls to Sarfraz, who tucks it around the corner. Nice shot. Past the square leg umpire. Should get 2, will get 2. To move to 3. 5 for 195.
There will be a lot of emotion right now in this partnership. Adam, when Saad Shakil was coming through the ranks, he played for the same club as Sarfraz Ahmed, and he was his mentor. So in his early days, every time Saad Shakil would play an important innings, Sarfraz would, by then already play Test cricket, captain the country as well, would give him one of his own bats.
Right.
And Saad Shakil has made a lot of runs in club cricket, domestic cricket, using Sarfraz's bat.
Stark bowls on his toes, off the back foot, punching into point, Sarfraz. So our Robot Building Supplies leading run scorer, Robot's got it, certainly will be Imam Ul Haq, at least till lunch. He nearly got to the second new ball, even though he was out in the 60s. He was starting to get tired too. You could see there's a couple little breaks in play and he was down on his knees, asking for beverages to be sent out to him. He was starting to cook in the sun. He couldn't quite get to lunch. Now he can have all the drinks in the world. Stark again, past the umpire, bowls to Sarfraz. Bowled! Off stump, out of the ground. It almost hit the slip cordon. It was hit that hard. And Sarfraz, the wicketkeeper, out for 3. Pakistan 6 down, 8 minutes from lunch. That was a quick ball. That was a good ball. Mitchell Stark's 2nd wicket.
Wow. Is there anything better than seeing Mitchell Stark knock a stump out of the ground? In swing on that one. Came back quite sharply. Full ball. Sarfraz Ahmed's front foot was stuck in the crease. The off stump went all the way to nearly first slip. They're still looking for the bail.
They are. Like looking for a golf ball in the rough. They can't find it at the moment. And now they are huddled together, the Australians, much more happy about things going into lunch with real momentum. 6 for 195. Salman to come out to bat now. We're really into the Pakistan middle order now. And that is a real nomination for the King bowler of the match with Mitchell Stark. Jenny King, of course, the king of commercial cleaning, franchises available. That was fast and just went right through to the defences of Sarfraz, who is a good player, but he had really no idea about that one. He was so late on it.
Came back so much. That's the beauty of Mitchell Stark. It'll be interesting to see which side the shiny side was. Is this a ball that is 76 overs old? For him to get that amount of movement with it, why he's such a special bowler, Mitchell Stark. And you're like you said, just in the last half an hour or so, Australia have broken the back of this Pakistan batting lineup. It's down to their 2 young talents, Saud Shakir and Agha Salman, both of whom have made really good starts to their test careers, but the pressure's on them.
Yes, Salman bowled a lot of overs, probably more than he thought he would. Now he's got to do it with a bat in his hand. Stark bowls, and that's down leg side, and Salman can't catch up with it. It's a dot ball. It remains 6 for 195. So importantly here too, the completion of this ball, the new ball is only 4 overs away. So that will happen after lunch. But you would expect from here that things will really start to quicken up, accelerate in the game.
Yeah, just a couple of bowling all-rounders and Shaheen Shah Afridi to come after this. So if Australia can break this partnership as well, then they're right amongst the lower order, the tail.
Stark again. Bowls to Salman, who's in defence, knocking it on the ground into bat pads. So for Mate Internet and Mobile, that ball that Stark got the wicket, 140.1. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan now 6 for 195.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan 6 for 195, still trailing by 292. And for Mate Internet and Mobile, Nathan Lyon, 498 wickets from 123 matches as he bowls here to Shaquille, who nudges that past bat pad. That was close. And it was almost like Marnus went the wrong way. He went to the right, the ball went to the left.
Just his initial movement, right?
Yeah, the weight was going right, wasn't it?
There have been times when he's been at backward short leg. He's more in a forward short leg position right now.
Lyon bowls, Shaquille defends, back down the wicket, back to Nathan Lyon. So Lyon on 498. If he gets to 500 today, there's still 4 wickets available. He will be the player of the day for Bingley. He's got to get them first, though. Line bowls here to Shaquille, who nudges in his on-sun, quickly says, yep. They take a run into that little vacant mid-wicket position, taking the run inside the circle, if there was a circle in a one-day situation. Cummins coming around from mid-on to do the fielding.
They're very organised batters, both of them, Shaquille and Salman. And one thing you will see with them, Adam, is unlike Imam-ul Haq, they will score They'll score quickly. They'll rotate the strike. Both have been really successful in white ball cricket as well in the last year or so.
Lyon comes in again. Bowls to Salman, who defends back down the onside of the pitch. Don't forget, in the lunch break for Camplify, list your caravan for rent and start earning with Camplify. Simon Katich will go through his thoughts on the opening session and where the game will go from here. And then the quiz. Damien Fleming taking on one lucky or unlucky caller. Line bowls here to Salman, who again defends this time into mid-wicket.
Speaking of quizzes and unlucky callers, yeah, you don't want to take on Simon Katich, trust me.
Well, we're holding him back for a little bit later
on the quiz.
We're holding him for back a little bit late. It was like the last day for that. You know, that was like a carryover champ type situation. Line back over the wicket to Salman, who again lunges forward and defends back to the bowler. End of the over. So we'll have one more over after the break. Pakistan 6 for 196.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Pakistan 6 for 196. So Nathan Lyon, most wickets in Test match history, is currently at number 8. And he needs 2 for 500. He needs 22 to get past Courtney Walsh in 7th position.
Look at who's right behind him.
Yes, Ravi Ashwin. Stark starts the last over before lunch, and it starts with a wide one down leg side. Not called a wide, but Shaquille had no play on that one.
I've been very intrigued by this newfound love between Nathan Lyon and R. Ashwin. At least on social media anyway, they're inviting each other for...
Yes, I saw that, for dinner.
Also very intrigued by R. Ashwin taking up a...
home and away dinner type situations.
When did that happen? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Picking venues and being ultra competitive with each other throughout their respective careers.
Has Ravi Ashwin mellowed lately?
No.
Okay. Just asking. Stark. Bowls to Shaquille, full, flicked away. Oh, good shot, through square leg. Timing really good. Out into open territory. It's a big chase for Hazelwood. He'll reel it in, and they'll actually just take 3. So they weren't really running overly hard there. Maybe that was the youngster Shaquille saying, well, if I just get down the other end, I can watch the last 4 deliveries before lunch. That was a nice shot. Straight through the legs. Marnus Labuschagne was nutmegged.
Already in the few shots we've seen from Shaquille, you can see there is class about him. The cut shot, just that one as well. Yeah, R. Ashwin mellowing down is not happening ever.
Ever?
I don't know. He's a feisty character. Always has been.
So now Salman on strike. 2 slips, 2 gullies and a bat pad. So it's a very aggressive field. Last over before lunch. Stark bowls. That's very wide, and Carey does well. Diving away, taking the ball in front of David Warner at first slip. Dot ball. So 3 to go.
Of advice for Salman from Shaquille at the other end. Salman averages 47 in Test cricket as well. He's scored 2 big hundreds this year. And although we saw him bowl a lot, he's more a batting all-rounder, more a batter who bowls off spin. Pakistan's batting lineup, or batting's not done yet.
Stark past the umpire, bowl to Salman, flicking it away, fine for 4. 3 bounces over the rope. The wrist there was, it was a real flick on contact. That was very impressive, and it also brings up the 200 for Pakistan.
Oh, he loved that, Aga Salman. A huge smile on his face. How quickly did that ball go to the boundary?
It was almost like a Dhoni helicopter shot that goes to fine leg, the way he sort of had the flourish on contact. 6 for 203. That's a good way to get off the mark. Stark again bowls. Salman defending to point off the front foot this time. So that 200 for Pakistan coming on off 466 balls. It's obviously significantly slower than that of Australia. And a scoreboard that looked pretty good there about an hour ago before the dismissal of Babar Azam. And we kind of felt once Babar went out, what would happen? Well, there has been an element of predictability about it. But that being said, from what we've seen from Shakil particularly, there still could be some entertaining cricket to come from the Pakistani batters after the break. Last ball before lunch. Mitchell Stark bowls to Salman, down leg side, anticlimax. No contact, straight into the gloves of Carey. So it is lunch on day 3 here at Optus Stadium in Perth. Pakistan 6 for 203. So at the start of today, Pakistan were 2 for 132. So my math says 71 runs and 4 wickets. So certainly a session belonging to Australia. Before we go to our lunch break for Camplify, share your van. Just a couple of thoughts, Bharat, on what you've seen so far today.
Yeah, it's a session that Australia would have wanted to go their way. They struck early. That was important, getting rid of the night watcher. The big wicket of Babar Azam. What a battle we saw between Pat Cummins and Babar Azam before that, Adam. Really set up this test summer for me. Then Mitchell Marsh breaking that partnership, and Imam ul Haq, the slight brain fade against Nathan Lyon, and that delivery from Mitchell Stark. Wow, I can still hear the balls knocking the stump out. But crucially for Pakistan, some promise from the two young talents in Saud Shakil and Aga Salman.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a break here from Optus Stadium. Pakistan at lunch, 6 for 203. The lunch break is for Camplify. Share your van. Simon Katich will join me next.
The Ladbrokes Tasmania Summer Racing Festival is rapidly approaching, so start planning your trip to one of my favourite places in the country. Across all 3 codes, summer racing in Tassie includes big races like the Hobart 1000, the Golden Apple and Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups. It's big racing in fantastic places. That's what Tassie Racing is all about. Head to goracingtasmania.com.au and be part of the Ladbrokes Tasmanian Summer Racing Festival.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event on now. Over 20 Canon Utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywhere, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
Merry, merry, merry. Well, Christmas isn't about merry for you this year. It's about love. It's about having a loving Christmas. And how much love can you create in this Christmas? Remember them and what gave them meaning. And maybe that's your new meaning for Christmas this year.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nano.
A Breville Fizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Smash your fitness goals and feel fresh this summer with Revo Fitness, now open in Noble Park. Get affordable memberships from $9.69 per week with no lock-in contracts, no sign-up fees and access to all Revo Fitness clubs Australia-wide. Revo Fitness Noble Park is open 24/7 to suit your busy lifestyle with spacious floor plans and a packed full of quality equipment including Reformer Pilates, massage chairs and body scanners. Join Revo Fitness Noble Park now and get 2 months free at revofitness.com.au.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's check. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Line bowls again, Imam through bat pad, scampers through for a single, there's 50. Well done, Imam Al-Haq. It's taken a long time, but he's doing the hard work for his country.
Marsh bowls, Fuller and caught behind!
Yeah.
Mitchell Marsh loves it. The hometown boy gets the most important player in the Pakistan list, Babar Azam.
Imam uses his feet stumps. Gone. Out. Lyon gets another one. 2 for him. Imam went down the wicket, got himself into an awful position. The umpire bowls to Sarfraz. Bowled! Off stump, out of the ground. And Sarfraz, the wicket keeper, out for 3. Pakistan 6 down.
The Lunch Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
It is always good when you see the stump come out of the ground. And in Perth, that never happens. That must have been a really quick ball from Mitchell Starc. It is the lunch break for Camplify. Share your van. I'm Adam White and Simon Katich is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. That was a good little period there for the Australians, Simon, because for a while there, Pakistan was starting to frustrate the Australians.
Yeah, they certainly were. I think Australia set the tone early, particularly Pat Cummins. I think there was only 1 run in the first 4 overs, and then Pakistan in the next 10 overs put on about 40. So Babar Azam and Imam Al-Haq were getting into a good position. And then when Mitch Marsh struck, and it was probably about, 40 minutes or so before the lunch break, that's opened things up. It opened an end up. And then I think Pat Cummins has rotated the bowlers nicely. He obviously got the stumping with Nathan Lyon, getting some good turn from over the wicket. So a change in plan there, coming over the wicket to Imam Al-Haq, got the job done with the stumping. And then the last wicket was a beauty from Mitchell Starc. Sarfraz Ahmed's a dangerous player. He looks to get on with the game, and he came out and lost his off stump to a ball that swung back nicely. So good use of the bowlers, and I thought, Australia put themselves in a really good position.
Interesting to see the ball swing so much, considering it is 78 overs old now. So maybe a decision to make in a couple of overs' time when we resume as to whether Australia take the new ball straight away or keep with the one they've got. So the score 6 for 203, still trailing Australia's first innings score by 284. Pakistan with Shakil on 12 and Salman on 4, so a partnership of just 8. What do you think will happen Do you think they'll take the new ball and just try and go for the jugular now and just get it over with and get out there and bat again? Would they enforce the follow-on in this heat? What do you think they'll do?
Oh, I think they've got a history now of batting again.
Yeah, it feels like that.
I think they like, and given it's the first test this summer, they're always mindful of the quicks workloads, given what they've come off. They haven't had a huge amount of red ball cricket because of the World Cup. And as a result, those repeat spells, if they were to go again in this heat, then, you never know. They might surprise us. Like, who knows? They bowled first in the World Cup final in India. No one probably thought they'd do that. But I think in these conditions, they'll bat again. And no, there's still plenty of time to set this test match up.
Now, one of the big talking points from late yesterday going into this morning was Alex Carey and that incident, or I guess you'd call it a non-incident. It was almost an incident with the non-stumping. Alex Carey did speak to SEN Test Cricket before play today. I know, Simon, you haven't really had a chance to have a chat about it. This is Alex Carey before play today talking to Bharat Sunderasen.
Tossed the ball back to me, had my hand on the stump, and then sort of made the decision not to take the bail as his foot come up. And I guess once you make the decision, it's hard to take the bail from there. So, split second stuff.
Can you explain why you took that decision? I mean, a split second, yes, but not to take the bail off?
My momentum was coming away from the stump at the time. Yeah,
it wasn't like a decision, like on no spirit of.
No, it's no. If there's an opportunity to take a run out or a stumping, you do that. I had my hand on the stump, missed the bail on the way back up.
So that was Alex Carey, and even listening to it back then, I was down there with Bharat at the time. He kind of contradicted himself with his answer. I sort of walked away sort of computing the second part of the answer, which kind of made sense, which was, my momentum was going away, I didn't do it. But at the start, he answered it that I had the opportunity, I chose not to do it. So it's kind of confused me. Now, my view on it is I think Alex Carey has a muddled mind at the moment, based all the way back to what happened at Lords, losing his spot in the Australian World Cup team. He's a lovely man, Alex. I don't think he's coped too well with it all. That's just my observation. And even that is a muddled mind. And I hope he's okay. He almost dropped that catch even today from Azam. It almost came out the front of his gloves. The stumping was very good, though. That's my view. No one cares about my view. What do you think, Simon?
Oh, look, I tend to agree because I think that, what he went through in England would have been a tough time for him. I mean, everyone I've spoken to about him, I don't know Alex that well, but he comes across as being a wonderful young man, very respectful of the game and his place in it. And you don't wish that upon anyone, having to go through what he went through in the aftermath of the Bairstow incident. I remember watching it at the time live and thinking, this is going to cause some controversy, knowing that those sorts of decisions, they happen in a split second and it all happens quickly. And at the time, I had no problem with it because I think at the end of the day, out there, you've got to get back in your crease. Bairstow did it to someone else. Brendan McCullum did it to someone else. So I couldn't get over the hypocrisy of some of the English guys and the English camp around it all. Like, you've got short memories, guys, because you've done it yourselves. So I felt for Alex Carey because at the end of the day, he was within his rights to do what he did to Bairstow, and you move on. But unfortunately, in a big series, high-profile series like the Ashes, it made massive news and it put a huge amount of pressure on him for the back end of the series, which, don't always need that as a player. And I'm sure that Alex Carey, he's the only one that knows how he felt. So, potentially there is that lingering, and I agree in a way that there were sort of two distinct answers then. I actually think what he said with the momentum is spot on because that's what it looked like.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So I think he's answered it correctly. It's just the first part of the answer alludes to the fact that he had a split second and thought, maybe it's not the right thing to do.
Yes, very interesting. Now, we've talked about this a bit over the last couple of days. Do you live and breathe local cricket? Thanks to Liquorland, we are giving away a $100 Liquorland voucher a day of each of the next few days of the Test match coverage here in Perth and then throughout the course of the summer to recognise those that genuinely love their local cricket. And you can enter now at iCanWin.com.au. And, well, Pat Cam has done that. We started this yesterday and he is going to be the first person to talk about his cricket club. He joins us online now. He comes from the Ormond Cricket Club in Melbourne. They play in the Sub-District Cricket Association. Ormond's playing Donvale today, I think. Pat, welcome.
Welcome, yeah, thank you.
Ormond's a very, very famous Victorian Sub-District Cricket Association club. Why do you love it so much, Pat?
Oh, look, I've been involved for 20 years here and always just loved cricket, juniors and seniors.
And what's been your specific involvement in Ormond? As a player, as a volunteer, as a coach, what have you done at Ormond? Maybe all three?
Well, I've been junior coordinator for 15 years and president for the last 5 or 6.
Right. And what makes Ormond so special?
Oh, look, just the culture and just the people. You know, it's just the history, the long history dating back to, I think, 1906. And just the people around the place. The volunteers are fantastic. And just the historical, the relevance of the club. It just keeps going and going.
And Pat, I mentioned before about it being quite a famous cricket club in sub-district cricket in Melbourne, Ormond. They've always had this link with more in recent times with the Paran Cricket Club as well. It's almost like a feeder club where players will go to Paran and then almost come back to Ormond after being at Paran. There's a bit of that going on there between those two clubs. Isn't that fair?
Yes, look, we've set up a fantastic relationship with Paran, and we have had players go backwards and forwards. We send all our juniors there as they progress through the grades, and got a number of boys moving through into their first now. And then we're fortunate we've had a few come back, homegrown players that are now coming back to finish their careers, and also a couple of older experienced boys joining us from Paran. So it's a great relationship, works both ways.
And what would be some of the more recognised players to represent Ormond? I know Nigel Hunt is there now, a good mate of mine who opens the bowling for Ormond. Neil Schlittler has played a fair bit of cricket for Ormond as well. Who are some of the other big-name players?
Big-name players. James Wild played Australian under-9. So Wild, he's been he's a legend virtually here now. He's moved on. He retired this year from the club, but he certainly put 11 years and just some incredible statistical performance from Wildy. Grant Chisari is another one. I think he played Vic 19s as well. So he played in our premiership year in 2015-16. And Nigel's currently here. And, we've just built a great relationship. It works beautifully as our young boys go through and progress through to Premier Cricket. And then if we get them back, it's a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beauty of sub-district cricket. You can have them in there young. They then go off and play Premier Cricket and maybe even play state cricket, but they can come back on the way back through to be mentors for the next generation.
Indeed. In fact, we've got 3 boys that have come back from Premier Ones this year. Bailey Moon, who played Australian under-19s, has come back this year. Zach Sleeman, who was the Vic Seconds wicket keeper at 21, has come back, burned out by the system. And Miles Selinger, who played a lot of Premier Ones cricket, captain the Vic 15s, 17s, 19s, he's come back this year, back in our ones.
Gee, they are some good names to come back. Pat, congratulations. You are our first winner of the Liquorland voucher. Good luck for Ormond for the rest of the year. And it sounds with that lineup, you might go pretty well. Good luck today against Donvale and for the rest of the season.
Thanks very much.
Pat Cam is the president of the Ormond Cricket Club. He has won the Liquorland voucher. If you want to win the Liquorland voucher worth $100 tomorrow, we're going to do it again. So all you got to do is enter at iCanWin.com.au for your chance at that $100 Liquorland voucher. There's all sorts of winning selections of drinks, but you also got to remember to drink wise. As we depart here, because the quiz is about to happen and Colo's he's frothing at the mouth at the back of the box at the moment. I mentioned before, you think they'll take the new ball and just try and go bang, 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 Simon?
I think so, unless they feel that this old ball's going to swing like it did just before the break there. So they'll get a chance to see that in the next 2 overs after lunch. But I think a new ball we've seen, it's going to be that extra pace and bounce, and they're into almost the tail now. These two can bat. They've both got very, very good test records already. Salman's averaging over 47. And then
Shaquille looks good, doesn't he?
Shaquille is a very good player. Then there's Fahim Ashraf, who I think is around about 28 in Test cricket. So he's handy with the bat. But Australia know they're only a couple away now from getting into the Pakistan tail.
All right, this is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify. Share your van. The quiz, it is next. If you want to take on Damien Fleming, give us a call. 1300 736 736. It might be your time to shine.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's check. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in 1 transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
Mum, Jasmine, it's that time of year.
Christmas gift time.
So here's some top picks from us at Bingley.
Skull Candy headphones or JBL party box.
Love it, Nana.
A Breville Infizz Fusion Super Sparkler.
Say that again.
Fizz up any drinks from juices to cocktails.
A NutriBullet portable blender, a Sunbeam Ice Plus hot coffee machine.
A Dyson Airwrap.
Yes, please.
Or a Smeg Retro Style kettle in pink.
That's a surprise, Lionel.
Want to surprise someone with a brilliantly different Christmas gift idea?
You'll find it at Bingley.
Bingley, better living every day.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports mad nation, there's a whole sweep of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the MCG, Australia's hallowed turf, home of Aussie rules, the grand final, Boxing Day. Heroes are born on that emerald field with the bat, with the ball, or 50 out from the posts. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses. Like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency, and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
This is the lunch break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. And that music tells you it's time for the Colo and Baz lunchtime quiz against Damien Fleming. Our topic today is milestone wickets. Bit of controversy here. Lenny from Brisbane was on the line. I know he tried to dial up yesterday as well. He's been a contestant on our quiz before, Baz. But he's dropped off and they can't get him back. Oh, no. So the first caller, 1300 736 736. Get in right now. Maddie in Melbourne will get you on the line with Flem and with you and me, Baz. The prizes today, I'll run through those while we sort out the logistics. Signet Boost Power Bank, which always useful.
Always.
Remember a World Cup we did together a few years ago? They gave us one of those. I'm still using it at
2019.
2019. The power bank and the bags. Yep. And the Bataki ham. Here we go. Is this World of Sport? That'll mean nothing to you, Baz, having not grown up in Australia. But the Bataki ham is an icon. Flem would have seen many panel shows, footy panel shows when he was growing up, where the Bataki ham was the prize. So we're just waiting on our guest. So to repeat our topic today, in light of the fact that Nathan Lyon has every chance to reach wicket number 500 between now and the tea interval, is milestone wickets. And we did have... here we go. Damien from Glen Iris is on the line. Wow. Damien, do you read us?
Yeah, got you, boys. How are you?
We are well, Damien. Great to have you with us. Given that your name's Damien and Damien's name is also Damien, you're going to be your buzzer's going to be your name, Damien from Glen Iris, and Flem, you're Flem. Okay. Couldn't be more straightforward. We're pressed for time now. Let's crack on. Question number 1: which day of which Test match did Glenn McGrath take his 500th Test wicket?
Damien.
Bang. Go on.
First day.
First day of which Test, crucially?
First day of which Test? Was it Test at Lord's?
I want one more detail. Which Lord's Test? Which year?
And 5.
Yes. Bang.
Well done.
First ball after tea, caught by Justin Langer. I had my camera on it from
Who did he get?
Well, just hold that thought, Flem. Hold that thought.
Because that is the next question. Same ashes. Shane Warne picked up his 600th wicket that series. It was the same batter. Who was
600? I thought his 600 was at the G. What was that one? 500? 700?
Damien
could go 2-0 up here.
Indeed. Triscothic.
Oh, you're under the pump here, Flem.
How many questions is there?
5. You're 2-0 down.
You're in trouble.
You got to come back from 2 sets.
Milestones.
2 sets to love down. I think you'll get the next one. Who was the first bowler to reach 300 Test wickets when that was seen as impossible?
Flem.
Bang.
I'll go Freddie Truman.
Yep. Spot on. Freddie Truman at the Oval in 1964. Neil Hawke caught by Colin Cowdrey. Famous early moment in television cricketing history as well. So 2-1, Damien, you lead. Flem is on the board. Baz, question 4.
Yeah, and we had to wait for the next big milestone in bowling. And who was the first bowler to reach 400 Test wickets?
Flem.
Oh, here he is.
I'll go Sir Richard Hadley.
2-2. This is super competitive. So Hadley took his 400th against India at Christchurch in 1990. Bowled Sanjay Mandraker. Okay, it's all on the line here.
So this is it.
Damien, how are you feeling? We've whizzed through the questions.
I'm feeling better. I've been 2-0 up, to be honest.
Yeah,
this is like the Ashes 2023.
Yeah, this is game on.
Do I get a point for that?
Half a point.
Okay. Question 5, and I don't have a tiebreaker. Baz, start thinking. Mitchell Starc claimed his 300th Test wicket last year at the Gabba. Which South African did he knock over for a duck?
Oh, who were their batters? It wasn't that long ago, was it?
Just a year ago, almost to the day.
The batter.
South Africa. Was it? No, I don't know. I think it was an opener, but I'm not sure the name.
I'm trying to think. Was it their captain? What's his name? I can't remember. His captain
wasn't the skipper. Poor old Dean Elgar. What's his name?
Elgar.
What's that bloke's name? Former captain. Yeah. Got sacked after that series. Do we need a clue?
That's only last year, isn't it?
Yeah, only last year.
Was it not a
South African player? I would say
green seamer.
His defining quality is his height.
Yeah, one day, but it's a good record in one-day cricket.
It's not Graham
Got a
Pollock.
blank, guys.
It's very Dutch sounding.
Is it the left-hander, the all-rounder?
Oh. It's not a left-hander. It's not an all-rounder. And Flem has nailed it.
He has.
It's Big Lassie van der Dussen.
I don't like him in Test
Good job.
cricket.
Yeah.
Ring the bell. Flem's got it right.
Sorry, Damo. Sorry,
All
Damo.
right, well played. Well done. Well done.
So what do I win?
Well, from 2 sets to love down.
What a comeback.
I don't think anyone's done that before.
No, it's the first off, yeah.
My concern is I've worked out the milestone wicket rings a bell. I don't know where it is and don't know who got out. But I know the player who got the milestone.
Truman was probably the hardest question, and you got that very
and
quickly.
I knew that was Neil Hawke. That was one that I would have got. I wouldn't have got Hadley's. I wouldn't have got Dennis Illy's 300th. I knew he would have been the first Australian. I know who he got to break the record, Dennis. Lance Gibbs' record. And that was Larry Gomes.
Oh, yeah, Larry Gomes.
That was my first day I got to watch cricket.
Was it?
So I think I pretty much need a big prize because I've actually done even more.
Well, here are the
One,
prizes.
and then I've given you like 4 trivia.
The prizes are the Signet Boost Power Bank and the Bataki ham. Are you willing to donate them to Damien? He was 2-0 up. He is the listener. You are, a paid employee.
Who does he barrack for? Who do you barrack for?
Say again?
Who does
Mighty
Damo barrack for?
Mighty Hawks.
Oh.
That is to Damo. Give it straight to him. You're a champion,
Well
Damo.
played. Damien, thank you for calling. This has been the lunchtime quiz. Thanks to Camplify.
right.
Share your van. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. We're not far away from the resumption. Play will resume here in about 6.5 minutes' time. With Pakistan 6 for 203, there's still 284 runs in arrears. Selchuk Hill is on 12. And Agasag Salman is on 4 after losing 4 wickets for 71 runs in the first session. Thank you, Flem.
Yep.
Thank you, Damien
Right
from
up,
Glen
Damien.
Iris. An excellent quiz. We'll be back with that again tomorrow. Back with the first ball of the second session in a couple of minutes.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
Are you in the market for a reliable used car? Grays has you covered. Whether you're searching for a sleek sedan, a versatile SUV, a hot hatch, or even a tradie ute, we've got the ride to match your budget. With new auctions every week, you'll always find fresh options to choose from. Get your perfect car at a great price. Visit grays.com to explore the listings. Easily navigate through the cars on offer, view detailed vehicle descriptions, and place your bids. That's grays.com.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has been Australia's King of Clean, offering comprehensive cleaning services that actually work for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more. Plus, with fantastic franchise opportunities, Jenny King has helped hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Need a comprehensive cleaning service tailored to your business needs? Talk to the King.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit JANIKING.com.au.
Hungry Jack's NBL is heating up.
Catch Melbourne United as they battle it out against the Adelaide 36ers. It all tips off tonight at John Cain Arena from 8 p.m.
No matter the moment, it all matters to us.
Don't miss a minute of the action.
Watched live on ESPN, available via KO and Foxtel.
Hungry Jack's NBL 24. Every moment matters. Every moment matters.
Cobram Estate is the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil. And this summer, let Cobram Estate be the hero when entertaining family and friends. Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil is fresh and full of flavour, perfect for roasting, frying, baking, dressing salads and for dipping bread. Make your food taste even better this summer with a little help from Cobram Estate. Premium quality, great tasting and a versatile, healthy alternative. Buy in store at all major retailers.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If your steering is vibrating or pulling to one side, it's a sign you need a wheel alignment. So for safety's sake, get the experts to check it out. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
There's nothing like Razorback 4x4. They make Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers, which offer protection like no other. So you can get out and about knowing that the interior is protected from spills, mud, sand, dogs, even messy family members. Razorback 4x4 have the strongest, most comfy seat covers this side of the black stump, and they're customisable with free shipping Australia-wide. Head to razorback4x4.com.au and grab some for your four-wheel drive today. That's razorback4x4.com.au.
Get into Anaconda for insane Christmas deals on camping gear. Save $250 on the Austral Genesis 2 9-person tent and save $400 on the June 4-wheel drive 45-litre fridge freezer plus receive a bonus cover. Some exclusions apply. Play more and pay less this Christmas without 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. It's getting hot here at Perth, 34 degrees now, which is our forecast high I can see on my phone. Now, update on the weather thanks to Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for 90 years. And I welcome Pete Lalor to the call for the first time today. You fell down the stairs when getting to your chair, which doesn't augur particularly well. It's more in keeping with the theme of our ramshackle quiz that just ended, where Bharat and I quiz a listener against an expert. It was a listener called Damien against our expert called Damien, which you can probably imagine how that went. But now we can get into the rhythm of the day. How's your morning been?
I enjoyed the trip. Sorry.
You could have really done yourself some damage there.
Yeah, I'm glad you said I fell down because I worry that I'm approaching that age where I have a fall. I don't fall over. It was a good save. You like it hot. That is a warm breeze coming through there, isn't it? And that the heat is having some effect on the wicket, I think. Some of the crack opening up at this end outside the right-handers off stump, but it won't have the effect like in the classic sort of whacker wickets where, the earth opened up and you could fall into it, never to be seen again. So there's a bit of grass on there to protect it, isn't there?
Yeah, in saying that, we did see the first pitch they had at Test level at Perth Stadium in 2018 really open up on days 4 and 5. So if the afternoon's as hot as we expect it to be, and no cool change coming tomorrow or indeed on Monday, the 5th day of this test, then it may well be that cracks play a role as they did so routinely across the river in Perth. But Australia are a long way ahead in this test match now. They needed a big session. They didn't need to bowl Pakistan out. They just needed to make decent inroads, and so they have 4 for 71 from 25 overs they took. Shazad, the night watchman, bowled in the first over of the day by Cummins for 7. Babar Azam, lovely piece of bowling from Mitchell Marsh. Great setup. He was caught behind for 21. Imam Al-Haq was stumped from the bowling of Lyon, bowling over the wicket, ragged it across him. Imam was dancing and he was gone. Stumped by Carey for 62. Then Sarfraz Ahmed copped himself a stark beauty through the gate, knocked over for 3. So at lunch, they're 6 for 203 as they make their way back onto the field. And as we were saying before the break, our theme on the quiz was milestone wickets. We may be seeing one with Nathan Lyon 2 away from 500, and what a moment that would be, Pete.
Yeah, what a moment it was. And they were 2 fantastic dismissals, the Stark and Lyon ones. They'll go on the highlights tape, and they're just what you expect from those bowlers. A hint, I think, of him actually exploiting that crack, Nathan Lyon, maybe with that dismissal, slowed that ball up and beat the batsman. I think it's entered into the water now that Australia reckon they would have won that Ashes series if Nathan Lyon hadn't have gone down. They didn't win a test after he went down, really, did they? But great to have him back and bowling like that, and great to see Mitchell Starc just splatter the stumps as he did.
He's had a good year. He's had a good year, Mitchell Starc. If you're going through your sort of teams of the year and so on, I suspect he'll make those when they're pulled together in the next couple of weeks.
He's going to have a better year when this IPL auction happens, mate. He will go for the biggest price ever. You mark my words.
Yeah, that's 3 days away. Might come back to the IPL auction. Quite a lot of these Australian players are in the mix for that. Nathan Lyon to start the session, welcoming listeners in for the first time today across New Zealand on SENZ as well. Lyon bowling to Sud Shakil on 12, slipping a short leg, bounces from back of a length. He cuts it down hard, beats the man at backward point 4-4. Great way to start the session from Sud Shakil, who has made plenty of runs at test levels so far. Now, boundaries for Azito all day, every day, and he won't mind cutting all day, every day if it sits up like that.
No, not the best delivery from Nathan Lyon, but quite an interesting one. Back of a length, and it's bounced up to chest height, hasn't it? So really, there's one thing we are getting out of this wicket is some really good bounce. We've seen a number of wides go over the wicket-keeper's head for 4, but it's consistent bounce with the quicks.
It's lively, isn't it? Line here, Shakil forward, defending the onside, no run.
Come on, lads, Nathan Lyon will get a bit more of a variable bounce, I think, and he revels in these conditions, as we pointed out. I'm not sure what his average has changed to now, but he has 22 wickets at less than 19 from 3 matches at this ground.
Line up, bouncing in. Shakil leaves alone. He watches it all the way into the gloves of Carey. So yes, this the IPL auction that you mentioned before there.
It's on the 19th, is it?
Yeah, it's the 19th, and there's, out of the players in the Aussie setup looking to get picked up at the highest base wage, you mentioned Starc, but in addition to him, as Lyon bowls again here. And Shakil pushes into the onside. He'll get a run. Just a single to mid-wicket where there is a gap. He's 17 from 20 balls, 6 for 208. They trail by 279. There's Stephen Smith, Travis Head, who you think he's a decent shout for that. Patrick Cummins, the captain. Josh Inglis, who of course is now world champion in the 50-over format. Josh Hazlewood and Sean Abbott, who was also a member of that successful World Cup squad. So a group of players looking to go on the top price, and from there anything's possible once they start bidding and counter-bidding and so on in that theatrical way. That's all happening on the 19th of December between tests. Line bowling, got a leg slip here, lunging forward here is Salman. Blunting any spin there might be to Labuschagne in the onside at short leg, no run.
Sorry, you know more than me on this. Is the auction in India or is it in Dubai?
I do not know that.
Yeah, because I only asked that question because one of the coaches, Ponting, is flying to Dubai tonight to prepare for the auction. I don't know if they have a briefing there.
Line to finish, and Salman watches it spin past his leg stump and past his bum as well. 6 for 208, boundary and a single from the first over after lunch. Pakistan trailing by 279. Sud Shakil 17, Salman on 4, and that's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. And our middle session on day 3 is for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. And all of our numbers and stats on the program are for Mate Internet and Mobile. One of those being that Sud Shakil's never not made it to 22 in Test cricket. So that's a little number for the statisticians out there. And this is 14th innings. Oh, how good that's from David Warner, by the way. We see on TV to our left that between overs, he was wearing the baggy green on top of the wide-brimmed hat. He had it thrown to him, the baggy green, and he stood there, stopped and propped, and let it land right on the top of his bonce.
Circus act, isn't he? Yep. Circus clown.
Your words, not mine.
He loves the double hat.
Yes.
Not exactly the shy retiring type, David Warner, is it? No, we should encourage that.
No one will threaten. No one will suggest that. It's Starc, he was so good. Last over before the second new ball begins here. Sud Shakil, it's full and straight and pushed out to mid-on where Pat Cummins does the fielding. 3 slips of gully. A squarish fine leg, more a long leg over beneath the Justin Langer stand. A straightish mid-wicket, a straightish square leg more so. Mid-on, mid-off, and no protection at point.
He's just pitched that up full on middle, and it's turned the bat in Sud Shakil's hand. He's bowling with some heat, and it's been very notable, the difference in speeds between the Australian bowlers and the Pakistan bowlers.
An old-time kind of plane just flew over the top of the ground. Now, that wasn't a commercial.
It's a seaplane.
Seaplane, okay.
Yeah, I think.
Here is Stark with the catches behind Shaquille. Inside edge, bounces over the woodwork. Not far from getting a wicket with this old ball. And if they do that, the Pakistan tail will find it difficult.
Chopping down late on that one again. I think that's the speed. And after lunch, batters are always a little bit slow, as we saw with Mitch Marsh after the break yesterday.
So just on the IPL, I mean, next year is a pretty good year for them to get into the IPL. Nick Hockley on our coverage yesterday said that they're encouraging the senior players to get high-value IPL contracts this time around with a World Cup in the T20 format in the Caribbean and America throughout the month of June as Stark bowls. And Shaquille leaves alone down the leg side. So in different years, they tend to go all in or opt out. Last year was kind of an opt-out year because of for a number of them, because of the Ashes and the World Test Championship and the India trip that preceded it. But they all want to cash in this time, and I guess that makes sense.
They take a real politic sort of approach to it, don't they, Cricket Australia? And it's common sense. Like, okay, the IPL's there, you can't fight it. So how do we use it for our advantage? We look upon it as a way to sort of top up our players' wages in a way, like triple them.
Stark up past umpire Illingworth, bowls here and sought Shaquille, square drives to Nathan Lyon, who's now there at point, wasn't there earlier in the over. It's moved a fraction squarer.
But, you know, a sensible administration realises that you cannot stand between your players and that massive pot of money, really. That, you know, you're going to get trampled if you do that. So how do we make it work for everybody? And they're being quite sensible about it. They weren't like that when it first appeared. I remember them pulling Ricky Ponting out and a few others for a training camp. They pulled them out of one of the early IPLs. I have to go back and check my memory on that. It was kind of a show of muscle.
Told by James on our Tyre Power line. The IPL auction is in Dubai. 0433 98 11 16. Stark bowls on the leg stump of Shaquille. He just works him around the corner. Whether it's pad or bat, we'll find out momentarily. There was an inside edge, so he advances to 18. It's 6 for 209.
I think Stark thought he was almost through then, but it was I think it got a big bit of bat from the sound of it. Yeah. Thanks, James. I'm glad somebody listening knows more than two blokes who are paid to know these things.
Well, I suppose we're all going to be covering the IPL soon enough, based on the news overnight. There's a second IPL in the offing for September and October as of 2024. I'm being facetious, but I'm also being partly serious that this is sort of thin edge of the wedge stuff, what we're seeing in the last 18 months with the expanded footprint of the IPL with different leagues around the world. Stark to finish his over here, bowling to Salmon, who's forward, defending off the outside part of the bat that lands in front of Mitch Marsh, who can't cut it off in the gully. They'll get a couple. But it was a false stroke. He might have taken some weight out of his bottom hand. Either way, it's the end of 80 overs. The second new ball is due. 6 for 211 the score, Pakistan. They're behind by 276. Shaquille's 18. Salmon's on 6 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. This session for Gazman, and as you pointed out yesterday, Pete, only appropriate that Nathan Lyon's in the action when it's for Gazman. Bowling here, they haven't taken the second new ball as yet. Due. Bowls here to Sol Shaquille, knocks it into the onside. You can hear through the FX mic. He's called for 2, but they'll only take 1. Salmon sends the left-hander back. 6 for 212, trailed by 275. Sold Shaquille up to 19.
Yeah. It was an ambitious call for 2, and I don't know if it's just the Pakistan running between wickets, but I've been very impressed by the Australian fielding today. Except I have to note that would not have gone for 2, that last delivery off the Stark over, if Cameron Green was where Mitch Marsh was.
Boxing him in, leg slip, line bowling to Salmon, who knocks it down into the turf, and Labuschagne gets it at short leg to his right. So just on this thread of news that came through overnight, a T10 competition is what's being mooted for the second IPL each year. And that will be, presumably, with enormous money attached to it. Lion bowls here and Forward again is Salmon in defence, just to the left of short leg this time, no run. So that'll mean they've got options in the Aussie summer, like the ILT20. Is David Warner playing in that? Who knows? SAT20 at a similar time of year. Major League Cricket in the USA, I gather quite a few Australians are interested in that next year. Nathan Lyon over the wicket, bowls to Salmon, defending again towards mid-wicket, no single. The IPL proper, which now runs for 4 months, and IPL number 2, which who knows how long that will run for.
There's all kinds of rumours flying around last night and today about this new IPL, IPL 2.
Line up, 2 left in the over. Delivers here, lights it up. Forward is Salmon. Good contest emerging between these two.
I've heard this morning that they will stick with the existing franchises possibly for the first year, but then it's a sort of gold rush. You stake your claim, anyone can get in there, and the Saudis are very keen to get in.
Line finishing, still 2 back on the leg side, and Salmon's forward, inside edge onto the pad, spills towards Silly Point, but there's nobody there. End of the over, a good one from Lyon. 19 Shaquille, 6 for Salmon. Pakistan, 6 for 212 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Check out Hilux and Kluger, available this festive season at Chadstone Toyota. There's the tough and reliable Hilux Rogue Workhorse or the sophisticated Kluger, perfect for the family and ready for delivery now. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au, T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. Just trying to get a look at Mitchell Stark's hand here.
It's a new ball.
Yeah, that is the second new ball beneath us here. So they bowled the 81st with the old one with Nathan Lyon. Got one more opportunity. Didn't work, although he did bowl a nice over. And back to Stark with it in his hand here, glistening in the Perth sun.
Stand by.
Yes, this could be quick. This could be exciting. 3 slips of gully, bowling to Shaquille on 19. Stark over the wicket, delivers here and he defends to Cummins at mid-on in the wide brim pat, no run.
Very straight, that delivery.
So, yeah, what I'm interested in, Pete, and your perspective especially, is where might we be in 5 years' time? It's not so much about this group of players who are, most of them have a 3 in front of their age. You know, they've grown up coveting the baggy green, working towards the test team and so on. It's what about if you're 22 now and you realise, well, the world is changing very, very quickly right now. Where might we be in 5 years with these younger players?
It's already having an impact on the way young players train, I think, young batters in particular.
Stark arrives, bowls, leaving well outside the off stump is Shaquille. Is going to be signalled wide by umpire Illingworth? No, he gives him some leniency.
Yeah. I'm watching too much white ball cricket, mate. That was just in the margins, that one, but it was a bit wide. Come on, Stark. Yeah. Look, I say that it's already impacting cricket in that you can see young batters, they work on their power game now. Even if they're still playing first-class cricket and red ball cricket, but they have a much better power game. They're much stronger in their upper bodies and sort of hold their shapes. They're not. Everyone wants to be Glenn Maxwell and to be able to hit the ball like that.
Stark in, bowls and leaving alone again, quite wide, but not as wide, Shaquille.
And you'd be better off getting someone who knows more about it than me, but they're almost sacrificing a little bit of their classic defensive technique to be able to access those areas of the ground that they hit to in T20 cricket. I would say this, that you still have to have some sort of brand before you get there. It's a hard place to build your brand. I mean, I suppose you can do it through the BBL. I might be being naive there. But, like we're saying, Mitchell Stark is the guy who will get the most money in this auction. He's built his brand through red ball cricket, hasn't he?
And prioritised it as well. Bowls here, Shaquille. Squared up a little bit, but soft hands out to point where Stark's 4 went. The IPL for many years to prioritise Test cricket. I guess I'm less worried about the technical stuff because they're resourceful young men. They'll sort it out. It's more about like the price signals on where they get funneled. And you're right, like the South Africans who've made this choice to this point be T20 only. You don't really hear much about them outside of the domestic comps. And I know they're a huge deal in each country, but it doesn't transcend. No. You know, does what happens in the SAT20 have any relevance to the conversations we're having? Probably not. But the South African Test side would. That would cut through.
The scouts would be watching.
Yeah, true. Stark bowls. Sunny day at Perth. A whoosh and a miss from Shaquille, who should not be playing at that. I understand wanting to put away a bad ball, but with the second newie, that feels like a get-out shot. Stark hasn't quite got it right with the second new ball as yet.
No, he hasn't. Either that or he thinks Shaquille, as he shows there, is a bit streaky at the wide one. They might have done their homework.
But yes, it's a rapidly changing world, especially in the last 2 years since the South Africa and the UAE comp have come into it, and Saudi money's being talked about increasingly.
As you said this morning, the most disappointing aspect about the South African situation is it's their administration that's done it. It's not the players who are running for the goal.
Oh, they're taking the money. Stark to finish here and leaving alone again. Very, very wide of the off stump. Interesting over from Stark. Doesn't quite get it right. End of it here. 6 for 212 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Sorcha kills 19, Salmon is 6, and our middle session is brought to you by Gazman.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're planning a family getaway, a lazy weekend away, or some romantic time away, there could be a long drive ahead. So make sure you check your tyre tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get the power of a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
We're here in this session for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. Great pick-up, Pete, between overs.
Yes, well, I was being a bit kind, thinking that maybe Mitchell Stark was trying to bowl wide of the off stump, but his reaction at the end of that over is clearly he was not happy with his lines or lengths. He put his head down and then he put his hat over his face and walked to the boundary like he was ashamed of himself. I've never seen a bowler wear a hat on their face.
On their nose, in that case, for about 40 metres as well. Hazelwood new over here begins, and it's the off-cutter with the second new ball to Salmon over the top of the stumps, not far away at all. Great restart. But, yeah, interesting body language from Stark, who immediately has a little suck on the drink bottle with Scott Boland down there in the high-vis vest.
Yeah, if I was Nathan Lyon, I'd be going, why can't I get an over with a new ball? Why are you taking me off? Set in their ways, these fast bowlers.
That bit of work between Lyon and Carey before lunch was excellent.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
The line delivery, he's really spun the ball hard. The side spin with the...
And Carey only just got it because it really turned. I think it did hit that crack.
Hazelwood in. Salmon defends back of a length. Not quite full enough to make him drive. Just on Carey. I mean, he's had a busy day. Well, he won't know it necessarily being out there, but his comments on our program exclusively, I think we were the only ones to talk to him this morning with Bharat and Whitey. Have done the rounds. They've been picked up everywhere. People unpicking his answer from yesterday, with it dividing opinion on how he was coming at it. But in terms of press box response, do you think it'll be featuring in the articles and the newspapers tomorrow and all the rest of it, day two?
Yeah, I think it is, but I think I agree with you. I just think he kind of got his words out of order and what he was saying.
Salmon waiting for Hazelwood. Langer rend, back foot punched through. Not quite. Mitchell Marsh. I looked towards the rope because Marsh looked towards the rope, but it was after he stopped it. In the end, a good piece of fielding against the second new ball. It'll require a replay to see how clean it was. Yeah, really good. It stays at 6 for 212.
Hit hard. Yep, he's going to say, don't worry, I'm almost as good as Cameron Green in the gully.
But days like this in the press box, I mean, having sat in there for years with you, you do need a bit of a news line that's external to everything else, because the game's not moving at a particularly rapid pace, although it might between now and stumps. Hazelwood in, bowls full and straight and defended by Salmon.
So I was just to jump back before on this IPL thing.
Yeah, please.
About the franchise. There was also a rumour going around, and it came out of India from one of the franchises, that Australia and England are involved in this T10 league. I've got a very, very reliable source at CA who said absolutely not. It's not. And not only that, there is nothing at all official. Nothing's been put on the table or lodged about this new league, so it might be some time off yet.
Hazelwood in, bowls, Salmon leaves. A bit fuller outside the off stump still, though. Yeah,
and when I say it's a very, very good source, they haven't lied to me yet.
Yeah, yet.
They haven't misled me yet.
It would be very much counter to Australia's interest and England's interests. Both administrations changing in the last 2 years. So Mike Baird becoming the chair of Cricket Australia. And in England, Richard Thompson and Richard Gould as chair and chief executive, respectively. They're all on the record talking about the challenge that this expansion of T20 domestic leagues through the IPL owners presents. They're not shying away from it. They understand that it's going to be a tricky little time for them. So, don't expect either board will be jumping into bed on that. Here's Hazelwood, much better delivery. Past the shoulder of Salmon's bat. Hazelwood walks up, puts his hands on his mouth. He knows he's ever so close to getting in the book. A maiden complete with the second new ball. 6 for 212 the score. Shaquille 19, Salmon on 6. And that's on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, welcoming Damien Fleming back to the commentary box.
Hello, Pete,
Ginger Beer.
Hello, Damien.
Hello. Wicket, please.
And start get it right here. Bowls here to Shaquille. It's fuller and straighter and pushed out to cover no run. Did you see Stark previous over? 5 wide deliveries, put the hat on his nose and walked all the way back to fine leg.
Yeah. Just having a little bit of an internal moment. It's not a bad pair, though. Like, Shaquille's currently averaging 89 in Test cricket, Salmon 48.
I was surprised when
the
people...
7th wicket.
I was surprised when people were saying before the series, Salmon may not play. I'm like, numbers this year are brilliant. He'll be, in that conversation for... he may not quite get there, but, teams of 2023, he's been consistent all the way through. And
it was easier to play him just to bowl some off-spin too, isn't it?
Yeah.
The extra.
Yeah. 3 slips the gully. Stark bowls. It's Yorker length, but it's tucked away really nicely by Salt Shaquille. That's a boundary. It races into the rope. Top shot. Shaquille moves to 23. 6 for 216. Our boundaries for Azito all day, every day, and all day, every day off the pads for him. That's really pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you expect them to get hit for 4 half volleys on leg stump. The new ball hasn't been a factor in this Test match so far. Early day 1, second new balls. The Australians yesterday.
Well, Stark's over with the old ball was better than he's over with he's so far with the new.
It doesn't click.
4 fours in his 23, Shaquille.
Get him cover driving.
He's got the cordon for it. Stark bowls short, wide, yuck. Pass carry as well, 4 runs, 4 byes. Maybe wides, should be wides, is wides. Yep, fair enough. So 5 runs added to the tally. That'll take Pakistan to 6 for 221 once they make the adjustment on the scoreboard. But Stark's immediately looking at his boots and phlegm. This was a part of what was going on yesterday with Stark and Hazelwood. They had some serious concerns after play, talking to the curator and the ground staff, and he straight away again got his boots off.
It's where the turf joins the pitch, and it was more pronounced yesterday. So your heel was landing on the turf, but your toes and were on the pitch, so you're sort of sliding a bit. But that doesn't seem to be as big a factor. It looks like they've hammered it down at both ends. But that's a shocker.
A shocker. It's also
that's
moving.
A gutter ball.
Yeah, it's missed by a mile.
It's the worst ball I've seen him bowl for a long, long time. Oh, no, Damien, it's harder to grip the new ball because it's shiny. No,
I don't think
not so. Because you got the swing. He was drying his hands on the grass. Yeah.
Fingers. But for whatever reason, sometimes it just doesn't click.
Hasn't as yet. Third slip's out of there now. Deep backward point retreat. Stark bowls, full and straight and driven for 4. Salt Shaquille. That's one of the shots of the day. A classical off drive. Crunched it past the man at wideish mid-off. Moves to 27. Productive over for Pakistan. 6 for 225.
Wouldn't be surprised if Pak... Oh, you go first, Damien.
Yeah, beautiful shot, wasn't it? Like, he looks so confident. I know you would when you're averaging 80 in Test match cricket. I think Mitchell Stark went with a scrambled seam there.
Yeah, he did.
And that's just a waste with the new ball.
How about no bat sponsor for Shaquille?
I was just going to say that too, yeah. No name bat.
Tea time.
Stark bowls to Shaquille. Well, maybe that's why. Swings at a wide one that he should be leaving alone. This is eventful with the second new ball, but not good for Australia.
Yeah, I reckon Captain Pat might just have to grab this new ball.
You can hear that sound in the stump mics there. He's not happy with where he's landing. He's not happy with anything at the moment, Mitchell Stark. And if it was Pat Cummins, I think I'd be bringing myself on from this end next over. It's not working for Mitch. And we see that sometimes in one-day cricket too, don't they? They give him a chance. It's not working.
Yep, not working.
Don't worry about it. Get off. We'll bring you back later.
It's quite unusual to see a top 6 player in Test cricket not have the bat sponsor, isn't it? So that piqued my interest. Stark bowls to Shaquille, and he beats him with a much better and fuller delivery. It was the out-swinging, not quite Yorker. And he played inside of it by the time it was hitting Carey's gloves. He was falling over the leg stump as well.
I wonder if I can hook him up with my bat sponsor of 1994, the Malik bats.
Malik.
Yeah. Signed up with them and didn't face a ball for the whole tour. Didn't face one ball.
Did you get picked?
Played one test, 3 or 4 one-dayers. Didn't face one ball. Thanks for the sponsorship.
What was that worth back in the day, Damien?
We'll come back to this. Stark bowls, full down the leg side. It hits something on the way through, but it's into the gloves.
It was worth the while, per ball faced.
Sorry to cut you off, Lem. It's the end of the over. 6 for 225 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Still Shaquille up to 27. Salmon on 6.
This is Ben Reid. Are you planning to sell your home and want to know confidently what your property's worth and which agent you should choose? Talk to an Ian Reid vendor advocate first. Within 72 hours, we'll have 3 top-performing local agents inspect your home. We'll analyse and compare their proposals and help you select the best person for the job without any additional cost. Take the stress, legwork and uncertainty out of selling your home. Visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
In Test cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions. Looks like there's going to be a change of bowler when Stark, Pat went over to Stark at the end of the over, and I think it was to the effect of, I might go next, mate.
Such a
Flem, you're spot on there. Here's Hazelwood. None for 40 from 19. He's bowled so well. Delivering here, it's full and straight enough to Salmon. Clunks it back to the bowler, no run. There have been some odd bat sponsors over the journey. Flem, that tour you went on to India in 2001, where Steve Waugh walked out with the MRF, which no one had ever done that from Australia before.
Big news at the time.
Yeah. Huge, wasn't it? Yeah. He'd had the blank bat for a while, hadn't he, before that?
Yeah. And before that, he was, of course, GM all the way.
Was it him and Sachin that went MRF at that point?
Well, Sachin got to him. Was Sachin with them that tour? You'd imagine so. Right? Yeah. I think Lara, they got big names.
Here is Hazelwood over the wicket from the Langer end down the leg side. Wastes that one. Salmon.
It was at around the time that they were getting away from bat manufacturers. It was just pure sponsorship who produced a few bats.
So MRF were a rubber company, weren't they? And there used to be ones that shared names with cigarette manufacturers as well, I remember, on the subcontinent. Yeah. But they claimed to make bats.
Sort of gone to the day of there being sort of 3 or 4 companies that took care of the whole team, as it was when we would have been growing up. Bowling here, Hazelwood to Salmon, who plays with soft hands.
Well, Mellon Champ, a lot of the batsmen used them when I first started Shield cricket, and might have been swapping stickers with their main sponsor, and then Mellon Champ moved in with Puma, didn't they? Puma moved into bats. They were great bats.
I mean, the Malik, they won the bidding auction to be on your bat. That would have been a big price, wouldn't it? Back in that day?
Yeah.
How much? What can you remember?
It wasn't Salam Malik, it was just Malik bats. I can't remember the negotiation. I didn't have a manager at that stage. Maybe they took me for a ride.
Hazelwood bowls here. Bouncer, good one too, accurate. And Salmon just gets the lid out of the way on an awkward duck.
But I do remember getting paid up front and did not face a ball.
But you don't remember how much you got paid?
That's a long time ago.
I gather a few of the Aussie boys get their bat made by the same person. Great name too.
Yeah, I don't know these days.
Lockie Dinger, who was at Kookaburra. I don't know if he's still there. Doveden North Cricket Club. He no,
but he's still there, isn't he?
I assume so. I've not been there for ages, but he makes a lot of the bats and they get re-stickered and that kind of thing.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, the players go in and particularly players like Marnus.
Hazelwood bowls and defending into the onside. He's Salmon and. No, there's one ball to come in the other.
Marnus obviously very proactive with the type of bat he wants. So.
Did you see Smith do that bat test when they blindfolded him and gave him 5 bats and he said which each of them were?
No.
Get out.
It's unbelievable. It's a social media thing earlier this year. He was able to pick him up and without knowing anything beyond the field, he was able to go, right, that's that one and that's that one and so on.
Of his own bats, or
I think they were his. Yeah, okay. they were. There was some
slightly
context to it.
Different. Warner has a different middle for different conditions.
Last ball to Salmon here. Another tidy over from Hazelwood. Delivers. It's full and driven. It's runs. Skews out past backward point. It'll creep to the rope. It'll get to the rope. Now boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Pakistan 6 for 229. They're still 258 in arrears with Adam White taking over from me. That's all on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Welcome back. Thanks to Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan 6 for 229. Shaquille looks an exciting player, doesn't he?
He does. He looks very good.
He's waiting here for Pat Cummins, who's back into the attack. He bowls to Shaquille, who plays with one hand behind square leg off his hip. Out into the deep for a single to move to 28, 6 for 230.
Get to the trots last night, Adam? Out
No.
the back of the Wacker. It's a big Friday night event in Perth.
Should have done that.
Go to the trots after the cricket, particularly when you're at the Wacker, because you just go out the back gate and across the road there.
Yes, should have done that.
Yeah, Mark Waugh used to organise a little box for us there when we were playing for Australia. He loves the trots.
Yeah, Crash Craddock was there last night.
Was he?
Yep. Apparently, and I was talking to Dan Cherney. He said, I was walking with Crash and I heard someone yell, Crash Craddock, and turned around and it was Mark Waugh.
Yeah.
He was there, as usual.
Cummins bowls here to someone who pushes on the front foot to point.
I think Mark Waugh's the only person I know who, is passionate, has always passionately loved the trots.
I actually owned a harness racing horse with Crash Craddock.
Get out.
Yep. A long time ago.
Why, how, when?
Through someone called Adam Hamilton, who is very big in harness racing media for a long time. Still is. Loves his harness racing. He put together a group of people, and the horse wasn't very good. The horse had
How many
some
times I
psychological
heard
issues.
that story?
It was a fast horse, but had psychological issues. Cummins bowls and pushing Salman into point off the front foot. So cover point, no run.
Hey, the horse whisperer.
I was groomed to be a jockey for the trots. My mum's uncles, Jim and Jack Norton of Eagle Hawk, they had a training track out on the block. They were old blockies, they were real old bushy folk. They never owned a car, in fact. And when I was a kid, they used to take me around in the buggy and tell me about when I get a little bit bigger, I can ride it myself, or maybe one day ride one of their horses at Bendigo at Eagle Hawk. Never got there. Didn't have the heart for it. I preferred a car.
Cummins again coming into bowl to someone that's full. It's hitting him on the foot. The umpire says no. And I think they're all pretty relaxed about that one. How's that? Get amongst it with Tenny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, going down leg. He's Yorkers had good execution in this test match. Just a couple of them have been going down leg, but when he decides to go full, and it was his in-swinger, and it always goes very late.
It's a dangerous ball, isn't it?
Oh, well, Salmon, you can see his head's fallen across the crease. He's in no position to hit that one. Well bowled, skipper.
Cummins again, past the umpire, bowls to Salman, who leaves a ball that swings away and gets to carry on the half volley.
There doesn't seem to be as much carry after lunch at that end.
Because there was carry at that end in the first session.
Yeah, well, that's where we were seeing four wides going over the keeper's head. But in that unfortunate over from Stark, there were double bounces and triple bounces, and that one hasn't got through either. Wake up, pitch.
Maybe it's a cracking pitch and it's hitting cracks.
Something was cracking in that Stark over. It wasn't a pitch.
Cummins again, bowls. With the inside edge, high on the leg of Salmon trying to force off the front foot. Over bowled, 6 for 230 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
Jazz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test cricket from Perth. Pakistan 6 for 230. It's a hot day here, bright sunshine. And Pakistan are continuing to bat on since lunch. They haven't lost a wicket, so they're consolidating a little bit.
It was a good over by Pat Cummins. He bowled well today. I enjoyed him bowling Babar Azam earlier.
Hazlewood bowls here to Shaquille, who defends. So I'm going to ask both of you a question. This talk about another IPL type of tournament, etc. At what point, if we haven't reached it already, is there too much?
I was going to say 5 years ago. Yeah.
To a point where everyone just gets sick of cricket all the time, and that nothing matters. It just becomes a blur.
Geez, we're getting there, aren't we? If you're filling in that time of the year with just T20, who's got interest in T10 games, mate?
Hazlewood bowls, Shaquille flashes and misses a short ball outside off stump.
I've got to assume players are getting paid, but satisfaction as a player, if you're batting 7 and don't bowl, what are you doing?
But from a fan point of view, what does it get to the point where there's just so much of it that we all just get sick of it?
Well, haven't we tested the limits of that probably in the last 5-6 years with the BBL when they expanded it, and now they're contracting. Now there is only so much cricket the marketplace can absorb in a country like Australia, which is, as a limited market country like India, you can slice a sashimi a lot better, thicker.
3 slips in a gully. Hazlewood bowl, Shaquille drives on the rise up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it's interesting, after the World Cup, I would love the successful Australian team to come down back as a team and we celebrate them as a team, and they'd get a few days and straight into that 5 T20s against India, which was basically Australia B or BC, India BC. And I looked at the crowds, they were packed. But I'd like, the ratings maybe on Fox, the ratings compared to the World Cup, would they be significantly down? I'd say
they were
so.
hard. That's hard because the games don't start till midnight or even later, so it's hard to get a feel on that one. Shaquille, this is going to be out. It is out. Warner going back, taking the catch, a short ball that hit Shaquille on the glove. It ballooned up into the air. Warner backing back, taking a comfortable catch, and Josh Hazlewood gets his first wicket of the innings, and the super exciting Shaquille is out for 28. Pakistan 6 for 230. What a short ball it was.
Yeah, it was the Hazlewood hallway of hesitation, and I tell you what, he got himself into an ugly position, and that's what Big Hoff does, doesn't he? He gets the ball to rise from just a good length, and he goes about his business so quietly, Josh Hazlewood. He has bowled magnificently here, and that's only his first wicket. 1 for 44 in his 21st over. Deserves more. He looks a good young player, though, and it took a very good delivery to knock him over.
Well, I was going to say, he looked a very good player up to that point, but he almost humiliated him with that ball. He got so far out of position with it, he's just basically had to cover his face, hasn't he, with his bat.
I think going forward, they're going to test him short. He looks a beautiful player driving.
There's the blueprint, isn't it? That's it.
And so their blueprint will be short with the odd full delivery to Shaquille, and he certainly looks like he's got enough talent to, find a way to play the short ball and still be a run scorer at Test level.
So for the first time in this session, the Australians celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives. A Macca's catch of the summer? I don't think so. I think that's probably one of the easiest ones we'll see all summer. The McRib and the McRib Deluxe are now available at Macca's.
Big wicket, though. Shaquille averaging 89 before that ball and Salman 48. With the night watchman, it's forced Salman down. They could have been out there for a long time. It's at its hottest now in the mid-30s degrees. Second new ball, Stark disappointing, but Cummins bowled an unbelievable over. You wonder how much that contributes to the wicket at the other end. Josh Hazlewood's been brilliant with the new ball. Great bowling partnership. Can that lead to a succession of wickets now?
7 for 230. New batsman is Ashraf. He gets a bouncer first up. He ducked underneath it late.
Drive that.
Yeah. It's only about 135, 136, I'd say, but he hurries them up, doesn't he?
Because he's so tall and he bowls over the top, his bouncer doesn't have to be that short.
So you've got less time to react, yes.
We should give a shout out to Sydney Morning Herald journalist Tom Decent, who is listening to us over in Japan, covering the Eddie Jones story. What a story that's been over the last few months.
So Tom Decent, what a story. He has hammered that yarn. Oh.
Josh Hazelwood bowls to Ashraf, who shoulders
got a
arms
bit of a
outside
feeling
stump.
he'll end up in Japan? Is that the...
Man, he has been on that Eddie Jones story. He told us Eddie Jones quit so long ago. How many times did Eddie deny it?
It is end of the over. 7 for 230 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to earn yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Pat Cummins is ready again. Past the umpire, bowling to Salman, who is beaten by a good one that bounces and beats the outside edge. Salman caught on the crease. So what Tom Decent is doing is he's listening to us on the SEN app.
Of course he is.
And he's listening from Japan, which means you can listen anywhere around the world on the SEN app. Download the app and take SEN Cricket with you right around the world.
And Eddie, if you're listening, send us a little text there too.
Eddie
Jones.
Well, he still loves Australian cricket. He might not like Australian rugby, but he likes the cricket.
That's what I'm saying. If he's listening, send us a little
Anyway,
message.
Tommy Decent, clear the shelf at home, mate. You're going to get a Walkley, a Logie, some brownie points. You'll get everything.
Cummins bowls to Salman, who's fishing at that one outside off stump. That one a bit fuller. He went forward to it. He searched for it and he missed it.
Yeah, new rule, 3 strikes and you're out. If he plays and misses net, no, go. There's been that many play and misses. I'm feeling for the fast bowlers in this game. Play and miss 3 times. See you later.
Fair enough.
Just watching a replay of that delivery. It was coming at his face and it's real.
Squared up. As soon as you square up, you're very vulnerable. Strike 3. Here we go.
Cummins again bowls. It on the pad. Must be out. Must be out. Is out. LBW. Pat Cummins with a second. Salman is out for 10, although he's going to take it upstairs.
Strike 3, you're out. Bye-bye.
So we are going to have a third umpire intervention for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13-IMAR.
Yes, LBW.
Some serious pace.
It's
aimed
just
in
that
at the
quick
pad.
in-swing
And
York has been a treat today.
Hasn't it?
He's been so close to
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the placement of the feet and it's a fair delivery. Start off with front on spin vision, please.
Just watching the Australians, they feel pretty confident. There's definitely no edge.
Okay. Appears to be no bat involved. Can I have a look at leg side hotspot, please?
They are going to be celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives very, very shortly.
Okay. Appears to be nothing on hotspot. Can we confirm with RTS, please? And just take that back again, please. Yeah, and through. Yeah, bat hits the bottom of the pad. So, yeah, there's a clear gap between the bat and ball. So, ball tracking when available, please.
Ball tracking is going to confirm what we all know.
Is out. Pitching outside off, impact in line.
Oh, no, it's missing!
No way.
So
You are
joking! From out to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
That is remarkable.
Signal now, Richard.
Well, I apologise.
That swung very late if that's missed.
I cannot quite believe what I'm seeing.
That's at least clipping leg. That's hitting leg.
It's Petalula.
I'm speechless, which is not a good way to be on radio, is it? How the hell?
You can see why you just go upstairs. You know, roll the dice.
Can you contest the contested?
Yeah, he should go upstairs again.
That's
Paddy
what I'm
should go
saying.
upstairs, I mean.
Wow. That is
Even
quite
as we were
remarkable.
looking down on that Hawkeye, I just expected to be hitting the stumps.
Take two. Cummins bowls. That's quick, and it beats the outside edge, and it has Cummins, has Carey jumping, taking that ball at chest high.
That's strike 4.
I will say one thing, that LBW in the previous over that swung late, it swung a lot late, didn't it? And that one must have done a hell of a lot late to have missed the stumps.
No, that's hitting. You've got it wrong there.
I just can't see how it's...
I can't see how it's not clipping leg.
Yeah. He did get wide on the crease on the delivery, but anyway.
It's making as if it's going acutely after
Yeah, that's right.
Hits the pitch, whereas normally it goes straight on after the pitch.
Cummins again bowled to Salman, who's beaten again.
This is nuts.
Tentatively pushing forward and beating the outside edge.
Can he try and hit the ball the whole over
So
and miss it?
is that 5 in a row?
5 misses.
So we're going for the full set.
Yeah, and that should be out.
This is fantastic bowling from Pat Cummins. He's been red hot today. He's only got 1 wicket, but he's deserved more. I love that.
That was
spell.
actually his in-swinger, and it's pitched shorter and then straightened. I think he's going to have to hit the stumps, is he?
Can he get the full set of 6 plays and misses in a row? Here we go. No, he hits the last one, and if he didn't, that would have definitely hit the stumps. What a great over from Pat Cummins.
Great over.
Terrific bowling from the Australian captain. Pakistan 7 for 230 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo tyres 25% off.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Igloo 49-litre icebox, only $69.99. Plus, save $130 on Spinifex standard 2 3x3 metre gazebo. Some exclusions apply. Play more and pay less this Christmas with our 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
So it does mean that Pakistan still has 3 reviews remaining, thanks to Mate Internet and Mobile. Hazelwood starts a new over. He bowls to Ashraf, who's in defence, pushing away on the offside. 7 for 230. We have got a Bundaberg ginger beer commentary change with Bharat Sunderasen coming back in. What did you think of that DRS situation?
You know, last year in the Tamil Nadu Premier League, R. Ashwin was playing a game. He was bowling. It's given out. Batter reviews. It's given not out. And he reviewed it again. He reviewed the decision. So if I was Pat Cummins, I would have done that. How did that miss the stumps?
Well, we actually will never know because it is technology. We don't know, really. Hazelwood here bowls to Ashraf outside off stump. The angle across, he lets it go.
What a fast bowling masterclass we're seeing today, Fleming. It's quite something that Pakistan are just 7 down at this moment, the way Australia bowled throughout this innings.
Yeah, particularly Hazelwood and Cummins in this partnership with the new ball. To think that they've only got 1 wicket is quite amazing.
Good old ball tracking. Just when you think you know. Hazelwood from the Langer stand end, bowls to Ashraf, goes with the hook shot, top edge, over the top, 1 bounce into the fence. Straight over first slip.
He's going to get a bit more. He did not play that short ball very well at all. He picks up a boundary, but that was just a swing and hope, wasn't it? And he was very lucky that didn't go straight up in the air.
Yes, I thought for a moment it was going to go straight up in the air. It went very high off the edge, but also far enough.
Yeah, they'll send someone out now at backward square leg. I mean, that was a fair way out off stump, outside off stump. That takes a pretty incredible shot to be able to hit that in the middle through the leg side.
3 slips and a gully, and as Damien Fleming said, now 2 out in the deep on the hook. Precisely placed by Pat Cummins. Hazelwood, past the umpire bowls to Ashraf. It's a full one, and he's beaten outside off stump. He tried to come forward. He tried to tell himself to come forward. Probably got caught a little bit on the crease. It beat the outside edge.
I remember a test match where both teams have played and missed so much. And the lack of catches to the slips.
Yes.
because it's not a green seamer. You know, it's obviously got pace and bounce. There's grass on it, but it's not doing everything. It's just doing enough. And the bowling quality's been excellent.
Still in that 130s range, 135 that last ball for Josh Hazlewood as he comes in again to bowl. Short, he tries to hook it away. Ashraf high on the bat. It just dribbles out on the onside past the square umpire for a single. He moves to 5, 7 for 235 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Generally, when there are so many plays and Mrs. Fleming, generally it'll be about one particular bowler. The whole discussion would be about, are they being a few inches too short? But I don't think that's been the case here, right? They bowl the right lengths.
It's hard to argue, isn't it, with the play and misses? I don't think Carey said last night maybe to force him to drive a little bit more, but you know, you don't want to be bowling half volleys.
Hazlewood here bowls. Oh, that hits the pad of Selman and balloons away on the offside. Got squared up a little bit there. End of the over, 7 for 235. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
This second session of play on day 3 of the Perth Test. The West Test is for Gazman. Make this Christmas a Gazman Christmas with 25% off shirts. One thing I'll say, Flem, I heard you talking earlier on about the pitches in Australia and the extra grass that's being left on them, particularly on the drop-in wickets. I think they have to leave the grass on them so they don't become like a stale biscuit.
It's got more to do with the ball.
Do you think as well?
As well. I mean, I think that's the major issue.
Cummins here around the wicket, starts a new over. I think, well, I sort of feel it's more the dropping wickets they're leaving on a lot bit more grass on it, so there's something in it for the bowlers that the pitch isn't just dead.
And my understanding was more.
I think that was the case initially with the pink ball tests, but even with the red ball tests, that it was more just to give something for the bowlers on what had become a dead drop-in wicket.
Maybe at the MCG. My understanding, with the pink ball, they just worry about it holding up and masting.
Cummins here around the wicket, bowls and rushed. Was Ashraf just playing around the corner?
And my point earlier today was they started, off 14 millimetres day, night and slowly come down. And then they've said, well, what happens if we leave more grass on just day pitches? What will happen?
Yes.
And that's happened, and it's probably proven better for all-round cricket.
Yes. So what my point is, with the extra grass on the pitches now, it is harder to drive for the batsman because it is a bit slower and there's more lateral movement.
Yeah, but particularly with the new ball.
Cummins here. Around the wicket bowls to Ashraf, who's trying to work on the onside. He can't beat Cummins at mid-on.
And what happens, and you can go down and have a look at this wicket here, is where it used to crack or a pitch would just, the grass would evade or erode over a period of time. What is that? Because the grass is thick, the ball's making indentations in the pitch. It's pushing the grass down.
Bruising the grass.
So you've actually, if you hit the side of that or in the middle, it's going to behave differently, so that it provides a bit of natural variation for the bowler.
Cummins again around the wicket bowling to Ashraf, who tries the hook shot, balloons in the air and falls safely near the square leg umpire. So he's not playing that shot particularly well at all, but he's still there. He moves up to 6. Pakistan 7 for 236. They'll keep bowling short if he keeps playing it like that.
Yeah, definitely. And if he's not playing it confidently, they might look to just push up, bring him forward a little bit. But he's certainly going to get a lot of perfume deliveries, bit of smelling the leather up there. And they're big boundaries wide, aren't they, to take on?
3 slips in a gully. Cummins back over the wicket to Salman. And guess what? He plays and misses. So it's just that ability, Flem, for Cummins to move the ball both ways. It's such a craft.
Yeah. And it used to be mainly he was accurate and the nitbacker was his major delivery, but he's got the ability to seam it away. It's probably the last 4 or 5 years he's been able to bowl that quicker in-swinger. He doesn't bowl a great out-swinger just because of his action. But I like how he's just modified his game slightly.
Cummins, last ball of the over, bowls to Selman. It's a bouncer. He ducks underneath it. That was a quick bouncer as well. You could hear it thunder into the gloves of Alex Carey. So the over is complete. 7 for 236 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Pakistan 7 for 236. Jazz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test Cricket, and the man with the Midas touch is back, Mitchell Marsh.
I wonder what the roar was for. The hometown hero gets the ball in hand. Bowled a cracker to knock over Babar Azam.
He's bowling here to Ashraf. Over the wicket to the left-hander, who leaves the first one. That gets to Alex Carey on the half volley.
To your point about the balls as well, Flem, we went through, 2 or 3 summers, right, where the ball just didn't swing. A batch of balls coming from Kookaburra. And we've seen that in England as well. But not the last few years, but they went through a phase as well. But just the last couple of years, I think at least the fast bowlers have been really happy with the balls.
Marsh again from the Langer stand end to Ashraf, who's trying to tickle down leg side, doesn't make contact.
Yeah, I don't know if it's as pronounced as the Dukes. They seem to have specific ears that they behave differently. But the Kookaburras, we certainly went through a period, probably when the pitches didn't have as much grass on it, where they were just getting out of whack so early, going through 6 or 8 through the day.
Marsh here to Ashraf, who leaves. Yes,
but I think they put more lacquer on it and reinforced the seam, which has been good.
Forgot about that. They had like a crisis here, didn't they, with the balls? Where it was just the whole batch of them were.
Yeah, there was. Did we start with the first test in Perth at the Wacker, and it was a bad batch of reds. I thought you could only get that with wine, but get it with cookers. But no, I think that extra lacquer and the reinforcement around the seams helped.
Ashraf taps away at the crease, waiting for Mitch Marsh. He bowls, short ball. He plays that one better, getting in front of square on the onside. Out towards the rope. Travis Head will get there just in the field of play. And they can come back for 3 on the throw because it's about 450 metres away. Travis Head lets that go back in to Mitch Marsh at the non-striker's end. So for him, Ashraf moves to 9. Pakistan 7 for 239 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
On the topic of balls, Flem, during the World Cup one day, Josh Hazelwood was bowling at practice and we just got talking about shining the pink ball. And he said, with the pink ball, they just don't even bother shining the ball. That doesn't, there's no role at all.
Clouded over here in Perth as Marsh comes in again. Ball to Selman, who plays late, just dabbing it into point.
Good areas, though, isn't it? Like, I think with Mitchell Marsh, he got that wicket-taking delivery in him. I love him when he bowls just a fraction fuller.
So, Flem, his average speed is 125.3 from 8 internet and
It's starting to sound like everyone's down, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. Marsh bowls here, into the onside, in the air, past the square leg umpire. That wasn't too far away from Nathan Lyon as someone clipped it away off his pads. He gets a couple of runs to move to 12, 7 for 200 141. That is the end of the over, and it is also a Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew Drinks Break. And at the Drinks Break, it is Pakistan 7 for 241, with Ashraf on 9 and Salman on 12.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
He slips the gully. Stark bowls. It's Yorker length, but it's tucked away really nicely by Salt Shaquille. That's a boundary. Deep backward point retreat. Stark bowls, full and straight, and driven for 4. Salt Shaquille. That's one of the shots of the day.
Shaquille, oh, this is going to be out. It is out. Warner going back, taking the catch. A short ball that hits Shaquille on the glove.
Again, bowls.
It on the pad. Must be out. Must be out. Is out. Selman is out for 10, although he's going to take it upstairs.
Pitching outside off, impacting line.
Oh, no, it's missing.
No way.
So
you are joking.
From out to not out.
I've got to say, I shared Whitey's response from the back of the box there, Bharat. That Salmon leg before, you say put it in the book. I wrote the whole dismissal down. Normally I wait till after the DRS process. I'm like, that's clearly going to be out, not to be. Our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. It's coming to a close right now. We're here for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And if you live and breathe local cricket, Baz, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. We'll celebrate a local legend each lunchtime here on SEN Test Cricket. iCanWin.com.au to enter. You're with me. Simon Katich has jumped in from television as well, from the other place. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, guys.
Speaking of local legends.
Oh, you got the grandstand named after you over at the school behind the Wacker, don't you?
The pavilion, yes.
The pavilion, very nice.
Where the boys got up to all sorts of mischief at lunch, I think.
Well, I thought the lunch break, my sense was the lunch break was, well, it came at a good time for Pakistan, but in that they stopped the flow, and so it proved. 1 for 38 in that hour of play. Australia haven't been able to quite make the second new ball work for them, with the exception of that absolute snorter from Josh Hazlewood, which picked up Saud Shaquille for 28, caught by Warner off his gloves.
Yeah, I think once they got the line right, I mean, obviously Mitch Stark had his issues with the spraying it outside off stump to the left-hander, but Josh Hazlewood, and it was interesting to see, Nathan Lyon, the ball before the dismissal, went up to Josh Hazlewood, and you could see him talking about getting it in at the armpit. Next ball, straight into Shaquille's armpit, glove to Warner. It was brilliant. I'm surprised they haven't done more of that to Ashraf. He looks like he wants to take the short ball on, but they've given him just a little bit too much line to work with.
That ball was our play of the day for Drinkwise. The fresh hour starts with the captain, Cummins. Round the wicket here, bowls and beats the outside edge of Ashraf. Fahim, he's there to extend their batting lineup. They had the night watchman in yesterday, which means he's walking in at 9, but he was inside the top 6 in Pakistan against Australia last year. Memorably made a golden duck on that final day at Karachi, when we thought for about a quarter of an hour there that Australia might have enough time to bowl out Pakistan. Didn't quite get the job done, but yeah, he's a versatile operator.
Yeah, he is. Ever since he's broken into this side across formats, He's in and out always, isn't he? I've never seen him play more than 2 or 3 tests on the trot.
It's his first test of the year as well for Fahim Ashraf. He's on strike. 2 slips to gully. Cummins wider on the crease, bowls, and he pulls. Not far to square leg, and he's caught. Oh, that's a great catch from Usman Khawaja. It didn't travel quickly. High on the bat, he went back to pull, but he had so much ground to make up before committing to the dive. Always harder going forward, Simon Katich. That's the end of Fahim Ashraf straight after drinks. He's gone for 9 at 7 for 200. Make that 8 for 241. We see a replay here. So Khawaja was caught on his heels, got the dive in, both legs in the air, reminiscent of the catch he took it indoor earlier this year. And Australia had the chance to finish this a bit more quickly than we thought, Kat.
Yeah, it was a brilliant catch, but also brilliant tactics. They brought the extra fielder across. Pat Cummins got the line right from around the wicket to cramp Fahim Ashraf. They kept the deep square leg out there, but they put a catcher in at square leg, and that was brought about by a previous over to Mitch Marsh and Josh Hazlewood in the over before that, where Ashraf had taken the ball on, a short ball on, and just clothed it out to square leg. So they brought the extra fielder over, and it's paid dividends, and he got it in at the right line. It was in at his right shoulder, which means he can't free his hands to play the shot as strongly as he wanted.
Still 246 behind as Amir Jamal walks out at number 10. It was like it was all in slow motion there in terms of the ball ballooning off the bat. Khawaja not quite picking it up, then realising what was going on, then putting in the dive and coming forward. Good stuff, Baz.
Yeah, it feels like every test summer Khawaja has one good catch or one special catch up his sleeve, doesn't he? But yeah, that catch in indoor was just out of this world. It'd been off the field. It came in and he was put in the hot spot.
Well, what about the one he took in Adelaide off Virat Kohli?
Kohli, yeah.
In that pink ball test. That was phenomenal. In Gully, I think.
Yep, 2018.
Yeah, that one with Shreyas Iyer at indoor, it was in the same half an hour as Steve Smith took the catch at leg slip off Cheteshwar Pujara, and the whole test match turned on a dime. Famous day for Nathan Lyon, an 8-wicket bag. But it's Pat Cummins here with 2 wickets and a chance to go through the tail. Jamal on debut, picked up 6 for 111 with the ball, so we know he's a fighter. 3 slips in a gully. Crowd clapping. Cummins in. Delivers here. First ball hits him on the pad, but it's trending down the leg side. No appeal for leg before.
But with Fahim Ashraf, like Simon said, it was coming, right? The first short ball he faced, the way he dealt with it, you knew Australia were going to bombard him with that. Yeah, they kept giving him room, so he kept getting top edges and just balls falling into no man's land. Just a matter of time till they attacked the right armpit. As soon as that happened, he was going to be in trouble. To feel for Saud Shakil, though, getting out like that in the first innings of the series.
Yeah, it's not a great way to go.
Nathan Lyon warming up a point. Cummins bowls here. It's full and wide of the off stump. He tries to chop down hard on it, Amir Jamal, but makes no contact through. The gloves are carrying.
Talking about that dismissal previously, and the fact that the line of it means that, and the way that he played it means he's going to get more of that throughout this series. Obviously, this will be the biggest challenge because of the pace and bounce here. So come innings 2, I'd be surprised if he's not getting more of that. And he's going to have to prepare for it now. So he's got options. He either sways, he ducks, or he has to try and get a little bit more across the offside and get inside the line to access fine leg.
Cummins to Jamal, bowls here in behind it. That's a sturdy defence. Just back to Khawaja's catch. Remember about, I don't know, Kat, would have been when you first started doing radio, I suppose, about 8 or 9 years ago, when he was seen as a liability in the field. Remember he tore a hamstring in Perth, and the whole idea was he wasn't quite, his fitness levels weren't quite where they needed to be, and as he worked his way around the field, he was seen as a weak link. Far from that now, years later, in his mid-30s.
Correct. And it goes to show that, you know, you can still keep getting better at your game and taking that criticism as such, or constructive criticism on board, and becoming better for it. And he's certainly done that.
So Cummins finishes here, and defending again, opening the blade is Amir. They don't take the single that's on offer. So they're playing the milk to strike game already, 8 down. Salman gets it back. He's 12. Jamal yet to get off the mark. Wicket maiden for Cummins. Pakistan now 8 for 241 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
The leading run scorer for Pakistan is Imam Al-Haq, made 62. That's for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. And our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Bharat Sunderasen and Simon Katich with me here. 2 wickets and 38 runs in the session.
Just going back to that Shakil dismissal, in India we call it the Benaud Qadir issue. I mean, he averaged, 54? He finished with a test average of 54.
Mitchell Marsh stays in the attack from the Langer end. Bowls here down the leg side. Salman has a flirt with it but doesn't make contact.
Back-to-back double hundreds very early on in his career, and he seemed to be on top of the world. And one series, ironically, on Indian soil when West Indies came there with Courtney Walsh and Kenny Benjamin, got him out, got out to the short ball 3 or 4 times and ended his career. So when I see someone like Shakil coming here on the back of averaging 87 in 7 tests in the subcontinent and getting out like that.
2 back for the short ball here was Salman on strike to Marsh. It's wide outside the off stump left alone. When you get a reputation, though, for having a problem against the short ball, it can make your life an absolute nightmare. I remember Michael Bevan, his test career was so defined by him getting bombed repeatedly. And you played so much around the same era as him, same teams and so on. He used to monster the short ball at shield level.
Correct. And played against some very good fast bowlers on all the surfaces around Australia. But you're right. And look, there's no reason why he can't counter it. It's just it all happens in a split second, so you've got to be really sharp with how you're going to counter it.
Master Salman on 12. Finds the outside portion of the bat, but straight down just behind point. They do take the single on offer here from the third ball of the over. Salman 13, Pakistan 8 for 242, 245 in arrears.
So the one way to counter it depends on how you want to go about it. If he wants to be aggressive and take it on, then he's got to obviously practice balls getting fired in him at his right shoulder, which is in line with his ribs, and having balls potentially thrown to him that pitch outside leg stump into his blind spot, and start figuring out how he can access, getting his hands through that line of the ball, or he starts practicing ducking or weaving.
Marsh to Jamal. His 5th ball yet to get off the mark, and does so here through square leg on the clip. There'll be 2 on offer. Mitchell Stark, a lot of work to do out from long leg. They might come back for 3 on the arm, and they do. Lots of room to work with there. So Jamal 3. Pakistan 8 for 245. It's funny to think that in the middle of this year we're having a similar conversation around Travis Head with England. Every time he walked out to face, he was getting 5 short balls and over. It seems weird now, like that would not be part of the conversation at all after his mastery of the horizontal bat shots in India during the World Cup.
And that's the beauty about the situation. It presents an opportunity to get better at an area of your game that then can become a weapon. And the short ball, if you play it well, gives you a lot of runs.
Just pulls out here, something going on behind the sight screen or something like that.
And there's 2 ways to look at it, right, Simon? We spoke about the negative aspect of it happening in the first innings of a series. But like you said, he has 5 more innings. If he can overcome that, he leaves these shores as a much better test batter than he was when he came here.
And that's exactly right. You have to have an all-round game. You can't just thrive in your home conditions. You've got to be able to play all around the world to have a long test career.
2 left for Marsh here. 2 slips, bowls, and a swing and a miss from Salman. It was in that channel outside the line of the off stump. Just a little hint of movement with the second new ball into the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, and that's the better line from Mitch Marsh. That's how he got Bubba Azam out, maybe fractionally wide of that delivery. But he's got some good shape to work with. He's got a newer ball here. It's only 12, nearly 13 overs old. So I think if he presents that ball on a fuller length, he's got an opportunity to bring the slips and gully into play. He's got a bit of protection there at gully and also at short cover.
Marsh up again, last ball of the over. Salman swings and missed again, almost identical to the ball that came before it. Maybe a sniff to fuller. Either way, he's through it. Salman 13, Jamal 3. 8 for 245 at the end of the over. On the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Seeing a replay between overs there of the final ball. Genuine outswing there from Mitch Marsh, which has been a big part of his game in the last couple of years.
Yeah, certainly. I think when he played that test at the Oval in 2019, I think he got five, didn't he, at the Oval?
He was hooping it around corners that day.
He can genuinely swing it.
And that's we always, when we speak of the Mitch Marsh v Cameron Green debate, Simon, we talk mostly about their batting. They're such different bowlers. They offer you very different skills with the ball.
Yep, definitely.
So back to Jamal on 3, facing Cummins. Now a short leg in for him. Bowls and bumps him, ducks it well. Good technique.
Yeah, this is a good plan from Pat Cummins. He knows that the tail ender here, he's got to get in and around the stumps. He's going to attack him with the short ball here. He's actually just bent his back and looked straight down at the ground.
I kind of looked at where he finished, which was not too bad, but yes, in hindsight, he could have bent those knees a little bit. It was the standing duck almost, or should I say the straight-legged duck.
You spend a lot of time in India, Simon. That's how we greet our elders.
So will he go upstairs again, or will the full ball come second up? Cummins close to the stumps. It is full, pushed in towards short leg, where Marnus Labuschagne's under the lid at the moment, not Travis Head.
Speaking of respecting your elders in India, Simon, you're all over the IPL generally. I don't know whether you noticed Rohit Sharma has been replaced as captain by Hardik Pandya and Mumbai Indians. The Mumbai Indians lost 3 million followers on social media, on Twitter, as soon as that happened.
Wow. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, big call.
I do find the fandom, the standing, if you like, of players extraordinary to follow on social media. Cummins bowls here, full and tucked. From the leg stump line by Jamal, out to deep backward square for 1, maybe 2. Yep, 2. They walk it in the end. Jamal's 5, 8 for 246.
I've always been staggered with people who have 3 million followers. Like, how do you lose 3 million followers? How do 3 million people decide, okay, we're going to do the same thing and unfollow someone on the same day?
Well, given it's Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, I'm surprised it's not more than 3 million. Because he has been a very, very successful captain, 5-time IPL winning captain.
Jamal has a couple of first-class 50s, high score of 80 not out. Facing Cummins here, or at least he was about to. Second time in 2 overs, Jamal's pulled out. That's bold from the man on debut after taking a 6 for yesterday, now messing with the Aussie captain. Not sure what he's seen. There's an enormous amount of territory devoted to just the sight screen at Perth. It's a bit like when you're watching Johnny Bairstow bat, that he pulls out someone from, deep mid-wicket who deigned to look at their watch, which might have reflected the sun 4 times a session or something like that.
Well, we're just seeing a change in the field here too. So second slip's come out. David Warner's gone to a leg slip. And Steve Smith's probably at 1.5 now. So Pat Cummins coming around the wicket to try and target Jamal.
Gets there now, bowls, and it's full across the right-hander, placing it to cover point where Khawaja collects no run. Like that line, I should say. And Salman is down the other end. Mentioned before, he's got a pretty good test record, averaging 49. He made a century against 132 not out against Sri Lanka at Colombo in his most recent test innings. 103 against New Zealand on Boxing Day last year at Karachi. A few other half centuries in there as well. And this is 10th test match. It's Jamal on strike now. Back over the wicket. Change of angle. Hits him. Doesn't know where it goes. Looks out to leg slip. The ball's at silly point. That sounded fleshy as well.
Pat Cummins just zeroing in here. He's not going to give him any width with the way the field's structured. Short legs in the game, leg slips in the game. And that ball just comes back in. Hits the top of the thigh pad. Maybe it might have got a bit of flesh as well, Colo.
A bit of hip tummy region. Yeah. Either way, that's nothing good. Nothing good for a number 10. So last ball of the over. This should be the one that uproots the stumps if Cummins perfects his plan. Bowls here, back of a length, or maybe a bit fuller than that. Either way, he's able to get on the front foot and push to mid on. End of the over. 94 gone. Pakistan 8 for 247. Jamal 5, Salman 13. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, South Bank. Licence 10929.
SEN Test Cricket, where our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. A man that looks coolest to my right, Ian Smith. Good afternoon to you.
I got my ringers too in the post.
Outstanding.
Absolutely. Just prior to Christmas. What a lovely present.
Ideal.
I'm just waiting to see signs of Nathan Lyon. I just think it's just prior to tea, Nathan Lyon. 2 wickets to get in this innings.
So we're thinking about that now. Marsh bowls on the back foot, pushing into the offside. Salmon doesn't take the single. Probably isn't one there with Kawaja running in from the gully. So our tea break here. I'm getting confused with the times owing to the fact that we start at 20 past 10 local. My head's thrown. My onboard computer's misfiring. But it is 38 minutes away. Our tea break will be for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. They should get the job done by then, Australia.
Oh, they bowl well. Yeah. My God, they've gone. We did a calculation. Over 50 times they've been outside the edge, past the outside edge. Over 50 times.
Wow. That's a lot. Marsh, 2 slips, bowls here, make that 51. Swing and a miss from Solomon. It was well wide. It was an innocuous delivery, but didn't make contact anyway.
Yeah, it just shows how the difference in these two attacks with height, bounce, pace, and just the level of experience. I think this Australian attack's got over 1,400 odd wickets together, and the Pakistani attack's, I think, around about 153 or something like that. So it's a massive difference in these conditions, and that's why the Pakistan batsmen have had to work and scrap for every run they've got.
Marsh got it right. He is moving the ball. Delivers here. That's a beauty. Salmon had to come forward. Right line, right length. Went above the shoulder of the bat. Didn't clip the edge on the way through. Another player miss.
It's been quite incredible, and that did go off the seam. That's a terrific delivery. It would have got a lot of terrific players out. I mean, that's just a belter of a ball.
We spent a bit of time this morning, Kat, talking about Cameron Green's point of difference with the ball, being much quicker than Marsh, but he's turned himself into a nice little complementary part of this attack because no one else in it bowls genuine right arm outswing, do they?
Yeah, and that's the beauty. They're all different in a way, which is what you want.
Halfway through the over, still the 2 slips, delivers, and that's gone nowhere. Off the inside part of the bat, maybe the toe, spills into the onside. Salmon does a pirouette to try and find it, no run. So if you throw Green into the mix and Marsh, that's another dimension, with Green being quicker than the average bear, bowls a lot of bounces. So if it ends up with the configuration that we speculated before play today with Green opening the batting, that's a very diverse bowling group.
Gives you a lot of options in a lot of different conditions.
What do you think of that, Smithy? Sending Green to the top.
No, I had heard speculation. I'm yet to be convinced.
Okay.
Yet to be convinced.
Marsh 2 left. Bowls to Salmon. Salmon cuts over the top of the cordon. Uppercut for 4. Got a good look at that one. Not a great delivery from Marsh. We've just given him a wrap and he's given him a 4 ball. 8 for 251. A little milestone for the Pakistanis. They're still 236 behind, but with Salmon, there a chance of eroding that down to something beneath 200. He's up to 17.
Yeah, nicely played that. Got width on offer. And just let the pace of the ball do the rest, really. No one down at third man. And that's part of batting here in Perth, is understanding what the higher percentage shots are. So as soon as you get anything wider and shorter, you throw the sink at it and it's an easier scoring option.
Last ball from Marsh, wasted as well, down the leg side. So just the boundary from the over. 8 for 251, Jamal's 5, Salmon 17 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Ready to retire? With the Host Plus pension account, you can turn your super into a tax-effective retirement income. So, whether you're focused on maximising your investments or having more certainty over your returns, Host Plus Pension has an option for you. More control over your retirement? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. General advice only. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider your circumstances and the Host Plus Pension PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before making a decision.
Search Host Plus Pension today.
All our numbers and facts on the coverage of a Mate Internet and Mobile. Got Ian Smith with us, dropping plenty of those in from television. Stats and facts and all the rest. Happy with that. feels like Nathan Lyon might come on the other end.
I just saw him walk past Pat Cummins, and Pat Cummins, I think I saw the old floppy hat just give a nod of approval as if to say, I think maybe your time. So, and he did go down, and sometimes customary with Nathan Lyon, he goes to the filer's footmarks and gets the hands nice and dry, etc. So he did that. So I'm picking he's close.
Could be a milestone round the corner for him. 2 wickets away from 500. Stark will want one himself here. In bowls across the right-handed Jamal, who gets it away through backward point. Nice timing. Stood up tall. Rode the bounce. Towards the rope it goes. Lyon will cut it off just inside. They'll return for a third. Jamal to 8. 8 for 254. We were talking before you joined us, Smithy, about players who get a reputation of being troubled by the short ball and how it can kind of change their career because suddenly they're getting bombed. We saw Shaquille out to the short ball. We saw Fahim Ashraf out to the short ball. That could inform the type of treatment they get for the rest of the series.
It can. It can. Everyone takes notes these days.
Yeah.
I mean, and whether it be on computer or whether it's in a little notebook somewhere, method of dismissal, store it. Yes. It'll be early on in the piece.
Stark away from us. Members end. Bowls to Salmon on 17. Down the leg side. Nothing on it. Through to Carey.
I know that Mitchell Stark is renowned for being a little bit loose, and that makes him a little bit more dangerous because when he gets it right. But he was loose in that first spell.
That was phenomenally loose. That was nearly as loose as Kerry O'Keefe with you the other day, Smithy.
No, that was out of line.
Wasn't it?
Well, that was both out of line.
Yeah,
You're right.
correct. Out of
they
line,
were
mate.
both completely out of line.
What was the Kerry exchange?
Well, he does his homework, right? So Kerry had talked about Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is a lover of cricket and the 7th son. He's the 7th of 7 sons.
Oh, wow.
And he said every time Pakistan lost the test,
Stark's
fasted.
changing angle round the wicket to Solomon. Way wide of the off stump again.
He fasted for 2 days.
So every time they lost at the World Cup, is that?
No, every time they lost a test match, they
lost the test
fasted
match,
for 2 days. So I looked across at me in the commentary box. He said, and what did you do when New Zealand lost the test match? Eat for 2 days?
Sorry, I'm laughing, Smithy. That was a low blow.
I wonder how long he stored that one up for, Kerry.
I reckon. We reckon he probably scribbled that down about June this year. Unbelievable. First morning. That was first morning. First commentary stint with him.
Between the eyes. Stark bowls, inside edge from Salmon, spits out behind the square leg
It's
umpire
gone even
for a
worse
single
than that.
18.
This morning I was down there doing some work prior, and this rather elderly Indian man leant over as I was walking down the tunnel. He said, will you sign my book? I said, yeah, absolutely. So I handed back his book and his pen, and he said, Getty O'Keefe is right, you eat too much. But he was serious. It wasn't with a little snigger or grin afterwards. It's eat too much. Good God.
Just an earnest slap.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
How did you respond?
I just politely kept walking and got out of sight and sound and kicked the wall. No, not really. It's all good fun.
Stark again. Got the short leg when bowling to Jamal. He beats him with a better delivery in the channel. Tempter outside the off stump. Went for the booming drive, got nowhere near it.
Too many athletes in these commentary boxes. If you walk up and down this commentary box through the radio and television, there's too many guys who go to the gym every day still. The end of a day's play, they go to the gym. Well, they wake up. 4 of our guys went for a walk this morning at 6 o'clock.
4 countries.
Including Shastri and Akram. I said, you kidding me, you guys?
See, it was Akram, it was Wazim, it was Ravi Shastri, Michael Vaughan, and Mark Waugh.
Mark Waugh. What's that about? Veterans.
What do you think if you ran into them on your morning jog?
Well, it's unlikely I will.
Stark bowls here, defending is Jamal. Takes the single. So they're trusting him to keep strike now. He moves to 9. That went out to cover. Salmon down the other end on 18. Pakistan 8 for 256. They trailed by 231 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. There'll be a change in commentary. Whitey jumping in for me after the break.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
So Ian Smith, you were right. Nathan Lyon is coming back into the attack. With Pakistan 8 for 256 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. So 25% off. We've got half an hour until tea. And Nathan Lyon needs 2 for 500.
He's got a great chance here because he's going to be bowling at numbers 10 if he gets him, and then number 11 he's got a slip. He's got a leg slip. There's a man on the 45 and a protection or a catching roll, and then he shot Marnus Labuschagne just a whisker in front of square under the helmet. So if he gets it to bite and turn, the tail enders generally struggle.
Jamal on strike on 9. The right-hander, Lyon bowls, and Jamal defends. And Simon Katich, you talked about this during the ad break. He looks pretty good for a number 10.
He looks way better than a number 10. That back foot punch through backward point of Mitchell Stark's last over, the first ball, was glorious. And he certainly looks like he's more than capable with the bat. But I agree with Smithy. This is the time for Nathan Lyon to bowl.
And comes in, bowls, Jamal defends, and will pinch a single. Well played into cover. Cummins having to come around from mid-off to do the fielding. There is a gap there, an inviting gap in the covers. He takes the single.
It's an interesting field, you're right, Whitey, because there's really Steve Smith at slip, and then there's only 2 or more on the offside, 1 at backward point. There's a yawning gap between he and Pat Cummins. Pat Cummins at mid-off.
And bowls, so it goes the sweep. It hits the pad. They shout. The umpire says no, and it was almost a half-hearted shout, really.
Looked like he was well outside the line.
Yeah. It's like, and they've got this big gap at cover. Said, you want to play through the covers against the spin, please. Be our guest. Sweep at the whacker. That's not your option, says Alex Carey. Selman, who waits, uses his feet, skips and then clips it through the legs of Labuschagne at bat pad, out into the deep for a single. Not really where he tried to hit it, but he'll take the run. 8 for 258.
Well, he's already caused problems to players using their feet and not getting there in this innings. That he's got a left-hander and a right-hander who couldn't get to the pitch of the ball. One stumped, one strangled down the leg side.
And again, uncoils, bowls, Jamal across his front pad, defending into the onside. To head at a straight mid-wicket, no run.
And I think a lot of that gets brought about because that leg slips in and the batsmen are worried about the bounce and turn going there or to short leg.
Oh, that's a good delivery that beats the outside edge. Carey's taken the bails off. They are going upstairs for a look. They're not really overly confident, are they? Although I've lost all my confidence with the last time we went to the DRS.
Look, Alex Carey, I've often said, look at body language. I think he thinks there's an outside possibility, but he's not betting all his chips on this one, I don't think.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. Check the front foot and the back foot, and it's a fair delivery. Can I have the side-on angle, please?
So Jamal is the one that is in a little bit of hot water here. He's on 10. Is it wicket 499 or is Jamal safe? We're getting the side on view. Did he drag the foot? He kind of does. It's on the line. Does he get it back? He does not yet. Not yet.
Can we have a zoomer, please, if possible?
Oh.
And maybe a split. I'll have the zoomer, and then can we have a split screen because I need to see the complete removal of the bail as well, please.
I think it's out.
Yeah.
I'm giving that out. I'm a keeper, though. He drags it forward. It's got to be grounded behind the line. There has to be something grounded.
Okay, so there's
in the air's
nothing
no good.
behind. So just take that back, please. So keep moving forward.
Close.
Moving forward. Nothing behind the line. Okay, I need to see. Can I have a split screen, please, if possible? I just need to see the complete removal of the bail, please, here.
Oh, Kat, what do you reckon now?
I reckon it looks different from either this angle, which is you're seeing coming from the offside, compared to the leg side.
This might be a telling one. They've given us stump vision as well, which shows.
Okay, no split screen.
I think Michael Goff at this stage is in favour of the stumping. He's looking for evidence not to give it now. If he doesn't find it, it's all over.
Okay, the zoom is the best, okay.
$4.99.
Okay, yeah, roll through, please. Yeah, just keep rolling through, frame by frame, very slowly, please. Okay, just back one frame, and forward one frame, and forward one frame. Okay, that's the complete removal of the bill. And just freeze it there, please. There's nothing behind the line. So I'm ready for my decision.
He's going to give this out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the Australians were overly confident about it. Alex Carey included in that. But guess what? We have a wicket. A 9th wicket. A 499th wicket. Pakistan 9 for 258. Jamal out, stumped Carey, bowled Lyon. And Lyon now with 2 for 56. And we went upstairs for Imar.
Now the trade is mate. That's Imar.
And we came back with a wicket. And now we have Afridi coming out to bat. Well, we'll take a break and come back because it's the end of the over.
The federal government's Same Job, Same Pay law is not about equal pay for men and women, and it's not about closing loopholes. It means when farmers are extra busy and need more workers, it will be less flexible and more expensive. And when it's more expensive for farmers, it's more expensive at the checkout. Let's find a better way, because Same Job, Same Pay is the bill all Australians will have to pay. Find out more at findabetterway.com.au. Authorised by Tony Marr, National Farmers Federation, Canberra.
Sometimes things just surprise you. It was one of those ones where it's almost like, I will take the bails off just in case. Polite inquiry, nothing really more, and all of a sudden there's a wicket.
It was actually a nice piece of work. It was a nice sharp piece of work from Alex Carey. His glove work hasn't been perfect today, but that was spot on.
Stark, he's in, he's bowling, blading it into the gully is Salmon on the bounce. And there's no run. So we look up now on that scoreboard and we see 2 stumpings now for Alex Carey, along with a couple of catches as well. It doesn't look too bad on the scoreboard.
Well, we talked about this yesterday. You might glove the ball beautifully all day and get nothing. And everyone says, well, you know, what did you do today? You can get 2 catches and 2 stumpings and not glove the ball perfectly, and people say, what a great day he had.
Yeah,
my goodness, he had a great day.
Stark around the wicket, bowling to Salmon, who drives nicely. Now, they're not going to take the single. Khawaja diving and stopping it halfway to the rope. He set quite deep at mid-off. And Salmon making things very clear now. He's going to try and farm the strike. He's 19 not out.
Well, this is little drama within drama, this, because the whole world knows Nathan Lyon's on 499. You've got number 11 in. So at what point does Pat come and say, well, we're going to do this for Nathan Lyon, bring fielders in? And does Mitch Stark ruin the party? It's a lovely little piece of cricket just prior to the break.
Stark around the wicket to the right-handed Salmon. Past the umpire, bowl. Salmon gets a bounce and ducks underneath. Yes, now under normal circumstances, tea would be taken in 20 minutes' time, but because we're 9 wickets down, we could be here for a long time.
And I'm not so sure that Nathan Lyon will care whether he bowls to a left-hander or a right-hander, given the way he's bowling. And he looks threatening against the righties just as much as he does against the left-handers.
And he won't worry it's number 11, because when you've taken 500 wickets, you've taken a hell of a lot of good ones in the process. So that won't worry him one iota either.
Stark again. Bowl, Salmon. Oh, that's a leading edge. It balloons up to point. It was tried to be hit on the onside through square leg, and they take the single. I think it might have broken his bat, that ball. Salmon dramatically trying to turn on the onside to a ball that's sort of waist high. And it may have got a bit big on him, but it was in the air for a long time on the offside. So 2 balls to last here for Afridi.
Left arm over. 2 to come, Shaheen.
You can hear the umpire telling Shaheen Shah Afridi, You got 2 to survive here, essentially.
2 to survive. I love that. If he actually said that, that would be brilliant. 2 to survive.
Can you get through 2 here?
Good luck, son.
2 slips of gully, a bat pad. And Mitchell Starc steaming in. He bowls. Afridi plays and misses.
Aside from
get
all
on
this,
the front foot.
I was just saying, aside from all this, Mitchell Starc has not got it right, has he?
Oh,
he's far from got it right. I'm interested to hear from Damien Fleming later just about what's wrong. This has been so wayward today. It's just outrageously wayward.
Except for that one ball that was probably the ball of the match.
Well, the one he got Safraz with before lunch was an absolute beauty. Swung back, hit the off stump. He bowled better with the older ball than he did with the second new ball.
Starc again comes in, bowls to Afridi. It's a bouncer and he ducks underneath it. So he does survive those 2 balls. Does Shaheen Shah Afridi. Pakistan 9 for 259. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
For over 40 years, the Pleasure Chest has been delivering pleasure. And now it can deliver it to your door. So jump onto pleasurechest.com.au. Curious? Shop our exciting range online. Express delivery. Fast can be good. The Pleasure Chest, your adult boutique. When the mood takes you, head to pleasurechest.com.au.
I can see it up on the scoreboard. Nathan Lyon on 499 test wickets. He's bowling here to Selman, who goes with a reverse and bobbles up and over the top of Stephen Smith at slip. And they take the single. I think they forgot not to take the single. Such was the drama in all of that with the top edge reverse sweep. 9 for 260. Damien Fleming's come back in.
Smart cricket.
By who?
I was just throwing it out there. I was waiting for you to come back.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. But it's smart, I think, right here and now. Nathan Lyon thinks this is quite smart. Now, I think he's forecasting that Shaheen Afridi's best method of defence here might be to attack, because he's gone semi-defensive here. He's only got a slip and a short leg. Interesting.
Lyon comes in, bowls to Afridi. It's a quicker ball. It hits him on the pad and bobbles up on the onside.
Crowd are the most boisterous I've
this
been.
Is great, isn't it?
it?
Just hopefully they'll be waiting for Nate get 500 and they can say, yeah, I was the day there the day that Nathan Lyon took his 500 test wicket.
In he comes, uncoils, bowls to Afridi, who leaves outside the off stump. That wasn't too far away from the off stump.
Wouldn't mind a little leave hitting the stumps. That'd be a nice little highlights package.
1 to get. Lyon needs 1 for 500. He bowls. Afridi defends back down the pitch.
Hi, guys. Never going to criticise Nathan Lyon's field, but I'd have one closer in on the offside.
Why not?
I would.
And he comes again. Nathan Lyon bowls to Afridi, who leaves a quicker ball, a flatter ball, a shorter ball outside off stump.
It's almost like he's trying to block it out, but it's the last over of the test match, isn't it?
Right.
The way the crowd's reacting.
That's exactly right, Flem. Has that feel to it. Lyon again bounces in, bowls to Afridi, who leaves a very close ball to off stump to end the over. That was tantalisingly close. Very, very, very close indeed. Over bowled, 9 for 260 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
The Macca's scoreboard, cricket, I'm loving it, sees Pakistan 9 for 260 with a free yet to score. Salman on strike on 21 as Mitchell Starc starts a new over. He's done well, Salman. He's got to keep doing well. Starc around the wicket, bowls. Salman drives firmly straight to cover, straight to Lalor on the second bounce.
Absolutely no doubt Australia bat again.
No doubt.
No doubt.
That's just what they do.
It's just looking at the field thinking 27, 28 runs to avoid the follow-on. Is he protecting the boundaries here, or does he say to Salman, there's one here to change strike, if you like? I mean...
No, but they'll
chance?
bat again, no chance.
Okay.
It was a bit of an optimistic question from Smithy, I think, Flynn.
I like it.
Starc wider on the crease. Salman carves it out into the offside, into the deep. They won't take the run that is on offer. Behind point. Nathan Lyon doing the fielding.
Reverse outrights and pre-sports scientists. I'm definitely with you, Smithy, that we'd be bowling again.
So looking at that stat for Made Internet and Mobile, 227 is the deficit. So 27, as Ian Smith said, they've got to get under 200 to avoid the follow-on. Then it doesn't matter. Australia will be batting. Starc on the runway again, bowling to Salman. Still 2 slips in play as he goes to big drive and misses.
Smithy, I'm with you. I heard something. I just thought it was a nick through. You've been talking about it off air too. Just how wayward Mitch Starc's been today. Bowled a peach. The second new ball, those couple of overs were just... I don't think he bowled 2 balls in the same spot.
He's not going to be the king bowler for Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning. Franchises available. Bowling like this.
Well, right now we've in the 4th ball of the over coming up. There's a deep backward square leg, a fine leg, a third man, a deep backward point, mid-off and mid-on. Everyone is giving the single at this point. Let's see if it changes.
Bouncer.
Starc comes in, bowls. It's a full ball. It's clipped away into the onside for a single.
Why?
Cummins does the fielding at a wideish mid-on, as Ian Smith said, about halfway to the fence. So now, like last over...
I would have liked some short balls there. You got 2 out if he takes it on. And if they're dot balls, well, Lyon gets to bowl to a Freedy.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Salman's record here and thinking, why do I think I can't get him out? I mean, how long has he been around? How many test runs has he got? I mean, how much experience has he got? Do I back myself to get him out anyway? So why do I have to give him one? Am I giving in to him?
Once again, though, it's a modern trend, Smithy, isn't it? These field settings.
Like last over, Freddie has to negotiate 2. There's the first one, a bouncer that no one was going to be able to hit.
Where do you reckon the next one's going to be, or attempt to be?
Right on his
toes.
foot.
I'm thinking that. Flem's thinking that. Why are you thinking that? Is Shaheen thinking
Oh,
that?
I don't think there's any doubt. Well, I'm not sure. Fast bowlers often think that every ball's going at their head, don't they? You can definitely feel the hush and tension around the arena because of the enormity of what Nathan Lyon is potentially about to achieve. This is the sideshow overs from Mitchell Starc. Here comes bowls to Freddie. He's fallen, he jams it out. Gets it down
he's looking for a single.
Backward square leg. They don't take the run. That was well bowled, but it was well played to be able to dig that out. We've had 100 overs. Pakistan 9 for 261 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
Our stats and facts and figures are from 8 Internet and Mobile. Nathan Lyon trying to get to 500 like Glenn McGrath and Shane Warne. He's bowling here to Selman, who uses his feet, lifts him over the top of Cummins and down to the long off boundary for 4. Using his feet, Cummins was up in that mid-off position and went straight over his head and out to the rope for 4. He's up to 26. It is 9 for 265.
Safe shot. Nice little check drive too. He didn't try to swing himself off balance. He went early. He went very early. I reckon Alex Carey was hoping, I missed there. Got another stumping.
I think that's the shot of a better than fair player, to be honest, against an off-spinner.
Inside out.
Yeah, very good.
Lyon again, bowls to Selman, who defends. Bat and pad close together, away on the offside, getting onto the front foot. Lyon again. Bowls to Selman. In defence. A quicker ball. Squeezes out on the offside. They take the run to backward point.
He's sprinting down there. I think he's smelling some runs. He's 0 off 9. Where's he going to try and score them?
I'm almost a bit nervous here.
I'm a bit nervous.
Lyon just talking to his fielders as to where he wants them specifically placed. Now he's ready. Bowling to Afridi. Afridi defends comfortably on the front foot. Away on the onside.
Smithy, get that man in there on the offside.
What a number 11's love. Big, loopy stuff to have a Lalor pat. Give it some air, Nathan. Give it some air, son. Don't dart it in.
And he comes around the wicket, bowls to Afridi, who swings it away on the onside, in the air and out to the boundary for 4 through wideish mid-wicket. So it was slower. There was more flight to it. Afridi's eyes lit up and he took the invitation. And he gets himself a boundary. 9 for 270, and that is Afridi's first runs.
I don't mind that if I'm Nathan Lyon. He's sitting against the spin, against the loop. And he's number 11. Good luck, son. Keep trying it.
Lyon again bowls, and Afridi leaves outside off stump to a wide delivery. Over bowled.
Come on, Nate.
9 for 270 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The applause for the hero, Travis Head, not Mitchell Marsh, who is going to bowl here from the broadcast end. Pakistan 9 for 270 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Selman, the right-hander. A slip, but no bat pad. 2 catching with wickets. There's a rank long hole. And Selman tried to hit that ball into the seats and got a bottom edge. It went away out into the deep on the onside. They don't take a run.
Does he need to protect Afridi from Travis Head?
Probably not.
Just take the runs. That was a shocker from Trav first up.
He bowls again. That's a better ball. Selman's forced to defend in the mid-wicket.
Nice shot, Trav.
For my internet and mobile, we've had 101.2 overs. And Selman does take the single here around the corner into the deep and backward square leg. So he'd seen enough from Travis to think, yeah, I reckon Afridi can take this.
Yeah, and Trav will throw it up a little bit more than Nathan Lyon. And we saw from Afridi play that slog sweep. So I hope he does throw it up, but outside his eye line, you know, like a 5th or 6th stump line.
Travis Head. Bowls here to Afridi. Flatter, quicker, back and across. Afridi defends.
Come on. I think it's Chandy here in the rough, Eddie. Chandy in the rough here.
It's Alex Carey, you can hear. Travis Head again around the wicket, bowling to Afridi, who swings a high ball. Where's that gone? Chance for Khawaja, going back, takes the catch at long on. And the boos from the crowd because Nathan Lyon didn't take the last wicket. It's golden arm, Travis Head taking the last wicket. And Pakistan all out for 271. With Shaheen Shah Afridi, the last man to fall for 4, going the big shot over mid-wicket, the slog sweep, top edge, Khawaja taking the catch at long on, and Pakistan all out, 216 runs behind Australia.
Damien, in the double figures now, Travis Head, 10 test wickets and an average of 33. I think you like that, Whitey.
That's
don't you?
Exceptional
from the Golden Arm. Yeah, pretty good effort from both teams, really. Australia were really persistent. You know, a lot of plays and misses throughout that whole innings. But they stuck at it and they shared the wickets. They all deserved every wicket they got. For Pakistan, you know, I thought they worked really hard up the top. That they didn't throw away their wickets. It needed good deliveries to knock them over. So, yeah, very good effort from the Aussies, though.
All right, we're about to head downstairs. Adam Gilchrist on Fox Cricket is about to
have the Australian captain, Pat Cummins, with me here. Pat, they made you work hard.
Yeah, that's right. I thought we bowled pretty well without much luck, but they stuck around and pretty happy with where it ended up. Could have been a bit different this morning.
Yeah, what is the read on the wicket? As you expected?
I think it's a pretty good wicket. Feels like there's enough there if you bowl in the right areas, but if you miss, there's runs to be scored. So, yeah, there's plenty of play misses over the first, 2.5 days. Pretty good wicket, I think.
And have you had time even overnight to reflect on the batting performance from Pakistan? Do you garner any information that can carry forward into the second innings?
I thought they batted quite well yesterday. They left pretty well. I thought overall we were quite disciplined. If anything, could maybe just push it up another yard or so, but overall, pretty happy. Felt like we could have had them 4 or 5 down yesterday.
I assume you're batting?
Absolutely. Good day to sit in the aircon for us quicks.
All right, go and enjoy.
Thank you.
Pat Cummins and Adam Gilchrist on Fox Cricket there. We appreciate the help there from Fox. So, Flem, Australia batting, no obvious surprise there, and we'll take a break and have our tea break.
He's not happy.
No, he's not.
Ian.
We'll come back and talk about it shortly with the Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew tea break after this.
The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event on now. Over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Step up to the next generation of professional power tools with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. Makita's XGT offers limitless professional power, reliability and runtime. XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
OMF. Make your Christmas 100% comfy with the OMF Christmas sale. Buy any base bed frame or bedding and get up to 55% off selected mattresses, like our Australian-made Byron mattress, 5-zone pocket springs with latex for under $1,400. Plus, during the 12 days before Christmas, discover a daily new special. Plus, get up to 45% off selected bedroom furniture. OMF's Christmas sale ends soon. The home of mattress, bedroom and bedding.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its epic conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. And only the very best are chosen for this one, because it's the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's cheque. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. Plus enjoy free entry, all the live entertainment, food trucks and plenty of surprises. Don't miss the Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. Sports Bet Dream Chasers, the best greyhound racing you'll ever see. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au. That's dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Experience the perfect summer day at Urban Surf Melbourne. Waves on tap, aqua lagoon, tasty eats and endless thrills. Surf perfect waves all summer. Turns, barrels, slabs, you name it, it's yours. Forget the surf forecast, it's always on at Urban Surf this summer. urbansurf.com.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency, and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Who slips the gully, Cummins wider on the crease, bowls and he pulls. Not far, to square leg and he's caught. Oh, that's a great catch from Usman Khawaja.
Oh, that's a good delivery that beats the outside edge. Carey's taken this bails off. They are going upstairs for a look. He's going to give this out. Yeah. I'm not sure the Australians were overly confident about it. Alex Carey included in that, but guess what? We have a wicket. Again around the wicket, rolling to Afridi, who swings a high ball. Where's that gone? Chance for Khawaja, going back, takes the catch at long on. It's golden arm. Travis Head taking the last wicket. And Pakistan all out for 271.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It's all out for 271. Pakistan after resuming today at 2 for 132. So the deficit is 216. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Damien Fleming is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Flem, 216 behind. I'm not going to say it's a pass mark for Pakistan, but from what you saw from them to get to 271, what would you give it out of 5?
I'd give them a pass mark.
Okay, yeah.
For Pakistan, only because you said you wouldn't. No, but it's around the mark.
It's around the mark. That's what I was going to say. It sort of...
Whitey, when Australia ran for 120 at lunch on day one, yep. I only thought horrible things for Pakistan cricket. I think, they've got 2 fast bowlers on debut and they're small. Are they going to be able to get something out of this Optus Stadium? And since then, they're not only hung around, there's been some encouraging performances. Jamal, 6 wickets.
Yep.
Shazad, I think, bowled better.
Yep.
To pick up a couple. Afridi will get better. And real resilience with the bat. For them to bat that long without probably Babar Azam playing a long innings, I would have thought that was, or Masood. The one thing that they'll be disappointed is one of the batters didn't go on to get 100 or a 70 or 80, and then all of a sudden they're 100, 150 behind. So, no, good performances. Having said that, that was, besides Mitchell Stark's spell with the second ball where he's very erratic, overall, that was a quality bowling display from the Australians. So I can't remember the ball playing and missing so much in Australia. And equally in the second innings, as well as Pakistan have played, I wouldn't be surprised if the edges start to be found.
Yep.
It could be a very small total in the second innings because there's pace and bounce and the ball's moving.
So the bowling figures for Australia: Mitchell Stark, 25 overs, 2 for 68. Josh Hazlewood, 22 overs, 1 for 49. Pat Cummins, 20 overs, 2 for 35. That's an economy rate of 1.75.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon, 24 overs, 3 for 66. Mitch Marsh, 9 overs, 1 for 34. And Travis Head, 1.5 overs, 1 for 4. So Pakistan lasted 101.5 overs. So player of the day contender for Bing Lee. It's hard when it's such an even performance. I'll throw Carey into the mix with 2 stumpings and 2 catches. He has to be a consideration. Where would you go?
I'm going Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
Just for the captaincy, all the play and misses. He started the day. I'm the captain. I'm going to lead by example here. 2 for 35. He got that DRS that was referred and then given not out, the LBW. I don't know how that wasn't hitting leg stump. There's 3. So I'll go the Australian captain in a very even round. I've seen Josh Hazlewood bowl a lot worse than that and get more wickets. Lyon good. Marsh did his role. That's a big wicket, Babar. And Travis getting one at the end. So that's a really even performance.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
agree. Now, you can interact with us thanks to Tyre Power. Big December sale is on. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia or 8833 New Zealand. And there is a text here from Alex. Is it selfish of me to now hope that Lyon doesn't get another wicket this test so he can bring up number 500 on Boxing Day? I think that's well, depending on where you live, it's a fair thing to think.
It's a tad selfish, but it's passionate. That's what I like, that you want to be there on Boxing Day, let's say first session, just before lunch.
A bit like Shane Warne getting 700.
80,000 people and Gazza gets to get it there would be magnificent, wouldn't it? But that would mean that Pakistan might be able to save this game or... I just can't see Nathan Lyon not getting a wicket. He averages 7 wickets a test match here.
Yeah, I was convinced he was going to get the last one.
There's too much for him, isn't there?
Yeah, I was very surprised he didn't get that last wicket. Now, just a reminder also, we've had this competition going thanks to Liquorland. If you breathe and live local cricket, head to iCanWin.com.au and let us know what you love about your local cricket club for your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher. We'll celebrate a local legend each lunchtime here on SEN Test Cricket. iCanWin.com.au to enter. We had the Ormond Cricket Club represented today in the lunch break.
Sub-district.
Yeah. Now, you would have played against Ormond because you played for Noble Park.
Yeah, we did play against them. Yep. Very strong in underage too, Ormond.
Yeah, they're a very traditionally strong club. And
they used to be a very strong amateur football team.
Yes.
Phil Kingston, our keeper at South Melbourne, they might have won 3 in a row. And they've dropped divisions over the years, but not cricket. It's a great facility out there too. I spoke there a couple of years ago. Excellent.
Yeah. They have this great feeder system with the Paran Cricket Club.
Yep.
That's, there's been a lot of good players that have sort of come and gone from that club. And I know...
They're dominating the Craig Shield, aren't they, the under-15s?
Yeah, they've got a lot of things right. So that was the Ormond Cricket Club today. I wonder where it will be tomorrow. So we're not far away from a resumption here. The Pakistani bowlers are out there bowling. It won't be long until we see David Warner for the last time in Test cricket here bat in Perth.
Twin hundreds? Are you backing twin hundreds?
Nothing would surprise me with David Warner at all, particularly the way he batted in that first innings. I definitely think there's a chance. With Australia leading by 216 when they resume. And a bit of a treat. Adam Collins is going to love this. He's going to call straight after the tea break from the hill. It's going to be for him. He's going to be like Robbie Williams. He's just going to love every minute of it. He is the man of the people. He'll be having photos taken, signing autographs, doing all sorts of things. He might start singing or doing a DJ set while he's there on the hill.
Why not?
As well as commentate. But we'll do that after the break. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. As I said, Adam Collins and Sunderasen will join you after the break from the hill with Australia to start batting a second time with a lead of 216.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Dennis Walter here. For those dealing with the loss of a loved one, the holidays can be particularly challenging. That's why Tobin Brothers Funerals have put together 12 steps for coping at Christmas.
The emphasis is around what can I give that is about my love. You can avoid the shops perhaps by actually searching for experiences that you could buy for people. Spending time together or going to a restaurant together or perhaps taking them to their favourite thing to do or something that's your favourite thing to do.
Watch the Coping at Christmas video series today at tobinbrothers.com.au.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew. Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Summer is in full swing at Snap Fitness, so kickstart your fitness goals ready for 2024. Whether you're taking your first steps or looking for a fresh start, join Snap Fitness now and train for free until 2024.
Their amazing gyms and supportive community has made all the difference.
The staff at Snap Fitness have really helped me smash my fitness goals.
Your summer adventure starts today and train for free until 2024. Terms and conditions apply. Snap Fitness for the feeling.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its epic conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. And only the very best are chosen for this one because it's the newest, most exciting race on the calendar with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's cheque. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. Plus enjoy free entry, all the live entertainment, food trucks and plenty of surprises. Don't miss the Phoenix tonight at the Meadows. Sportsbet Dream Chasers, the best greyhound racing you'll ever see. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au. That's dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, South Bank. Licence 10929.
For Henley's new Main View collection, all the luxuries and now 7-star energy efficiency and halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen coming to you from the West Test Hill. We did this in the scoreboard last year, Baz, with Simon Katich and myself at Adelaide Oval, but a different experience out here with a couple of hundred people, and we're about to watch the second innings of Australia. They have a commanding first innings lead of 216, and it's the old firm of David Warner and Usman Khawaja making their way to the middle after making 164 and 41 respectively in the first innings. Hello to you.
Hello, Adam. Afternoon. It's nice and warm, but not very hot. It doesn't feel like Perth in terms of your skin's not burning. And I can see a lot of used cups all around us, so everybody's been having a good time, clearly.
I just spoke to one of the WACA staff and said, Fremantle Doctor, final session. He's like, finish your drink. Go, what? Finish your drink. Only people from over east use the term Fremantle Doctor. Over here, it's just sea breeze. That's how we know. That's how we know you're a blow-in. Like, okay, fair enough. Strident, but fine.
Yeah, got found out.
Yeah, got found out straight away. So we'll still talk about the Fremantle Doctor.
No, of course we will.
Exactly over east and so on. It's going to be Shaheen Sharafridi who's going to start proceedings for Pakistan second time around. We're calling from deep extra cover, so we'll be somewhat limited in how we describe each ball, but we'll do the best we can. He'll start with 3 slips, a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Afridi left arm over, members end. Khawaja leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. It tends to be the final session of test playing days where stuff happens at Perth. Going back to 1974, Doug Walter century in a session, famously brought up with a hooked 6 final ball of the day off Bob Willis. That was the final session. David Warner's century in a session against India in 2012.
For Vinay Kumar's only test.
Gosh. Rest in peace his career. He and Khan Sharma from the 2014 series both had horrible days out against David Warner. As Afridi approaches and bowls, and Khawaja plays down the leg side. Half a shout for caught behind on the strangle, but no real enthusiasm from the cordon. So, yeah, that century in a session was also after tea. Adam Gilchrist in 2006, his 56 baller, and poor old Monty Panesar copped the treatment that day. That was a final session special as well. So maybe the fact that we're here after tea augurs well for Warner doing something absurd, given they're this far ahead in the test match.
And it is last time in Perth as well, just seeing him jog out as usual alongside his old mate Usman Khawaja.
So Afridi turns from the members end, gets to the crease and bowls, and leaving alone outside the line of the off stump is Khawaja. Nothing particularly potent about Afridi's start.
And as usual, they've swapped, haven't they? Khawaja taking strike.
Do you know what this reminds me of, calling from this angle? Is when we were with Ravi Shastri at Nagpur earlier this year.
Correct, yeah. This was the angle, you're right.
We were kicked out of the commentary box, or rather we had to find Ravi, who was doing TV, and we did stint from him at extra cover to get him on the radio. Of course, Ravi here this week doing telly as well.
Enjoying himself.
Yes. He's become the man for all seasons for tosses. Afridi bowls, Khawaja goes back to defend. I mean, typically for the toss, you'd have the sort of the lead host of the broadcast, but Ravi's made an art form of turning the toss into a real event, and over here doing it this summer as well.
With the hat on, with his only Ravi can do mannerisms, and he loves it. I remember him coming back up from the T20 World Cup. Oh, some Travis Head fans in the crowd.
Yeah, we'll describe that after this Afridi ball. It's a chap with 4 beers, as is the custom around these parts, I suppose, and a brown cape. Afridi bowls, Khawaja leaves, and that cape includes 4 images of Travis Head, all doing the leaning back fingers, as he did in his Instagram video after his World Cup winning century, which will go down as an iconic Australian cricket photo.
Yeah, put his 2 fingers up as well after he took the wicket, if you noticed. He did, of course he did. He's in full form, Travis Head.
But yes, that picture's been doing the rounds. Cricket Australia used it on their social media yesterday.
Some people were surprised that they did. As soon as he walked out, especially now that he is co-vice captain.
Yeah, good point. Freddie in, Kawaja beaten. That's moved away from the left-hander after hitting the seam, I suspect. It completes a maiden. Final session here on SEN Test Cricket for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Australia none for none after 1 over in their second innings. They're in the lead by 216 runs after bowling out Pakistan on the stroke of tea for 271. Nathan Lyon 3 for 66. Stark 2 for. Likewise Cummins and a wicket apiece for Hazelwood, Mitchell Marsh and the aforementioned Travis Head. We're seeing some face painting down here too.
Right below us. A man in a, I'm going to say Indian origin. I saw Srini written at the back of his shirt in an Australian jersey, getting the green and the gold painted on his face. I must say I am also impressed with the fact that the beverages are being served in biodegradable cups.
Right.
No plastic. That's a good sign.
Yeah, they'd be on this terrace. I think it holds 500. I spoke to a WACA staff member saying there's no queue as such. People can come and go as they please. And they do one changeover per day. So if you're in here for the first half of the day, you're cleared out and sent to another part of the stadium for the second half. But no capacity constraints. It seems to be that people have room on those beanbags where we were shooting all of our pre-game pieces to camera and so on. Starting here is Shazad. First delivery from the Langer end. Bowled to David Warner, who made a ton the first time around. Shouldering arms. Nice carry through to Sarfraz Ahmed, the wicketkeeper.
But we spoke a lot about the hill at the WACA. You still have the grass bank at the Adelaide Oval under the scoreboard. And just when people compare this stadium to the WACA, that's one thing that always gets debated about, right? Is this a family-friendly venue? This, to me, from the outside, looks like an arena. Looks like a proper venue rather than a cricket ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. There's the one stand as such. Bowling here again is Shazad. Beats the bat of Warner. Played at that. He might give the impression that he pulled inside the line, but he didn't. Took off from the surface and does a wee bit of gardening after the fact. We'll get a second look here on the replay screen. And, yeah, he did have a prod at that. Wasn't far away from nicking off for naught. Yeah, there is a distinction, isn't there, when we were in the UK this year and you go to the sort of grounds with 7 or 8 grandstands and that has one type of feel, and then some of the Australian grounds, yeah, they're obviously multi-purpose with footy in the winter. Warner's got 2 slips and a gully behind him, a deepish backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Shazad bowls here over the wicket. Warner goes back and defends with both feet in the air.
Yeah, I remember there was talk when this new stadium came about. I remember covering the first ever test here, that famous test in 2018.
Oh, we got a fan waving to us, and we know exactly who it is. It's Lukey Sparrow, who's Australia's most famous cricket fan, I reckon. He's gone to over 250 test matches away from home with the Australians. He's always there waving his flag.
Everywhere. See test cricket from the 90s.
Yeah.
The camera pans to the stands as Luke Sparrow. He's looked the same for the last 40 years.
Yeah, does a great job. Shazad bowling. Warner beaten again. That was an awkward shot where he had his knees bent, trying to reach for what looked to be a wideish delivery. And for the second time in the over, he's going to go up and have a little prod. We'll see it front on the replay. That didn't get up at all. That's really kept low and bounced before it reached Sarfraz, which, well, when you consider the fact that Australia are bowling fourth, that's a good sign on that basis, but they've got some work to do with the bat before that becomes their final task here at Perth.
Yeah, you'd think so. There were a couple of deliveries that kept low on day one. We haven't seen a lot of that since then. That really should shot through.
So Warner was something to think about. 2 left in the over, no runs in the second innings. He plays it out towards square leg, off the splice of the bat, and he's caught. David Warner gone for a duck. Shazad gets the breakthrough. Fahim takes the catch. Australia lose a wicket before scoring in the second innings, and it's David Warner who's gone back to pull. Both feet in the air, no control off the stroke, and it's gone ballooning in the air and running back with the flight. My apologies, not Fahim. It was Imam Al-Haq who took the chance, and, well, Pakistan might just think if they get busy themselves here in the final session, they could open up a path to victory. Who's to know?
Yeah, I wonder if David Warner picked the wrong lens to go for that pull shot. Rarely do you see him getting rushed while he's playing that shot of someone bowling at Khurram Shehzad's pace. But he was rushed. It got big on him. A deserved wicket for Shehzad, the debutant, who bowled with a lot of heart in the first innings. Beat the bat a lot. Had to wait a long time to get his first wicket. He struck early here. And well, the story of David Warner's career. Big score, the first innings. Made the impact when it mattered. And when the game was set up for a David Warner special, we just finished talking about it. He's got out without scoring.
So Warner's final test innings at Perth ends without a run to his name. But yes, 164 when it mattered most. But still, that's another noteworthy moment, as it does just give the Australians something to think about here. So far ahead in the test match. It's nothing to get too concerned about, of course, but as Labuschagne takes guard and a pitch showing a bit of up and down already in the one over, not even one over we've seen from Shehzad. One took off to get Warner. Bounced more than he thought. Two kept low.
Don't think the previous ball would have had much to do with the dismissal, though. Do you think, Adam?
No. Maybe just on the basis that two earlier in the over didn't quite get up and gave him an extra factor to consider as the ball was making its way to him.
And the late decision from Pakistan to put a short leg in. The helmet's coming out for Saud Shakil.
So Labuschagne was out leg before wicket to Fahim in the first innings for 16 from 25 balls. He was busy early on, but got trapped on the crease about halfway through that first day.
A rarity where Manas is made to wait before he faces his first ball. It's generally he who plays the game at his own pace.
So they'll start with a catching mid-wicket, a short leg, two slips, a gully. Labuschagne waiting for Khurram Shehzad in the book in his first over. First ball to Labuschagne here, leaves alone. End of the over. Australia, after 2 overs, a 1 for none. They lead by 216. Khawaja and Labuschagne out in the middle.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes Build with Confidence. Adam Collins, Bharat Sunderasen with you on the hill here at Perth, and haven't really had a chance to zoom out yet. A lot going on the field. With a wicket in the second over. Shaheen into Khawaja. Leaves alone outside the line of the off stump on the basis of length as well. It's too short.
Yeah, just touched upon it before that Warner dismissal. Stock when this stadium opened up that the Wacker would still get a few test matches, maybe not against India or England, but some other teams. But we had to wait for that, haven't we?
Yeah, that door was opened by Christina Matthews, the outgoing chief executive of the Wacker, when she spoke to Waddy and me this morning before play on our coverage. Her view is that the capacity at the new Wacker, once the redevelopment is finished, will be about 10,000. So the countries she nominated were Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Ireland, those kind of test matches. I mean, let's be realistic. Bangladesh have played 2 test matches here, and they were 20 years ago. Australia currently have an agreement to not play Afghanistan in bilateral cricket, and the probability of them hosting Ireland in a test match has more chance of you and me flying a mission to Mars. So, let's keep that in perspective. But the women's test against South Africa will be there in February at the Wacker ground. Shaheen bowls here to Khawaja. It keeps low as well. Not far away from the blade or the stumps. Shaheen follows through all the way to the batter. Hands on his mouth. He knows how close that was to it being 2 for none.
Is this pitch beginning to play some tricks?
Oh, yeah, that's cut back a long way, and it didn't get up either.
Not at all. Wasn't as low as the one that Warner had to contend with from Shehzad, but yeah, it did come back a long way. Are there cracks on this pitch?
Yeah, that was the thought coming into the middle session, that they were just opening up a little bit. They were a big factor here in 2018. For both teams, as we got deeper and deeper into that match. Really hot weather that week. Hot today. Shaheen bowls. Khawaja back defending. That's fine. Straight blade. Yeah, I think the Wacker had its own charm. it was a cricket ground. You know how you said before, what's a stadium, what's a cricket ground? There aren't many left that feel like a ground purpose-built for our game, but it had its shortcomings as well, didn't it? Older facilities, no ability to get any protection from the sun on the grassy banks. Which did hold it back in a pretty hot city. Afridi up to Khawaja, yet to get off the mark. Bowls here, and he beats him again, this time on the outside edge. Half an appeal from the bowler, nothing in it, no review coming. But now, well, we're up to 16 deliveries, no runs scored, 1 wicket in the book for Pakistan.
And we saw a lot of play and misses during the Pakistan innings. That's another Jaffa from Shaheen Afridi, this time getting the ball to go away from the left-hander.
That's a beauty. It's missed the edge by a centimetre and the off bail by an inch, if that. That's what they were hoping Afridi would do in the first innings and struggled a bit with. So he's heading in again from the members' end. Bowls to Khawaja, who leaves, and that takes off from a length into the gloves of Sarfraz Ahmed.
And I guess you also have to talk about the fact that COVID took away 2 test matches from Perth, and it's all about continuity, right? Yes, I mean, change is a challenge for most of us. So when we heard that test cricket in Perth is moving from the WACA coming here, there was a bit of resistance, not just in Australia, around the world. People we grew up watching cricket at the WACA. It's synonymous with watching test cricket in Australia. I think once this stadium gets its rhythm as well.
Afridi finishes to Khawaja through the onside. Australia's first runs should be 2. Just in front of the square leg umpire. Khawaja's 2, Australia 1 for 2 after 2 overs on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance, because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Cannon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam, or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
Third session for Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise, and our coverage for Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. I think part of the reason why the Perth Test has been so popular in the eastern states over the years is Shazad bowls to Labuschagne and beats him. A lot of plays and misses already. Didn't quite carry through to the wicketkeeper's gloves, but still, there's a bit going on here with the new ball. We'll see it back on the scoreboard, and yeah, genuine movement, and Labuschagne was squared up. But yeah, the time zone. You know, you get home from school or from work or whatever it is, and you'd be watching the cricket till 9:30 at night. Must have been the same in India, where the time zone lines up beautifully to Perth.
Oh, it was perfect. It was just before 8 a.m. You didn't have to wake up too early. You didn't need an alarm to wake up and watch Test cricket in Perth.
Shazad from the Langer end. Bowls to Labuschagne, who watchfully lets go outside the line of the off stump.
Speaking of famous moments in Test cricket in Perth, Matthew Hayden's record-breaking 380 against Zimbabwe. I remember watching that. Mitchell Johnson continued on from where he had left off in Adelaide.
Yeah, and Johnson, the previous Ashes as well, when he took 6 for on the first on the second day, wasn't it? After making 60-odd on the first day, which proved important in the only Test that Australia won that summer. I think he was man of the match. 2 catches on the leg side, a short leg, close-ish mid-wicket. Shazad bowls, and Labuschagne again is able to leave on length. But yeah, that we were all kind of able to watch those last sessions, right, where a lot of the action was happening, the point of difference being 3 hours, no daylight savings, and so on.
Yeah, it would finish, like Test matches in Perth would finish around tea time in India.
Right.
Make like a hot cup of chai.
Your favourite Perth moments? Let's try this from the hill. For Tyre Power, 0433 98 11 16. We can get them text through to us down here. Your favourite moment watching a Perth Test match, especially at the WACA, going back a bit. Shazad bowls here, and Labuschagne goes back to defend, out to mid-on, no run. Yes, there was the the ball of the century from the seamer's perspective. Ryan Harris to Alistair Cook. 13, 14
13, 14, yep.
It was the sort of miracle ball that swung one way, jagged back the other and kissed the top of off stump. First ball of the innings from Harris to Cook there.
Wasn't Stark to James Vince also at the Wacker?
Yeah, that was helped by a massive crack.
Yes, it was.
Whereas the Harris one was a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sure, yes. You watch it back first time and it was fierce. That was a strange week actually at the Wacker because we knew it was the final test there, or at least for them, before the move over here. Shazad bowls down the leg side. Labuschagne has a flirt with it but doesn't make contact. That's strange on the basis that there was water under the covers before the final day and they had the hair dryers out there trying to get the pitch ready to roll.
Very important accessory, the hairdryer, when you travel. First thing that goes into my bag anyway. But yeah, I'm sure when you have AFL footy games here, it must be quite the atmosphere. Yeah. I've seen it on TV. Just looks like a proper arena to me at that.
Oh, when it's packed and it's at night and the lights are going and circulating, that's a big part of the experience here. Shazad over the wicket, bowls to Labuschagne, driving forcefully, but cut off at extra cover. It's by the captain, Shah Massoud. He might have worn that on the leg, judging by the way he leapt back to his feet. Yeah, there was a test match here in 1997 where it was Simon Cook, wasn't it, who bowled out New Zealand. He hit the crack time and time again. It's a memory of watching that deeper into the night. What about the Kapil Dev 400th wicket that we referred to in our quiz earlier?
Mark Taylor, yeah.
Mark Taylor. From England.
Early cricket, one of the earliest cricket memories, yeah. Kapil Dev.
Last ball of Shazad's over to Labuschagne. He goes back and across and lets it go. And Sarfraz has done really well away to his left. He had no right to drag that in. Athletic from the veteran. Over complete, 1 for 3. Just a no ball coming from it. Labuschagne yet to score. Khawaja on 2. That's on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Holmes, built with confidence. Shaheen Shah Afridi delivers here and way down the leg side. Khawaja wants nothing to do with it. Should be signalled all right, shouldn't it? Joel Wilson gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Going back to that 91-92 India tour of Australia, you spoke about Kapil Dev getting Mark Taylor out, but what happened thereafter? Sachin Tendulkar making that famous 100 at the Wacker against big, burly Australians, Merv Hughes, Mike Whitney, Craig McDermott. Really put him on the map. He's already got a Test 100 before that at Old Trafford, but getting 100 as an Indian kid at the Wacker against those guys just really did set him up for what was to come.
Shaheen bowls. Khawaja is beaten. Playing back. Might have just pulled inside the line of that one. Hard to tell from our angle. No theatrics from the cordon. Yeah, it was a great era, the early 90s, because we heard all about what the Wacker was in the 70s into the 80s. I think there was a fallow period when they did a redevelopment of the square in the mid-80s where it got a bit slow and low. But by the early 90s, that was the Curtly Ambrose 7-for-1 spell. Ian Bishop in the second innings of the February 93 Test match. Curtly driving around the Wacker in the car, having been named the International Player of the Year. Shaheen delivers. Khawaja lets go the ball outside the line again. There was always the idea of playing 4 quicks here and not playing a spinner and having someone that could push up into the Fremantle Doctor drink. Here we go. We've got best moments. Benaud's sided the Ambrose 7 for 25. Lenny here says Greg blew its face when Curtly got him out with a roller. That was a few years on. That was early 97. Thank you, Lenny. Warnes 99 against New Zealand. Was at the Wacker. Phil from Melbourne. Sure was in 2001. And Mitchell Johnson versus South Africa. That's a good one from Simon and Aspendale. Khawaja, new delivery, pushed out to cover, no run. That was Johnson's arrival moment, wasn't it? The 8-wicket bag.
8 for 91, wasn't it? Yeah.
And then, of course,
61,
they still lose the Test match with South Africa all in down 400 plus. All for tyre power. 0433 98 11 16. Some great memories of cricket here in Perth, across the river at the Wacker when it was. And the pictures coming across to the other side of the country and being something different and special about it.
And even the first test that was played on this venue, that was a cracker-jack of a test, India-Australia 2018.
Afridi bowls and Khawaja defends. Yeah, the main news point out of that was the Tim Payne, Rishabh Pant babysitter sledge, if you want to call it that. Yeah. But it was a lot more than that, wasn't it? With Khawaja and Payne batting out in the sun here, with the ball doing everything. And they added about 70. But it was the margin in the end, roughly, in that test match.
And the controversial catch had slipped Virat Kohli. Ravi Shastri marching to the third umpire's room, match referee's room, demanding to see a replay of the catch again. Oh, there was all sorts happening in that series.
What, Ravi Shastri doing something like that? Never. Here's Afridi. This will be his final over and our final ball. Our final ball here before we go back upstairs to Adam White. Left alone. Usman Khawaja is on 2. Labuschagne is yet to score. The lead's 219 Australia, 1 for 3. That's been fun, Baz. We'll go back upstairs, and after the break, it'll be Adam White taking up commentary.
They say at Christmas, 'tis better to give than to receive. At Sexyland, we think you can't go wrong either way. So this Christmas, you'll find Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, lingerie, costumes, plus loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Take me now, Sexyland.
Yes, so from back in the central commentary position, Shazad is bowling here to Labuschagne, who defends back to the bowler, Adam White, up here. And we're also joined by not a special guest as such, a special guest expert commentator, Laurie Evans from the Perth Scorchers. You're going to be the expert for us, Laurie. Thanks very much for coming out and having a chat.
Well, thanks very much. Having retired from first-class cricket 4 years, I feel quite well-versed to be in this position.
Well, you're a pundit now.
I can just tell them where they're going wrong, having never played the game.
No, that's all right. Neither have I, but I'll still have a crack.
Like most of us, I'm guessing.
Shazad's bowling to 2 slips and a gully, and also a bat pad that's back a little bit. And as Labuschagne drops at his feet on the onside, how are you enjoying being back with the Scorchers back here in Australia?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously had a bit of a whistle-stop tour last time I was here. We flew in for about 24 hours, played one game here at the Optus, and then disappeared over east and won the trophy. So it's nice to be back. I spent a winter or a summer here 9 years ago playing for university, way back when, and actually lived with Steve Eskenazi in his mum and dad's house, would you believe? Yeah. So yeah, it's nice to be here.
Yeah, it's like a second home.
Well, yeah.
Shazad bowling from the Langer end. He bowls to Labuschagne, who gets one off the glove. That reared off a length that's gone behind square leg for a single. That could have very easily gone to bat pad, and he's smarting from that, Labuschagne. That's hit his right hand, and he is asking for assistance. So these cracks are starting to open up and are starting to have an impact. He's smarting here, Labuschagne, and he wants medical assistance straight away.
That looked nasty, didn't it? Just sort of jagged back and lifted off the length.
Oh, it did. The right hand.
You're not copping them in the BBL.
I hope not.
You're flatter than that.
Good thing isn't BBL is you don't have to get in line with it.
Geez, that made a big thud, that.
Yeah, it did.
Ooh, that's jammed against the bat handle.
That's the voice of Damien Fleming, of course, who's just come back into the box as well. So there'll be a delay here. It's his his right hand, small finger. He doesn't like the look of it either. He knew straight away.
If I had a preference, that would be the finger, though. Isn't it, like, to be able to grip the bat and everything?
I thought you were talking as a bowler, which one you would rather hit.
Middle fingers. Hey, what about your year this year? Can you tell us about all the different comps that you played in?
Yeah, so I started off back in the Blast this year for Surrey. We managed to get to finals day. We have a great day in the UK finals day where we play the two semi-finals and then play the final. It's a great day.
And still packed?
Yeah, packed out. I mean, obviously it's a bit weather dependent, but yeah, it's probably the best day that we have in cricket over there. minus the Ashes, obviously.
Yeah, but it has been for years, hasn't it? They've always played it that way.
Yeah,
and you went
it's a
on to
great
win
game.
there?
No, we lost. We in classic Surrey fashion. I don't know for the listeners, obviously.
Because
Surrey,
you guys are so strong, though, aren't you?
yeah, like we're sort of the
Go hard. Give us your- He's too modest. You're thinking modest. Go brash.
No, okay,
Go
let's
brash.
put the Saudis of English county cricket. So yeah, we do have a decent lineup. Roy, Curran, Topley, myself, Jax, Narine.
It's insane.
Trying to think who else is in there. Sorry if I've left anyone else, but yeah, we're a pretty good side, but we always manage to find a way to mess it up.
Yeah. And what about the 100?
Yeah, and in the 100 with Kat. Kat's our head coach, and there's a nice Scorchers feel to it, obviously with Ashton Turner coming over to play the last couple of years, and myself. So we've got to the final the last 2 years, which has been great.
Yeah, he's not happy about the... is he just a pure jokester as Coach Cato, or can he... Because he's a bit of the jokester of our commentary team. Does he straighten up as coach?
That is... You set me up there, haven't you? No, he's a great man, Kat. I've got a lot of time for him. And, he knows... He gets the balance right, but he's extremely competitive.
Just ignore Flem, Laurie. Now, out in the middle, there is still some concerns over Marnus Labuschagne and that little finger on his right hand that he's still being looked at. I'm not sure how long this can continue on before he has to either play on or retire hurt.
Because there's not... If it's a small fracture, where you either go off and you get the X-ray, or, I've broken the little finger before, and it is the preferable finger to bat with.
Do they have an X-ray here, or would he have to go off to hospital?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think he is going to continue. He's able to make a fist, which is obviously a good sign that it's not a broken finger.
And it's his bottom hand.
Yeah.
But I like what you're thinking. In future, I bet you it will be.
Yeah, that's
right.
No.
Able to just scan.
Usually you just, try and pop off, get it injected and numb the pain, see if you can carry on. I mean, that would be the Scorcher way, wouldn't it? The WA way.
Yes. Scorchers, Surrey, geez, you're just an upper class sort of guy, aren't you?
So
what'd you do to my Melbourne Stars the other night too?
I didn't do anything. I sat on the bench.
I've looked at you 2 games in.
I haven't faced the ball yet. I was.
And you had to go to Geelong.
Yeah, we went to Geelong. That was good fun.
So we're ready to go.
Was it really?
We're ready to go again here.
We'll get on to that.
Khawaja is to face Shazad, who leaves outside off stump, and that, as you say, at the end of the over, there's still 2 to go. It's been going on forever. This over. So I'm interested, Laurie. It's quite amazing you've come up to the box, because we were talking over dinner about you last night. Simon Katich was out for dinner with us, talking about how highly he rates you as a cricket brain.
Okay.
And as a leader.
Right.
So are you someone that just loves cricket? If it's on, you'll watch it as well as play it, or are you someone that loves to play it then get away from the game when you're not involved?
I think, like any sort of, as you get older, you realise there's times to switch on and off, and it's generally the guys who notice those times better to get away from the game probably have the longest success. So I try my best to switch in and out.
2 slips in the gully here. Shazad bowls to Khawaja, who drives firmly back to the bowl, and there's no run.
I would definitely say as a youngster I was all invested, like any sport. It was rugby or cricket for me, and whatever it was, I wanted to play at the highest level, and cricket sort of just took off for me at the right time.
This third session is brought to you by Liquorland. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Cheers to the cricket.
Barbadian Royals, what were they providing for you?
What, you want to know figures?
I think more a vibe. I think we're
very relaxed.
Talking more cultural.
Shazad here, past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves a wide one outside off stump. That is the end of the over, Laurie.
Cornwell, a mentor.
End of the over, Laurie. You've got a little bit of time to think about the answer to that question before you answer it on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Garden, Australia 1 for 4.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywhere, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener sees Australia 1 for 4. David Warner out for a duck. 164 and then 0.
You were talking up twin hundreds too.
I was.
Whitey.
Afridi over the wicket, bowling to Labuschagne, his first ball since that blow on the finger. He doesn't have to worry about playing outside the off stump there. So, Laurie, has there been a time where you've been hit on the fingers and you're not sure whether you can continue and just, getting in behind the line of someone bowling 140 km/h thunderbolts?
Well, I don't know if it was 140, but Steve Finn broke my 2 fingers here. But he actually sort of broke it under the knuckle from a ball that just didn't get up, and I just took the hit and carried on. No, I didn't. I cried to hospital.
Freddie bowls here to Labuschagne, who falls for that one and misses outside the off stump. How it didn't hit the edge, I'm not sure. And Shaheen Shah Afridi is right in the face of Labuschagne there. They're aggressive, Pakistan.
Well, they should be. They've bowled well. They've got the Australians under pressure. I know they're a couple of 100 runs behind, but, what a momentum shift if they can get more wickets and knock over Australia for a small total.
Yeah, they're sort of in a position of, they've got nothing to lose there. They might as well just throw everything at the Australians. They've sensed, obviously, Labuschagne's got a knock already, and they're all over him.
If it's bottom hand, let's get the ball full.
Yeah.
3 slips a gully in a bat pad. Freddie bowls. Labuschagne squared up, defending into the offside. There's no run to point.
And Laurie, just T20 cricket, not even 50 over cricket now?
Just with the way the season falls. Obviously now we play our 50 over cricket underneath the 100.
Yes.
So
at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time. So everyone who's in the 100 plays that, and then everyone who's not in the 100 plays for their counties in the 50 over game.
So just being a T20 player, you want to make sure you're not having too much time off as well. Is that to get enough competition? And
yeah, I mean, obviously coming here, the last game was for Barbados Royals, and that was 3 months ago.
Freddie again bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves across him.
So you just got to make sure you're, switched on. And luckily, I've been sort of doing this now for a number of years. I sort of know what I need to do to get ready, and physically, I'm always trying to keep myself in good shape. And then once I land, it's obviously about the pitches and the surfaces and getting used to the bounce of the ball.
So how have you found it here at Optus Stadium?
Oh, I've really struggled. Last year, I played that one game, or 2 years ago, I played that one game here, straight out of COVID restrictions. I got out 2 hours before the first ball and straight on. It was tough, really tough.
Freddie bowls to Labuschagne, squeezes one inside edge past bat pad out to the deep at fine leg for a single. So Labuschagne just struggling at the moment. He's got to 2 though. Australia 1 for 5.
I think here more than anywhere in Australia is the most extreme of conditions. I think even the guys who come from east over here, they find it really difficult, the bounce of the ball.
Well, they used to call the whack of the furnace, and really you just transfer it here. The Scorchers just have so much home ground advantage.
Yeah.
Amazing support for the locals as well. It's a beautiful ground to play at.
Last ball of the over. Freddie bowls to Khawaja, who gets in behind it and pushes it to cover defensively to complete the over. 1 for 5 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Warner out for it, a duck.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
For Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, SEN Test Cricket from Optus Stadium in Perth. Australia 1 for 5 with Khawaja and Labuschagne on 2 each. Laurie Evans is with us along with Damien Fleming. Laurie Evans, one of the stars of the Scorchers, plays T20 cricket all around the world. Shazad starting new over, bowling to Labuschagne, who's in behind the next ball, defending up to mid-on. So, Laurie, how many of the Pakistani players would you know from playing cricket around the world here that are out in the field?
Yeah, so Shaheen, obviously, he's played in England quite a bit, played in the 100. I only got to face him for one ball. One ball was good enough for me and my big front shin in the 100. But I've played against him a couple of times. And I've played the PSL, so I know Sham Masood quite well. I played with him in the PSL for... I can't remember the name of them, actually. Gosh, what is their name? The team name? Someone Google it.
No, I'm on fire here. You just keep talking. I'll look them up.
Shazad bowls to Labuschagne. Top edge, hook shot. This should be out. Sarfraz going back underneath it. Catches it! Marnus Labuschagne out for 2. Australia 2 for 5. And Shazad has taken another wicket. And I've got to say, the youngsters for Pakistan are putting on a bit of a show here in this first test in Perth.
And Laurie, you would have seen a lot of that, the Multan Sultans.
That's right.
11, I would imagine, the Pakistan faster bowlers. The PSL very strong in their fast bowling. But Whitey keeps saying, you know, lunch, day one, number 120, this is going to be an absolute annihilation of the Pakistan cricket team. Since that, they've fought really, really hard, and it's continuing on. Deficit of over 200. Australia could have cruised to none or one for 100 tonight, but they find themselves in all sorts. 2 for 5, Stephen Smith now strides out to the middle.
It's a Macca's catch of the summer, the McRib and the McRib Deluxe, and now at Macca's. He had to take it. He was under it a long time, Sarfraz, but he called it in. He had the gloves on, and he took the catch, probably to sort of like a 45 degree at square leg. But he made sure he waved everyone else out of the way to say, I've got it, and he
Seeing
did.
their catching or their attempting catching in the first innings, so I still don't have 100% confidence when it goes up with this Pakistan. So even if you've got the gloves on.
He took that one comfortably, the veteran. So Labuschagne's also got a finger issue to worry about as well. So, bit of drama here at the moment.
Can't help but think that knock to the hand has got to play a part there. I mean, he looked rattled, didn't he? Every ball looked like a little bit of a struggle. The usual Marnus is sort of quite confident and, you know, gesturing all the time.
Still 34 overs remaining in the day. And this atmosphere it's quite electric at the moment.
I've got a story for Steve Smith there.
Okay, look forward to it.
Oh, beauty.
Shazad bowls to Smith, who's back and across, having to fend from chest high, dropping it at his feet on the offside.
So, my Steve Smith story is that I've never played against him, but I've played with him in one game, and that was when he was 16 years old. I got asked by our Surrey second team coach to go and pick up a young man. He was playing club cricket in Kent at the time. Had no idea. His name's Steve. Go and pick him up. He'd bring him to a second team game and he'll, you know, whatever. And met him in the car. He didn't really say much. Played the game. He was a leg spinning batter.
Yes.
Got a few poles. Got 50, I think.
Shazad bowls to Steve Smith, who's edgy on the bounce to gully, squared up. Interesting times.
Yeah, so got 50, took some wickets, bowling his leg spin with arms and legs everywhere, and dropped him home after the game. And I've never spoken to him since because, you know, he's who he is. And
did you know when he debuted for Australia that was him?
Yeah, so I think Surrey offered him a contract literally there and then, you know, seeing the potential, and he turned it down and said, no, I'm going to go and play for my country. So, and I've never seen him since. Apart from now, I'm 100 metres from him.
Shazad here bowling to Steve Smith. Oh, he's beaten by a beauty. Squared up again, seaming away, swinging away, and missing the outside edge.
That is bowlology gold. That is the avenue of apprehension. Great bowling here, Shazad. So impressive in the first innings. Only picked up 2 wickets. Oh, it's just like a fast leg cutter. Beauty.
That wasn't too far away.
He was brilliant in the first innings, I must say.
He was, wasn't he?
He was fantastic. The way he bowled, he deserved a lot more wickets.
Just noticed first innings too. Stephen Smith last year talked about how he's trying to keep more side on so he can play the pull and hook shot and play in the V. I think there's some signs first innings now, just squaring up a little bit, fending at balls outside off stump.
That often comes from a bit of lack of confidence, isn't it? You're trying to search for the ball. Everything opens up to try and see where it's coming from.
Shazad bowls wider on the crease and then wide of the off stump, and this time Smith does leave comfortably. So a wicket maiden there for Shazad. Australia 2 for 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled, just like Shazad at the moment.
Liquorland, a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, invites you to be part of the action this summer. To secure your spot in the stands, head to cricket.com.au/tickets and join us in celebrating the summer of cricket. If you are watching at home, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Shop in store or online. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
The Australian team is brought to you by Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. And they might need a bit of red energy at the moment, the Australians, at 2 for 5. It's the youngsters that are doing the damage. I'm sure Afridi wants to get in on the act. He's bowling here to Khawaja, who's jumping and defending away.
And Laurie, who are your cricketing idols? Who are the English players that inspired you?
Well, I grew up in South and East London, so quite a huge sort of Caribbean community at the time, and Viv Richards was the first book I ever read, and then Brian Lara was second after that. So I was, growing up at the Oval, we got to see the West Indies play a lot.
And win a lot.
Yeah. So, those were two for me, and I was lucky to meet Viv in the PSL a few years ago.
Freddie bowls to Khawaja, full ball, but he still goes back, full face at the bat, defending up to mid-on.
Still another very fit man, isn't he, Viv Richards?
One of the greatest voices as well. The tone and the language is, he was, I can imagine, a very intimidating guy to play against.
Yeah, I think the great Rodney Hogg reckon he bounced him 500 times and 499 of them went for 6.
Shaheen Afridi on the approach again. Past the umpire. He bowls to Khawaja, who drives. No timing in the shot into the covers. So the run rate at the moment for Mate Internet and Mobile is under a run a ball. In the first innings, Australia got to 100 in 20 overs. It shows how much it's changed.
And they're not bowling defensively.
Yeah. No, I mean, and it's probably signs of the pitch has sort of started to go up and down. And, look, realistically, the Australians are in a great position. They probably only need another 100, 150 runs before they're probably safe. And, there seems to be enough in this pitch, and it's only getting more.
Freddie again bowls to Khawaja, who leaves. It's almost like there was that ball that Warner got that just almost went along the ground, and from that moment, the batters look spooked.
You can see it.
When is it going to happen again?
Yeah, definitely. And then obviously as a batter, you start to, you don't pick your hands up as high, and probably what we're talking about, if you're saying with Steve Smith just opening up, he's not getting his hands back and keeping side on, and Marnus gets rushed because you're worrying about those deliveries in and around the stumps.
Freddie in again, into Khawaja, who leaves. So he's just, Flem, not quite getting it close enough to play, or are you happy with it where it is at the moment, the line from Afridi?
No, I'd be attacking off stump. We saw with the Australians, it took bowling stump to stump, hitting the stumps as your best opportunity. Too many plays and misses. It's funny, isn't it, Afridi? We know he's an absolute gun. He's world class, but he's probably been the third best seamer for Pakistan so far.
Last ball of the over here, and the last ball for both myself and Laurie. 3 slips in a gully. Afridi bowls. Khawaja off the thigh pad on the half volley to bat pad. Laurie, thanks very much for coming in. Really appreciate it. Good luck with the Scorchers for the rest of the year. And for those that don't know Laurie Evans, make sure you watch him on the TV, because he is an entertainer. He is great to watch.
Well done, Laurie.
Very kind, thank you.
Laurie Evans from the Scorchers. We'll take a break with a score 2 for 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining, and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market, and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. New over starts here. Single taken by Steve Smith to get off the mark just behind square. From the bowling of Shazad at last. I say at last, he's only been out there for 5 balls, but it's been a slow start for Australia. There's that thing, Smithy, where when you're playing club cricket, you do a lap at the ground, you go right for runs or left for wickets. Which way are you walking at the moment?
I'm walking wickets. I'm walking wickets because I think Pakistan have shown throughout periods in this match that they're a better side than quite a few people have given them credit for.
Good for the series, this, isn't it?
No, this is wonderful for the series.
Australia end up at, none for 120 overnight or something like that, and we probably drop our collective heads and think, well, this is going to go a familiar way. But they had a good session here. Shazad, who started well himself, of course, bowls to Khawaja, pushing into the onside no run. Khawaja's 2 from 29, and Shazad's got 2 for 3 in his 5th over. So the numbers are lining up nicely for the young man. Hello, Flem.
Gentlemen, it's just momentum's going nowhere for Australia. And we know that there's enough incentive in this pitch if you get your line and your length right. So this is just an ugly, ugly session for Australia.
Got me thinking at the back of the box about great third innings comebacks with the ball. I mean, they were so far behind here, Pakistan, 2-16 behind. It's going to take something bordering on a miracle.
Sarfraz Nawaz, 7 for 1.
Sarfraz Nawaz, there we go. That's an absolute beauty.
Oh. Was that a third innings? I just made that up.
Around the wicket. Shazad bowls and Khawaja punches out to mid-off, no run. I've got a feeling that might have been the 4th innings of Australia.
To win the game.
Yeah, but still, coming back for Pakistan's not a bad reference point.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Third innings comeback, Adelaide 2006, when Australia, well, I suppose they were near parity on the scorecard, but bowling out England on the final day and chasing down those runs when it looked like that was third innings with the ball.
Was that Collingwood double 100 Test match?
Yeah, that was the first part of the
unlosable test match. That's what it was.
Shazad round the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, inside edge onto the pad, spills out to the offside, no run. 36 all out when Australia rolled India for 36 in the third innings of the match.
I'd love to see a pitch map of the Australians bowling there and against Pakistan this innings. I reckon they bowled just about identical. and some days the cricketing gods go, you nick everything.
Yeah.
India nicked everything that day. Wow.
A bit like with Trent Bridge 2015 when Australia were all out 60, they nicked every ball and England took every catch.
But that was day one, wasn't it? Doing everything. That was just amazing, that 36.
Old-fashioned green top now. All out 60. Shazad bowls round the wicket and Khawaja does the little lightsaber thing after letting the ball go.
Let's paint a picture here, right? They get to 1 or 2 of these players now. All of a sudden, you've got Travis Head, who's just going to play like Travis Head. Could be Sydney or the bush, so to speak. It could be a quick fire 70. It could be very short. Mitchell Marsh under all sorts of pressure, even though he got 90 in the first innings, to try and play a different kind of role. And then you've got Carey and then you've got the bowlers. I mean, it's not inconceivable if they struck twice here, they could get Australia for 100, 120. Then you're talking a game of cricket. Well, they don't want to get 300 and batting last on this.
Shazad to finish. Khawaja works it off his hip to find leg for 1. Collected in the shade by Jamal. That'll keep the strike for Khawaja. Gets a bit of a cheer. He's 3 from 33. End of the 10th over. Australia 2 for 7. They lead by 223 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions, our third session for Liquorland to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise. And it's the man who took all the wickets in the first dig. Nice time to bowl, Amir Jamal. 6 for 111 in the first innings and replacing Shaheen Sharafridi.
Just thinking to myself, Damien Fleming, 2 for 7, 10 overs bowled. Would you be getting, if Pakistan of old were out there, would you be getting the ball out of Akram and Yunus's hand just yet? Would you? 2 for 7?
No.
So where's Afridi? Where's the real Afridi?
Yeah, it just hasn't clicked for him, has it, in this Test match?
Those first couple of overs, he looked like he was going to take a wicket every ball. Yeah, it's just settled down a wee bit since then, and Khawaja absorbing that pressure.
Well, confidence riding high for Jamal. 6 for on debut.
2 slips and 2 out on the leg side to start. Round the wicket to Khawaja. His first ball's down the leg side. Doesn't quite carry to Sarfaraz. That's a factor as well, isn't it, Smithy, that we've seen the pitch up and down since Pakistan started bowling?
Well, it is. I mean, we did a bit of a study on where the wicket keepers should be standing, and it's almost... we talked about the fact that, and we have in here, that if bowlers create edges, they need it to go to hand. They don't like it seeing dropping short. But the variation in bounce is pretty hard to read. I think you have to err on the positive and risk the knock or two, or the ball coming too quickly to you rather than not. It's tending to keep lower more than high at the moment.
In here is Jamal, fit it wider on the crease to Khawaja, pushing into the offside. Quick single, Smith to the danger end through comfortably. Didn't quite get the throwaway there, Imam Al-Haq, who's not the quickest. 2 for 8 is the score.
Don't need a run out, Aussies. Come on, gentlemen.
I might open up that question to our listeners as well. Tyre Power, big December deal sale, 0433 98 11 16. Great comebacks in Test cricket when a side's been way behind at the halfway mark. Let's broaden it out, not just matches in where a team's bowling third, but when has a team been well out of it at the halfway mark and come back to win? There'll be 2 that jump out where...
I think I was 12th man in one.
The 2 Australian disasters.
Pretty angry at the start, and then by the end I went, maybe a good one to miss this one.
Here's Jamal's first opportunity at Smith. Leaves it lone outside the off stump. Kicks his back leg in the air as well, Smith, for effect.
Is one of the obvious ones, both of them at Headingley?
Yeah. So both of them at Headingley and VVS at Kolkata.
Right.
Then this year there was England enforcing a follow-on at the Basin, wasn't it?
Base reserve, yeah.
Where New Zealand got over the line by a run. So they're the 3 extreme outliers where a side's followed on. And
you're looking for some nice little subtle ones too, isn't it? Like even if it's even after the first innings, just a third innings collapse.
Here's Jamal away from us. Bowls here, and Smith gets it round the corner for a single. He's 2 for 9. Might get 2 here actually. Wants 2, gets 2. Make it 2 for 10. Smith up to 3. Keeps the strike with a couple of balls to go in the over. There's the test in, the one that Shane Warne, his first big performance for Australia when they're in Sri Lanka in 1992. They had a 291 run first innings deficit and have won on the final day. That's with Warne and Greg Matthews. Warne taking 3 for at the very end.
He threw in the ball, didn't he?
Yeah. So I think that's the biggest deficit that's been overturned for victory, I think.
What happened in the third innings when Fani de Villiers rocked Australia at Sydney? Can you remember?
It was the fourth innings. But what happened before that?
Did they bat really, really well, South Africa, to get themselves back in it?
Bowling here, Jamal defending Smith. I know Kepler broke his hand, didn't he, when batting in the third innings? Kepler Wessels and Hansi Cronje led them in the field in the fourth innings. That's part of that story. Hansi's first big day as a leader. But I'll look it up between
or big third innings hundreds.
Yeah,
would be turning Test matches around, wouldn't they?
I like this. 0433 98 11 16. We'll go through the texts next over for Tyre Power. Big December deal sale. Jamal to finish. 3 runs from the over so far. Into Smith. Bowls here with 2 slips and Smith's beaten. That's a really good delivery. That's where he needs to be. Over complete. The lead's 226 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart Gardner. Khawaja 4, Smith 3.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Third session here for Liquorland to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland, choose to drink wise. The test you brought up a good example of this. South Africa 169, Australia 292, so a very healthy first innings lead. South Africa made 239 in their second innings. So not a monster performance or anything like that, but enough to get them back in the game. Gary Kirsten, 41. Jonty Rhodes, 76 not out, our colleague on SEN last year. Start of a fresh spell here. Fahim Ashraf, his first ball is punched out towards cover off the front foot by Khawaja for a couple. 2 for 12, that'll make the score.
I just looked up most career runs in third innings of a match, and it's interesting, most of the players, they're just down a little bit on their career averages. It's obviously scoring more in the first innings. Alan Board averaged 64 in the third innings. Callis 65, Sangakkara 57. The rest are just below their career averages. Tendulkar and Roots and all that, they're in the 40s.
And Smith's a fair way below that again.
Ponting 38.
It's Fahim, right arm over to Khawaja, goes back to pull, bottom of the bat, down to deep backward square for 1. He's 7 from 37, 2 for 13. So in that match in the second innings, Warren took Pfeiffer, predictably. And then Australia was set 117 and, yes, all out 111. They nearly got there with Craig McDermott at the end, but the Damien
ranking day of cricket that was. And unfortunately for Australia, the Fani de Villiers. What a performance.
Wide of the crease, still getting the ball to shape through. I think I made my one-day debut straight after that. Mardo might have played that and then didn't play for 6 years. Damien Martin.
He copped it for that?
Yeah, copped it for that.
He was the penultimate.
And you think of how wonderful a player he was. 6 years, a long time out of the game.
Bowling here is Fahim Ashraf, and Smith drives straight and snakes it through. Had 2 men to beat. The man at cover and the man at mid-off. The latter will dive and just cut off the boundary. Shan Masood, an athletic diving stop, hauling it in. They'll check upstairs to make sure it hasn't gone, but I reckon on what we were looking at on our screen, he got there in time. So it'll be 2 for 15. Australia adding a couple there. We're just seeing it back here, and that's fine.
It's terrific cricket from the skipper. This is a bloke who misfielded in the first over of the game, remember? But he's fully conscious that his team have to be top drawer in this session, and that kind of effort from the skipper is a really good indication of how he feels about where they're at the moment. Nice work.
Fahim's halfway through his first over. Smith's on 5. It's 2 for 15. Bowls here. Smith cuts and cuts well. Had room to work with. It was wide. It was short. And he found the gap between gully and backward point. 2 for 19. A boundary for Azito all day, every day. 2 for 23.
Poor delivery. Wide outside off stump. Just been driven down the ground, so wouldn't want to be driven again. So he was entitled to go a bit shorter, but you could not give Steve Smith that width. Australia have had no liberties like that so far in this innings. They get one, Smith puts it away.
Just to come back to the Martin thing, Flem, before we finish the over here, a couple balls to go. He got completely grilled for the way he got out, right? Smacking it to cover when they were 8 away from victory or something like that.
Which was his area. That's where he hit.
He made 6 from 59, so he batted for 106 minutes for 6. So he showed the discipline.
He's, what, 21, 22?
Yeah, Smith facing and defending out to the onside. 1 ball to go. I guess my point there is it's not as though he was being temperamentally rash through his stay. It was on the basis of 1 ball that he lost potentially 6 years of a test career.
But, that's the step up to test match. The scrutiny from that shot and that loss. And he had a very tough time for Western Australia. I'm not sure if he even got dropped or he got close to getting dropped. And I remember playing him in Shield cricket, and it just wasn't the same player. But what a rebirth. His second career for Australia was amazing.
Fahim to finish an expensive first over. Smith able to cut again, but the bottom of the bat spills out to point for 1. He keeps the strike. Smith in the double figures. He's 10. Australia 2 for 20. Their lead up to 236 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Looking for the perfect new utes? Here's your chance, because Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Plus, you'll get a complimentary tow bar when you purchase and take delivery of your new Canon ute in December. Only while stocks last. Don't miss out on the Canon sale event on now at Berwick GWM. Visit them at 257 Princess Highway, Hallam or berwickgwm.com.au. LMCT 8760.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Bharat's passed me his phone for a third innings comeback where, well, Australia made 556, India made 523, then Australia all out 196 at Adelaide 2003. Brilliant Test match where Ajit Agarkar took 6 for in the second dig. Smith facing Jamal, no run as he pushes into the onside. 6 for, as I scroll down Bharat's phone screen, 6 for 41, Ajit Agarkar, his finest day in Test cricket. In India was set 230 to win and they won 6 down with Rahul Dravid there at the end, 72 not out. So comeback there, which gave India the chance to win that series. They didn't quite finish the job at Sydney, but squared at 1-1. What's going on down here? Bit of a conversation between Shaheen Afridi and umpire Wilson about possibly where Jamal was landing. Anyway, they move on. Jamal away from us at the pavilion end. Bowls here to Smith. Gets it fine. Down to the fielder on the boundary. Leg glance to 11 for him, 2 for 21 the score.
Very highly rated now, Joel Wilson. Was involved in the World Cup final. Didn't get to stand in the middle. They want it looks like they want the ground staff to come out with the pounder around the crease line at some point again.
Yeah.
But yes, Joel Wilson, Richard Illingworth, of course, stood in the final. So we've got a very experienced, high-powered duo out in the middle. Michael Goff is the TMO, television match official, or the video umpire upstairs, whatever you call him these days. He's also very highly thought of. Of course, the Australians and the Indians could not officiate in the final, so that ruled out quite a few. But Paul Wilson finished, I hear. Did I hear that? Retired?
Wasn't on the panel, was he? Round the wicket here and beating the bat with one that angled in and seamed away. Excellent from Jamal to Khawaja.
I might have jumped the gun here. I thought I heard that one of Australia's finest, but not oldest, highly respected as well, that Paul Wilson might have given it away.
Right. I guess it would be quite a taxing life. I mean, think of someone, obviously a great life. I'm not, I don't want to get carried away here, but the guys on the elite panel are always somewhere.
Yes.
Not many of them. See a little bit of Richard Kettleby around the traps.
Yep.
And he's always somewhere else other than where he lives. Especially when you're one of the umpires at the peak of your powers. Jamal bowls to Khawaja, who pulls truly. There is one man to beat in the deep who was set out there at deep mid-wicket 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He ultimately has the job of tidying up. They add 2. Khawaja 9 from 39, 2 for 25 the score.
Doesn't take much just to change momentum, does it? You kind of feel now with one cut shot and one expensive over as if Australia have said, OK, you've had your fun. We're back in the seat. We're back in the driver's seat. And now they have to strike again. So important, Pakistan, to put the hammer down again.
You're right. Paul Wilson retired after the 2023 World Cup, so a couple of months ago, if that, a month ago.
Shame. Good umpire, very popular, nice man.
So the lead's 239. Khawaja on strike. Jamal to him here. He defends from the line of the crease. But yeah, those senior umpires, like Joel Wilson's got a bit of a bad rep around these parts. Smithy, as you might have picked up, he had a stinker in an Ashes Test match back in 2019, and I don't think Australian fans have forgotten that.
Right, okay.
Despite the fact that Australia won that match. Just one of those things, I suppose. But yeah, he, as you say, made the top 3 of the World Cup. Had that moment where I think a number of us were like, what are you doing, Joel, with that stumping that...
well, by the letter of the law is right. I was the commentator at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't apologise to him, but,
Amir Jamal bowls here, and Khawaja's happy in defence on the back foot. That's the end of the over. 2 for 23 the score. Australia lead by 239. That's Khawaja 9. No, it's not a no ball, is it? No, it's not a no ball. Yes, we'll go to the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. I thought they were signalling upstairs. Instead, they're signalling for the thumper.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Crispy, crunchy, golden onion rings are back at Macca's, and they come with a tangy barbecue sauce, making them ideal for a summer dip. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. They have banged the pitch between overs. Bharat Sunderasen's jumped in with us for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Fahim Ashraf will set off again. His first over had 10 runs taken from it, comfortably the most expensive of the innings. First ball here to Smith, who's full and pushed out to the onside, no run. Bharat's an umpire. He's got his, he does first grade cricket in Adelaide.
Yeah, I do.
He might end up on the state panel or something one day.
Not dressed like that, though, surely.
It'd be quite the thing if he made the transition to shield cricket or something.
Dressed like that?
Embrace it.
I mean, he's only one of them. I mean, even if, you turn up and you just see him coming down the hallway and you couldn't see whose head it was, it's coming. do you conform when it comes to
a little bit,
umpiring
as much as I can?
Smith facing Fahim, pushing into the offside, no run. I think we had a conversation the day before my wedding this year about what were you going to wear.
Yes, that's correct.
You're slightly worried about how he was going to manage that.
Very worried.
And?
No, I stuck to my guns though. It was formal enough, Smithy. It looked like...
Looks like you were
going for a party.
Yeah, it's good. Worked.
I hid myself during the ceremony.
What about the mass photo? Do you have a mass photo?
Yeah, we've got the...
Where was he there? Is he hiding?
Yeah, that's a good question. Were you hiding up the back?
No, right there. You can spot me. You zoom in.
Where's Wally?
Here is Fahim with the two slips from the Langer end to Smith, who drives right at the middle of the bat. The on-drive to mid-on, though. No single.
What I do, Smithy, is obviously I stick to the uniform they gave, but I make sure some sort of colour on me, maybe around my neck. Yeah, there has to be a statement, yeah. Because there are very strict regulations, even at grade cricket level, on what you wear and what you can't wear, or especially on what you should wear.
So you wear some flair around your neck?
Yeah, like around my wrist.
Headband?
Should try that, actually. Yeah.
Fahim, 3 dots to start his second over. Conventional field for Smith. Bowls here. Smith lets it hit him on the thigh pad after shouldering arms, but it's going way above the stumps, and it ricochets into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
I don't know whether you guys have noticed, but Shaheen Shah Afridi has a big band-aid just over the bridge of his nose. He's got a massive pimple, and apparently it's giving him a lot of... he's in pain, so they put a band-aid on it, and it looks like his nose is like riding up to his forehead.
It's more like a boiling or something, is it? Right between your eyes.
That'd make the rarities and oddities section of the Wisden Almanac if he retired hurt pimple. Fahim bowls here, and Smith drives again to mid-off. He's nailed that drive twice in the over for 2 dots.
Look at the size
seeing it here. Brad's showing it's not good for radio. We're getting a look on his phone at the photo. That is quite the pimple.
Oh, it is. No, that's boil. That's a boil for me. So he probably has to have that. What do they do? Lance it?
Yeah.
Oh, lance that. Imagine. Oof. I was just wondering too, while we're talking about injuries and problems, how Labuschagne is. Because it's the first test of the summer.
I did joke if he broke a hand. They want to sell 30,000 more tickets for Melbourne. Maxwell for Melbourne. Of course, I'm only joking. But if they want to sell at the G on Boxing Day, if Marnus did break a finger. He looked okay though, didn't he? Fahim here to finish to Smith, and he drives through the covers for 4. He's been threatening to do that. Hitting the ball really nicely since arriving. Smith up to 15 with an Azito boundary all day, every day. It's the end of the over as well. Australia 2 for 27 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
It's that time of year again, so come and visit Nunawading Jeep to take advantage and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. That's massive savings on all new and demonstrator vehicles, including the Grand Cherokee Night Eagle at $69,888. Drive away includes sunroof. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading, or nunawadingjeep.com.au. LMCT 11598.
Australia in the black by 243. The numbers on our coverage for Mate, Internet and Mobile. Pakistan have celebrated 2 wickets this session thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. New over here starts with Jamal inside edge of Khawaja. Into the onside. Shaheen The man with the boil or the pimple gallops after it and throws it back to the keeper.
Forever known as that?
The man with the boil or the pimple.
Not one of the best left armers in the world, no.
Oh, well.
It'll be known.
Got to get interested.
We've had a few left-arm fast bowlers.
Australians are so punishing. one little moment or one, and you're tagged.
I'd love to see the play stop because of it. Like I say, at the back of the almanac, the unusual occurrences section, you know, like B stopping play or whatever it is. It would never get a Guernsey. Not as yet. Round the wicket, Jamal full, and Khawaja places it out to mid-off from the front foot. No run.
Speaking of great third innings performances, even though I don't think it resulted in a win, Smithy, you would have been there when Brendan McCullum made the 100 against India. They were down and out. Him and Jimmy Neesham and batted for almost a day and a half, did they?
That's correct. I think BJ Whiteling might have got some runs there as well, but it was New Zealand's one and only 100, and it was an interesting story because he was 280-something not out on a Sunday night, right?
As Jamal gets to the crease, bowls short to Khawaja, who lets it go.
So Monday morning, of course, no one in New Zealand has ever scored. No New Zealander has ever scored a 100. They were lined down the streets outside the Basin Reserve on a Monday morning.
Wow.
But they were all in their suits because it was a working day.
Yeah.
They just wanted to be there. They paid full admission to get in, to be there for the moment. He got the 100, and boy, did they go back to work. It was just, I want to be there. I've got to be there.
Yeah. Especially after the Martin Crowe 299.
Same ground.
Yeah. Exactly. Jamal bowls here. Khawaja plays off the front foot, around his front pad down the fine leg for one. Makes it the 10 from his 45th ball, 2 for 28. Martin Crowe, only very late in his life, said he reconciled that finally, getting out for 299. It sat with him for years, didn't it?
With himself.
Yeah, with himself, that is, yeah.
Yeah, caught, I think, Tilakaratne, maybe Hashan Tilakaratne or somebody off...
Ranatunga.
No.
Arjuna Ranatunga bowling medium paces, yeah.
Nick.
It's a great shout about McCullum's triple. You look at the card. New Zealand all out 192. India 438 flying halfway through the test. New Zealand in their second dig.
5 for 94.
At one stage, 94 for 5, and then before that 4 for 87. And they make 680 for 8 declared and still have a chance to, in theory at least, bowl India out. Bowling here, Jamal. Smith goes across his stumps and defends out to cover. No run. So they actually declared and set India 435 for victory after all of that. And it finished at 3 for 166 when they shook hands after 52 overs. But imagine they won that from as far behind as they were, with McCullum 302 from 559 balls. He was eventually out to Zahir Khan. Thank you, Baz. Great shout.
Yeah, and Jimmy Neesham on debut as well, getting 137. Didn't play much test cricket after that, did he, Smithy?
No, he didn't. Jimmy is an immensely talented man with a touch of inconsistency thrown in.
Jamal to finish his third over to Smith. Down the leg side, tries to pull. Sarfaraz doesn't catch up with it. For a moment, I thought there might have been a noise through the effects mic, but they're not carrying on as though it was a drop catch, so that's the over complete. 2 for 28, Khawaja 10, Smith 15. The lead's 244 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. And seeing if there's the drinks on the field, not quite. We'll come back after the ad.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And for a fresh take on this fan fave, say hello to the new McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
All the old scorecards on SEN Test Cricket, as always, for Mate, Internet and Mobile. One more over until the drinks break. Bowled by Fahim here. Over the wicket, change of angle to Khawaja, who drives out towards mid-off, no run. I know next door in the press box they couldn't believe that Pakistan went round the wicket to Khawaja from the get-go, given that all the analytical data, if you like, all points towards Khawaja being a far more likely character to nick off over the wicket. You know, like every team's got an analyst these days. Maybe the fact that Pakistan sacked all their staff after the World Cup, they didn't have time to do their homework.
Through all the analysis, deleted everything, delete.
It is Pakistan cricket. They've just brought in everything in with the new.
Here is Fahim over the wicket to Khawaja. He pulls out of the pull shot. He wanted that, but it did deviate, didn't it? Might have hit that crack. Kawaja's looking back at the cordon after looking down at the pitch. Keen on a second look at that one.
Well, you heard the audio quite clearly in the background. That was Kawaja, not anyone else.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really taken off something. It has to be a crack.
Yeah.
It really does.
And it was from that end where we saw the two balls keep really low to David Warner.
I'm into this. Perth cracks. Cracks on the pitch at Perth, part of the experience. Ooh. Hot day here. Peaked at 34 degrees. Fahim bowls and Kawaja just off the front pad. In front of the square leg umpire where there is a single for him. Moves to 11. 2 for 30. Make that 2 for 29. Partnership worth 24.
Well, Pakistan is not very happy with the fast bowler. When you hear a subcontinental team, especially India, Pakistan, go, "Arey yaar!" Really means, come on, yaar, come on, mate.
It was quite useful in Pakistan last year.
I'll bet.
That we had Bharat, who doesn't speak Urdu, but is it Urdu?
Oh, Hindi
and Urdu are
pretty
very
much the
similar.
same, yeah.
So we had the stump mics turned up quite loud at different points, which meant Bharat was translating in real time what was going on between the Pakistanis, and he had more of a clue than the Australians had what they were going on about. Smith facing Fahim into the onside on the clip. There won't be a single to mid-wicket.
Looks good, Steve Smith. I think what he's trying to do here is effectively snuff out Pakistan and any hope that they might have of that third innings miracle you're talking about. And he's doing it with shot play. Gets half an opportunity. He's taking it on.
But this is where Steve Smith really comes into his own right, Smithy, when he can dictate the pace of the game. Whenever he walks out to bat and the pace is already set, at times he does struggle to keep up or catch up.
Fahim to him here. Australian vice-captain back on his stumps defending. We got one more ball together before we jump out. Brett, our conversation earlier about great whacker moments. Meandad and Lilly when they went at each other.
Yes, of course. What a moment.
In 1981. That's worth noting for tyre power. Big December deal sale. That's a front foot no ball called retrospectively by Michael Goff. We've been in the lift with Michael Goff the last 2 nights, haven't we, on the way down to record.
Yesterday.
With his energy drink or whatever that is, that powdery sort of drink he's been guzzling.
And yesterday I had a bad feeling the third session would start late because you got caught up with the crowd of people trying to get up in the lift.
Fahim, after the no ball, back of a length, Smith leaves.
So I was just walking back with a cup of coffee, and there were a bunch of these members who were attacking the lift. And poor Michael Goff was caught in between. And I was like, wow, this is 2 minutes for the session to start, Mr. Goff. I think you need to find another way of getting up there, or maybe avoid that last cup of coffee.
He's a massive man, Michael Goff.
He's a tall man, yes. He's a gym freak too. Fit, one of those fit ones. Don't you just hate them?
Like Kettleborough. He's always in the gym. Always chest and arm. Never misses chest day and arm day.
What happened to Shep? David Shepherd, eh?
Last ball here for Heem. His third over to Smith, who leaves alone. That's outside the off stump. That should be the drinks break. Looking for a sign of that. It will be the drinks break. So Australia lost 2 wickets in that hour and a bit of the session. Warner caught Imam Shahzad out for a duck. Labashade caught Sarfaraz top edge. Also from the bowling of Shahzad for 2. At one stage they were 2 for 5. They're now made to 2 for 30. The lead's up to 246. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We'll be back in a moment. That's all on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? No, something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time.
Can I get mixed drink?
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no. What happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Power
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
2 left in the over, no runs in the second innings. He plays it out towards square leg, off the splice of the bat, and he's caught. David Warner gone for a duck. Shazad gets the breakthrough.
Goals to Labuschagne, top edge, hook shot. This should be out. Safra's going back underneath it, catches it! Marnus Labuschagne out for 2, Australia 2 for 5.
Goals here, Smith cuts and cuts well. Had room to work with, it was wide, it was short, and he found the gap between gully and backward point. Fahim here to finish to Smith, and he drives through the covers for 4. He's been threatening to do that. Hitting the ball really nicely since arriving, Smith.
So from 2 for 5, Australia 2 for 30 with Khawaja on 11 and Smith on 15. The batsman out, Warner for a duck and Labuschagne for 2. So Simon Katich, as you rejoin us in the commentary position, I wouldn't say things were looking hairy when they lost those 2 wickets, considering they are well in front of Australia, but a few anxious moments.
Yeah, look, the cushion of 216 runs, that is huge, given that this wicket's starting to crack up. We've seen inconsistent pace and bounce, balls dying, some flying, and that starts to play mind games with the batsmen, and Pakistan know they have to bat last on this Perth Stadium surface, so it's a substantial first innings lead. But yes, you also want to make sure that you get 300 plus, because anything can happen in a 4th innings of a test match. The wicket can start to slow up, potentially less happens off the cracks, and if someone plays a remarkable innings, anything's possible.
Yes, in Test cricket coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. I'm just interested too, Simon. Okay, the Test match is obviously skewed in Australia's favour, but when it is a 3-match series, is there a chance also that Pakistan are looking to just a seed of doubt into Australia for the next Test match, which comes up pretty quickly, and then the following one? It is a 3-test series, so it is about this Test match, but it's also for the next 2.
Definitely, and that's the thing, getting someone out cheaply in the second innings so that you can take that momentum and confidence for the bowling group into that next Test match.
Amir Jamal is ready after the drinks break. Around the wicket, he bowls to Khawaja, who drives nicely, punching down through mid-on. A chase for Shah Masood. He will get there inside the field of play. And in fact, it's Shaheen Afridi down there. They're both tall. He's got the cap on, Shaheen Afridi. Anyway, it's 2 runs all the same to Khawaja. He's up to 13. 2 for 32. G'day, Bharat.
Someone who... Good day. Nobody says g'day in Australia anymore. I'm very disappointed.
They do here in Perth, mate.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. G'day is part of the vernacular.
Oh, because it seems to have gone away on the eastern coast, Simon.
It's alive here in Perth.
I'm a Melbourne Eastern Suburbs bogan, so I'm definitely a g'day. And Amir Jamal bowls. That's a full ball that's dug out by Khawaja back to the bowler on the follow-through.
Someone who watched a lot of cricket in Australia growing up in the subcontinent, what Pakistan have done today, I'm used to seeing, where the bowling team from that part of the world struggles in the first innings with their discipline, and then once the horse is bolted, they come back and have a strong start to the third innings, but by that time, the match is so far ahead, they have so far to catch up that it's a bit too late.
2 slips in a gully. Jamal around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who pulls the ball up to mid-on. In the air for a little while to Afridi, but never a chance of a catch.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Bharat, because it's an insight into the mindset of players, and it shows that when the pressure's off, because realistically the pressure's off now, they know they're a fair way behind this Test match, so it frees you up. You've got to be able to have that same mindset when the game hasn't been set up on day one. And yes, conditions were probably at their best for batting earlier in this Test match, but there was still enough on offer on day one had they been more consistent. And I think we've seen today, it will get tougher because the cracks are opening and there's just enough happening for both pace and spin.
trying to get the wave going. As Jamal approaches again, past the umpire bowls to Khawaja, who shoulders arms to a ball that didn't get up as it went past. Khawaja thought it would go through at about chest high. It was under waist high. And the keeper, Sarfraz, took it pretty much to his bootlaces.
He's taken, I think, far too many balls down near his bootlaces. And it's part of it's because the wicket is becoming a little bit variable in pace and bounce. But the Pakistan attack is shorter in their release points, and as a result, they're not getting quite the same amount of bounce as the Australian attack. I think he's got to come up, because if there's a nick here, I could see one dropping short of the slips.
Jamal again, past the umpire bowls to Khawaja, digging out another full ball that he jams away backward of point, gets a single with that man out in the deep on the offside behind point. So one more to Khawaja. He moves to 14. Australia 2 for 33 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
And I do remember in the first innings him taking a couple of steps in front to Khurram Shehzad, especially in his first spell. It's not his first time in Australia either. But you'd expect a senior, experienced wicketkeeper like him to make that adjustment. It almost feels like a lot of balls are going to land in front of him.
Yeah. Jamal here now back over the wicket to bowl to Steve Smith. Last ball of the over. Smith pinching a single into the onside. He went back and across and just dabbed it into mid-wicket and hustled through for a quick single to tick the scoreboard over to 2 for 34 at the end of the over. That means the lead is 250 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Here's a tasty schnitz daydream. Imagine chicken schnitzel crafted with RSPCA-approved chicken, coated in secret seasonings and lovingly prepared to crispy golden perfection. Now imagine that schnitzel complemented by the freshness of crispy salad and the richness of sauce, all wrapped up in a tasty burger or wrap that leaves you wanting more. Feeling hungry now? No longer a dream. Taste it in-store at Schnitz or have it delivered to your door via the Schnitz app. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you.
Australia 2 for 34 on the Thai Power scoreboard, always well bowled. And there is a change in the bowling, and we are going to see some spin. Salman bowled so many overs in the first innings, and he's going to have a fair bit of work to do here in the second. So he's going to be bowling to Steve Smith on 16. Slipping a bat pad. First ball, seeing Smith defend away on the onside.
And on those third innings performances, Simon, and you did play in that game, you mentioned that game earlier. I thought the big turning point for India away from home was an Adelaide Test of 2003.
Salman again bowls. Smith took a big back lift and then just checked his stroke and stroked it up to long on for a single. I think for a moment there his eyes lit up and he was going to go big down the ground. He took the one instead, up to 17, 2 for 35.
Australia made 560, Ricky Ponting made runs, you made 70-odd. And Rahul Dravid made the double 100, and then Ajit Agarkar 6 wickets. And I thought transformed Indian cricket.
Yeah, he kept bowling bounces, and a couple of us were stupid enough to get caught out in deep.
Salman bowls here a little bit short, rocking back on the back foot with the vertical bat. Khawaja strokes out to cover point in the deep for a single, 2 for 37. Khawaja to 16.
And not just in one innings, both innings.
The lead currently sitting at 252. Smith back on strike. Salman wider on the crease. Smith again, the big back lift, and then just the check defensive stroke back to the bowl. You can really see him lifting the bat back. I think he's in a bit of a zone here, Smith. Flatter, quicker. Smith defends back to the bowler.
Giant beer snake. It's that time of the day here in Perth.
Yes. They're actually doing a pretty good job of it too.
It's like a bow and arrow there.
The wicket ball that just doesn't bounce as much as Smith thought. He made the compensation, got a bit lower and dabbed it on the offside and pitched a single as well. He did that in the last over. He does it again. Smith to 18, 2 for 37 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicant. clients only. Lending criteria apply.
Check out Hilux and Kluger, available this festive season at Chadstone Toyota. There's the tough and reliable Hilux Rogue Workhorse or the sophisticated Kluger, perfect for the family and ready for delivery now. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australian 2 for 37. We are seeing a change here, and Shahzad, who has been going very nicely today, 2 for 4, is now going to have a go from this broadcast end. So we'll get a good look at him, as we'll be right behind him as he bowls to Steve Smith. I've got a question for you, Kat, after this ball, based on what Bharat's coming out with at the moment. It's about memory. Shahzad, though, close to the umpire, bowls to Smith, who clips it away firmly, but straight to forward square leg. Imam does the fielding, no run. So Bharat remembers everything. I'm a bit like that. What do you like as someone that played for your country? Do you remember all your innings? Do you remember how you were feeling when you got out close to 100 of, you know, still get that emotion comes back? Or because you played so much cricket, it's all a bit of a blur?
No, I remember a fair bit. I wouldn't say I've got a great memory, but I feel like I do remember. Like when Bharat mentioned Adelaide before, I remember that, and he started talking about Adjit bouncing us out, and then I realised I'd been bounced out twice.
All nibbling it fine there, Smith towards the fine leg rope and getting there. Totally intentional. He just nibbled it, nudged it around the corner, using the pace from Shahzad and getting a boundary to move to 22. Of course, boundaries brought to you by Azito all day, every day. And that was always going to be a 4 all day, every day, getting it that fine. 2 for 41.
That was pretty well bowled from Shahzad, because that ball was probably in line with off stump. So had that just come a little bit further in and missed the inside edge of the bat, Steve Smith was absolutely plumb. So he won't mind that.
Shahzad, again, close to the stumps, bowls and rocking back and just crafting it out to backward point in the deep for a single. Smith to move to 23, 2 for 42. So two quick ones. Just on the Smith thing there, was that a good shot that he got down to fine leg for a boundary? Or if he had his time again, he wouldn't have played it like that?
Oh, I think, look, it was a good ball because it was that sort of knee roll length, just above knee roll, coming back in. But Steve Smith does score on the onside from off stump. So as a bowler, you've got to expect that you're probably going to get worked leg side from there. But had that ball just done a little bit more and it missed the inside edge, he was pinned in front.
So back then to your batting, I could see when Rat said you were out for 70, I feel almost a memory coming back. Shahzad bowling here to Khawaja, who defends away on the onside, that you remembered how you got out and wished you'd done it differently. And you're still angry about it all these years later.
I am, because I got 10 Test hundreds, but I butchered a heap of starts. And that one in particular, because that Adelaide Oval wicket wasn't a drop-in, it was flat. And I think it was on 75 or something like that. And it was only a couple overs before stumps, and I took it on, top-edged, and it flew down fine leg. Sehwag was nowhere. He runs like 20 metres to his left and dives full stretch and takes it late in the day. And then I watched Punter get 200 the next day. I'm thinking that could have been me.
Shahzad bowls and Khawaja leaves. I think we need a couch here for Simon.
Correct. Not to mention the 299s, the 98, the 93. There was a lot of butchering going on in my career.
You didn't play for milestones. That's how I look at your career. There you go, yeah.
It's funny because I was just thinking, I'm just trying to... Because when you feel good, I wasn't worried about 3 figures. I was just trying to keep scoring. So...
I think we found out why Simon made a lot of runs. Because he liked to bat. Shahzad bowls to Khawaja, who flicks it fine himself off the thigh pad. I don't think there was any batting that into fine leg. Or maybe there was. No, there wasn't. Just a leg by to finish the over. So again, Pakistan giving up that single on the last ball of the over. And it is Australia 2 for 43 with Khawaja on 15, Smith on 23 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, always well bowled.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Someone starts a new over. Khawaja on the back foot, just stroking it to backward point. There's no run. Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions supporting SEN Test Cricket with Australia at 2 for 43. This time Khawaja leans forward and pushing into the offside. That was a bit slower from Salman. I wouldn't say flighted, but it was just slower.
He wants Khawaja to hit him to mid-off because he wants to get slip into the game.
Khawaja again pushing forward, back to the bowler.
And he's also running quickly to his right, knowing that Khawaja's looking to push in there for the single. So he's hoping he might just chip one in the air. Covers, I think, Shan Masood, so he keeps trying to go to his left.
It's almost like there are two people playing in the backyard at the moment. Salman's bowling it and Khawaja's defending it back to him.
Is that how you play backward cricket in Australia?
Well, that's how
Not generally.
That's how my children are told to play straight. Cutting and not getting a lot of bounce there. So Khawaja bottom edge to Afridi at backward point. I tell my kids, they play any funky shots, I go inside.
There you go. This is why Australia doesn't produce mystery spinners and funky batters. No Surya Kumar Yadavs in this part of the world.
Well, I didn't get... Well, you shouldn't be talking about that. Khawaja pushing firmly up to mid-off. That's the response I get from my children. 2 for 44 now. Khawaja 16 and Smith 23. And that is the end of the over. According to the umpire, according to the scoreboard, there was still one to come. How well? Over bowled. 2 for 44 on the Holman Industries scoreboard with the smart gardener.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
Australia 2 for 44 from 20 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. Shahzad is going to continue around the wicket to Khawaja with 2 slips and a gully, and that's a tight leave. Shahzad thought he was in play there. He thought that was a chance to come back and hit the off stump. It wasn't too far away, getting a bit wider on the crease from around the wicket.
The Gordon felt like it's coming as well. You heard them go, Aja, 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 which means it's coming, it's coming.
Oh, it did. What? Come back.
A long way.
Good nip off the seam, that.
Ooh. In fact, it's gone over off stump. So you'd have to say he's left that on length, but I think he actually did leave it on line.
Yeah, that's like the delivery of Afridi bowled to Usman Khawaja very early on in this innings. Just cut him in half.
Shahzad again bowls to Khawaja, who's back and across, defending away on the offside. So the run rate is at 2.18. Stats and information from 8 Internet and mobiles, so much slower than what we saw in the first innings.
Yeah, and that's the byproduct of the wicket changing from day 1 to day 3, and that's completely normal. That's what happens. Batting becomes more difficult against that newer ball.
So we're just seeing vision at the moment from the Australian rooms, and Marnus Labuschagne still getting some work done on that finger. Shahzad bowls here to Khawaja, who's on the walk and then deciding to leave. So he was trying to get to the pitch of the ball there from Shahzad, and then just aborted mission and let it go through. It stays at 2 for 44. He still looks in a great deal of discomfort. I think this could be a talking point tonight after playing again tomorrow morning, Bharat.
And I was there in the nets this morning. He copped a very painful blow on the right elbow. He's facing Michael Divinito with the Wanga. So it's just been that kind of day. And I think Nick Jones, the physio, with him. The official statement or official message from the Australian dressing room is nothing, no concern, but that looked concerning.
Yeah. Shazad again bowling to Khawaja. Gets a good bouncer and late move from Khawaja to just get his head out of the way. He didn't duck there. He just moved his head just at the right time. That was a surprise ball from Shazad. And I'm waiting for a speed gun on that one because it felt like it was a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it was 131, but it definitely looked quicker to the naked eye because Khawaja's looking to press forward because he knows there's some movement. It's good use of the short ball there by Shazad. He's gotten better as this test match has gone on. Very good today, 2 for 9 off 6.4.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Shazad again bowling to Khawaja, another bouncer. And Khawaja plays that a little bit better.
I might get butted in India for saying this, but this debut from Quran Shahzad is on par with how impressive Mohammad Siraj was 3 years ago, Simon. You've done work with him as well. And
well, I think we've got to say, with the 2 early wickets, he's definitely a leading contender for the king of the match. The Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning and franchises are available with the way he's going at the moment.
Yeah, well, he presents the seam beautifully and he gets movement off the seam. If they can work on his strength and action to be able to get another 5 to 10 Ks, that's probably the difference between him and Siraj, because Siraj can hit high 130s, early 140s. At the moment,
balls here to Khawaja, who drives through cover point for 1, maybe 2. Yep, they'll come back with the man in the deep set behind point. So he's not that normal cover point position where a sweeper would normally be. So 2 runs off the last ball of the over. We have Khawaja on 18, Smith on 23, 2 for 46 on the Thai Power scoreboard, always well bowled.
The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
A few adjustments to the field. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions as Salman comes in and bowls to Smith, who defends back down the onside of the pitch to the bowler.
just in terms of impact, Simon, he started that series at the MCG, didn't he? And then by the end, he was the senior most bowler with 3 tests.
Quicker ball, it's short. It's cut away by Smith to cover point to the sweeper. And again, they'll come back for 2 with, again, the sweeper backward of point. And Smith, as he always does, manipulates the ball to where fielders aren't. He gets 2 more to move along to 25, 2 for 48. Someone's still telling the sweeper, get behind point. The sweeper saying, I'm not sure about that. Smith defending this time up to mid-on.
That's where you feel a bit for these young Pakistanis. I know they have the PSL, but not being able to play in the IPL and those leagues.
Salman again bowls. It's a bit more flight on that one. It dropped a little bit. Smith off the back foot defending into the onside.
What has been noticeable in the last few years, though, is a lot more of them are playing county cricket in England. And you're seeing Azraelis at Worcester. Shan Masood was at Yorkshire.
Salman again bowls. Smith goes the big drive inside edge onto the pad. It ballooned up momentarily on the offside. No fielder in that position. That was a false shot from Smith.
Shaheen Afridi played blast cricket, the T20 comp for Notts this year. I think he was at Middlesex a couple of years ago.
Smith this time off the back foot trying to force, but finds Shah Masood at mid-on, and that completes another over. Gee, gets through them quickly, Salman. 2 for 48, Australia on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's cheque. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Shahzad is at the top of his mark again on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Garden. We have Australia at 2 for 48. Khawaja on strike. He leaves the first outside the off stump. So it might be a warm day, but our team are still wearing the Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Damien Fleming's wearing it to the pub. He's getting a lot of attention as he rejoins the commentary position with Simon Katich.
Oh, g'day, gentlemen. How you going?
What are you doing? Sort of reverse Cobra sort of action from you.
Well, just warming up for this session. Get a few boundaries for us.
This session now or the session after play?
Oh, I'm cricket only these days.
I think especially tonight. Shazad around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. Again, one that rises outside off stump, and Khawaja doesn't.
What have you been talking about, boys?
Well, what we have been talking about is Simon Katich remembers everything about his dismissals in Test cricket and still has regrets.
Yeah, plenty.
How's your memory when it comes to cricket? Of the things
You
that
know
you
what?
did?
It, unfortunately, a lot of it's wish you could redo the negatives. You just...
So you do remember a lot?
Yeah.
So do you genuinely have regrets?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it, but...
No, but I've got a question for both of you after this. Shazad coming in past the umpire bowling. Khawaja bouncer that doesn't get up, but Khawaja got low enough to get underneath it. Do you think that fuels professional cricketers, that, you know, you've still got these regrets all these years later? That's that competitive edge that perhaps others don't have. That's one of the, I guess, strings to your bow to be professional cricketers?
Yeah, I don't know what Cato thinks, but I reckon we all suffer from white line fever to a degree. Everyone suffers from it. And suffering's not the right word. But you know yourself, you're a different person when you walk onto the field.
I said that to someone earlier today.
Shazad again, bowling to Khawaja, who nibbles this one on the onside behind square leg.
And Cato and I probably weren't the most person who'd carry it demonstrative. Can I get that out? Cricketers. But you're still burning inside, aren't you, Cato?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I used to burn inside.
Mate, I had to deal with 40-degree Croatian blood under my skin for most of my career. It was just bubbling away, ready to erupt. But I managed to keep it under control most of the time, apart from my blow-up at Trent Bridge in the 05 Ashes. I got given off a thigh pad LB to Harmison,
You
pitching
guys copped a
outside
fair
leg.
bit. And what'd you do?
Oh, I went off my brain.
Yeah.
I took my medicine, I took the 50% match fee and said sorry to Aleem, and off I went. But it was a shocking
So,
decision.
yeah, I reckon there's a lot of that, Whitey.
2 for 49. Smith back on strike on 25. He's trying to clip at 5 at missing down leg side.
They did a replay, must have been building up the Ashes, and there was an Adelaide test against England. They ended up winning. But myself and Ian Healy batted for 2.5 hours on the last day, and it got down to, I think, 6 overs we had to get through to survive. And I just played this horrible pull shot. We're trying to save the game. And it kept low off Chris Lewis. And then Peter McIntyre, Aussie Mac, was on a pair, and he got that pair. But I think about that a lot. Why couldn't I just block out the 6 overs?
Shazad wide on the crease and a big bouncer.
And it'd be talked about, those last wicket, second last, saving a test match. Oh, wow.
Into the over, 2 for 49 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, South Bank. Licence 1099.
For Made Internet and Mobile, the final crowd figure has come up at 15,956. And someone starts a new over, and Khawaja drives through the covers. Beautiful cricket shot. Just stroking the ball out into the deep. It won't quite be 4. It's been kept in the field of play, right out in the deep. But they'll come back for a comfortable 3. 2 for 52. A 50 coming up there. Khawaja to 22. Smith on 25.
Yeah, part of the reason that Salman's on is Pakistan are -5 at the over rate, so they have to pick that up. Otherwise,
they've only bowled 20 overs and they're already 5 behind.
It feels like that.
The carryover from the first innings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peter McIntyre's just texted in.
I want to tell the story at least once a year.
Salmon bowls and Smith defends.
And you've just asked me why they call him Aussie Mac. I'll answer it after this ball.
Yep. He gets through them quickly, Selwyn.
No, I might not be able to do it this over.
Shuffles in, bowls to Smith. Short, kick back to mid-on off the back foot.
I'd have to wait for the quick next over.
Okay.
So all you Aussie Mac fans out there, and there's a lot of them, 2 test matches for Australia, Peter McIntyre, leg spinner.
Like you, played for Victoria and South Australia. Selwyn bowls on the back foot, punching Steve Smith out into the deep for a single.
I think we're both better players for South Australia.
2 for 53. Smith up to 26 at this stage at least. He is the leading run scorer for Australia in the second innings for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Someone bowls to Khawaja, almost back to the bowler on the full. That jumped at him off a crack. It took the leading edge and floated just short of Selman, who tried to catch on his follow-through.
Yeah, Khawaja just looking to get that a little bit too square. Just held in the surface a little bit. And the leading edge just spooned back, but just short of Selman.
Selman bowls here to Khawaja, who goes back into a regulation forward defensive shot back to the bowler. End of the over. And it is Australia 2 for 53 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
2 for 53. So pleased to walk in when Damien Fleming's about to tell a story about Australia A champion Peter McIntyre.
He was Australia A champion, wasn't he? 94, 95. He was at a bar talking to a few people. James Brayshaw, his South Australian teammate, was there as well.
Shazad bowling. 2 for 12 from 8. Got both wickets in this innings. Delivers to Smith. Got the leg slip. Smith pushes out to mid on no run.
And one of the group goes, oh, Peter, and what do you do yourself? And he goes, I play cricket for South Australia and sometimes for Australia. And he'd only played once for Australia. So sometimes and once doesn't. So Brayshaw tells the South Australian boys, so they start calling him Aussie Mac.
That's so harsh.
I love nicknames.
It's such a nasty world sometimes with a cricket cat.
Particularly in domestic cricket. No one misses you.
Aussie Mac. And sometimes for Australia, he played once.
Did get the second test in Delhi in 96. Shazad here bowls to Smith, pushing the middle on no run.
So he comes to India in 96, plays another test, and he was known then in the Australian team as the Indian Mac. And just one of the great characters. He's such a funny man.
Wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been Aussie Mac if not for Australia A. 94, 95, where the magic happened. Were you a chance of playing in that, Cat? Was it just before you were?
No, it was just before.
The guys got picked. Greg Blewett was not on the radar and absolutely dominated in the one-day series and played Test cricket. Gets 100 on debut, 100 in his second Test match.
Absolutely. Shazad bowls here to Smith, who helps it down to fine leg for 1. He'll want 2, but they're happy to walk it through. Smith 27 batting nicely, 2 for 54. The partnership's up to 48.
They obviously debuted together in that Adelaide Test, and Aussie Mac helped get Blue to the 100 after I played another. Actually, that was another horrible shot. I played 2 of the worst shots of all time in that Test match. But Aussie Mac got him there, and he wasn't a great batsman, was he? Did you would have played against Peter McIntyre?
I did.
Yeah.
The problem from your point of view was that you just loved that pull shot so much, you just couldn't put it in the
I got out attempting the hook twice.
Here's Shazad. Round the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves alone. He's 22 from 77. Yeah, that was the one test in the 94-95 Ashes that England won.
Annoys me because you had control on the result there, and besides Devon Malcolm, who bowled as fast as I've ever seen, it was pretty easy.
Mike Gadding's last Test 100.
Yep. But it was Daffy de Freitas that ripped open that Test match with his hitting. It was unbelievable. And sorry, Devon Malcolm's pace.
Yep.
I remember Steve Waugh waiting to bat, and he played that beautiful forward defence, but he missed the ball, and his middle stump was 30 metres away.
Shazad bowling around the wicket on the angle to Khawaja, who steers it through the cordon for a boundary. Haven't been many of those in the session. Going at just 2.2 runs and over. Azito boundaries all day, every day. He was in control there. The 50 stand is up. Khawaja the 26, 2 for 58 the score.
Yeah, he just got done, got caught on the crease, Khawaja, but the beauty was he wasn't trying to attack. He was just defending the ball with soft hands and played it down safely to that third man region.
Even with a third slip, he was fine, wasn't he? Wouldn't have carried.
It went comfortably into the...
So they've made 53 from 106 together. Khawaja waiting for Shazad, leads 276. That's a more forceful shot, driven out to deep backward point off the front foot, outside part of the blade. 2 runs more, 28 for him, 2 for 60 for Australia. That will be the end of the over as well. 7 runs coming from it. And that's all on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Smith down the other end on 27, Khawaja 28.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's check. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
Salmon straight into it. First ball defended back down the pitch by Stephen Smith of the new over. He's in his 5th over. Up again from the Langer end. Smith goes back and cuts and doesn't beat the diving man cover. It's a good bit of fielding. Saved at least a couple, maybe more.
It's Rizwan.
Rizwan the sub. I did a double take. What's he doing out there?
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Salmon bowls and Smith drives down the long on for 1. Gets him up to 28 with Khawaja, 2 for 61. I saw Rizwan doing some keeping practice 2 nights ago in the nets. It was all about diving, so it's helped him save some runs there in the field as the sub.
Yeah, that was soccer goalkeeper-like, wasn't it? Yeah. Brilliant. And Pakistan have gone from being 5 overs down to now -3. So Salmon's doing his job here, getting through these overs rapidly.
They're going to get smashed for their over 8 in the first innings, I think. Salmon around the wicket, Khawaja defending. It can often be the second innings where you get pinged for your points because it's a bit more lackadaisical and so on, and they're going to make sure they control that variable at least.
I thought Rizwan was half a chance to play as a batter. Have Sarfraz and him in the same team.
Shah Massoud said as much before the test.
Okay.
Khawaja defends into the onside. He said they genuinely hadn't made their mind up on who was going to keep, and it was a possibility they might both play, as they did in Colombo earlier this year.
Yeah.
I'm feeling Sarfraz played as a specialist bat in that one rather than Rizwan. Around the wicket again. Bit of turn from Salmon. Just stood up off the seam. End of the over, 2 for 61 on the Holman Industries scoreboard. Smith and Khawaja both on 28.
The Grab Summer event is on now at City Jeep. We're running out the Jeep Compass. Grab the wheel of our compact SUV packed with all the tech and Jeep's legendary capability. Start your summer adventure in the Compass Night Eagle from $39,950. Make this summer one to remember and visit City Jeep today. But hurry, this is only while stocks last. 228 Normanby Road, South Bank or cityjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. Licence 10929.
We're here at Perth for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Shaheen Sharafridi's being brought back. He bowled 5 overs in his first spell, none for 3. And having a crack before stumps, which the cut-off will be 33 minutes from now. So, Kat, your Shield domestic career comes along just after the Australia A summer, but you run through the guys who played in that Fleming with the first 11, if you like. But the Australia A team, the team in green, that top order pretty much became the Australian top order. Here is Afridi. First ball to Smith, driving out towards Widish mid-off, no run. Langer, Hayden, Ponting, Bevan, Lehman, Blewitts. Pretty useful. You press fast forward. It did its job, I guess is my point here. All of those guys, most of those guys have massive international careers. With the ball, Merv came back and played for Australia 8. Paul Rifle dominated.
Yeah.
Got made your 12th man in the final controversy.
A bit. But that was Greg Rowell and Shane George, Peter McIntyre, Joe Angel.
Greg Rowell on the board of Cricket Australia these days. Shaheen bowls here, and Smith drives straight and gets it past the mid-off. Times it well, won't quite get the full journey. Shah Masood, he's been busy out there this afternoon, cuts it off 5 metres inside the rope. Smith moves to 30 with a 2 for 63. Greg Rowell, lawyer in Brisbane, went to his offices and talked to him about this at one stage a few years ago when making something about Australia A. But, he never played international cricket, so his Australia A summer is the pinnacle of his professional career.
Oh, mate, we got massive crowds. I mean, we were getting booed, the Australian. When I was bowling to Matthew Hayden at the Gabba, who do you think the crowd were going for?
Shaheen to Smith across him here, over the wicket, finds a gap at cover. Had to bisect 2 fielders, and the result will be the same as the previous delivery, adding 2 with Shah Masood doing the fielding. This time at deep cover, 2 for 65, Smith 32.
It did lead to changes a couple of years later, when they started to pick pure one-day teams versus test teams. We saw Mark Taylor and Ian Healy sort of moved on, even though they were still playing test cricket. That was massive at the time. And it was uncomfortable in touring teams when one was coming in and, instead of it being a whole team, there's 4 or 5 coming for the tests or vice versa.
Right.
It really didn't settle till we actually won the World Cup in 1999, I think, that validated those selections.
It was a big deal when Mark Taylor was moved out of the one-day side. Leg slip in here as he goes round the wicket, Shaheen. Change of angle, but it's outside the line of Smith's off stump and he shoulders arms.
And I remember we won the final at the G and we're doing the usual trophy thing and we were getting booed. You could just see Tubby going, I'm not happy with this. Not happy with this.
I wish I still had my Australia flag. I had an Australia flag I took along and put a big A on it.
Okay.
I don't know where it is. To be 10 years old.
I don't know if I was
barracking for the underdog.
We swapped shirts, together. Got an Australia race shirt.
Brilliant. Got to find it, Flem. They go for a pretty penny.
And they went down last over both games, I think, finals.
Yeah, the first final was a cracker. Shaheen bowls here to Smith, who defends into the offside. Greg Rowell. Direct hit from Shaheen. There won't be overthrows. He's lucky in a way. There was no ricochet there. Savvy fielding from Shaheen to collect it and throw it, but Smith was comfortably back.
Good energy from the big quick. He had leg slip backing it up, but it could have split the keeper and leg slip if it ricocheted off stump and gone in the gap, but it hit it flush. It came straight back to the offside.
Yeah, that first final at the SCG, Flem, that's one of those classics that used to play on loop in rain delays with Greg Rowell bowling with 4 runs to defend at Steve Waugh and a couple of dot balls and the pressure building, and then finally Australia get the win. But it could have gone the other way.
Yep. Could have had a third final. I don't know where that was going to be. But
back in the day of the rotating
third final.
Shaheen 2 left in the over. Bowls here. Smith back out towards deep backward point. The previous ball was retrospectively signalled a no ball, by the way. 2 for 67. Smith up to 33.
And the reason it happened, they were worried about Zimbabwe, but then England didn't qualify. How funny is that?
Yeah, Australia A beat England in the final group game at the SCG. Michael Bevan made 100, I think, Flem, to make sure of
Bevan had a tough summer. He got dropped from the test team. But I don't think he dominated the one days, maybe besides
one
that
game.
100.
Yeah. And of course, Blue was brilliant.
Oh, Blue was on fire. He was getting wickets as well.
Shaheen to finish his first over back in the attack to Khawaja, drives it straight and cuts it off when following through. 2 for 67, end of the over on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. We say goodbye to Kat, with Khawaja on 28 and Smith on 33.
The world's richest greyhound racing series is about to reach its conclusion with the richest greyhound race on the planet, the Phoenix. This is the newest, most exciting race on the calendar, with a total prize pool of $1.65 million and a $1 million winner's check. Be on track for your chance to share in more than $100,000 in prizes. The Phoenix, tonight at the Meadows. See dreamchasersfestival.com.au.
2 wickets and 67 runs in the session since Australia started their second dig. They were 216 ahead. lost Warner and Labuschagne pretty much straight away. Labuschagne getting some treatment on his right little finger, which is of note. That'll be a talking point for our colleagues in the press box next door at Stumps, I'm sure. Salmon running through his overs here. Bowls to Smith, who defends. The only other thing from that final I remember, and I'm sure you do as well, Flem, is Phil Emery, poor Phil Emery, in that first final at the MCG. Sorry, second final, wasn't it? He kept so well for Australia A. Played a test with you in Pakistan earlier that year. Bowling here, Salmon. Pass short leg. Inside edge for Smith. Get a single. Smith moves to 34. 2 for 68. One of the great trivia questions, really, isn't it? Who gets Phil Emery out for Australia?
And I was at 45 on the offside, and I can just remember David Boone just... It was like he was performing in front of a big crowd. Arms rose.
Salmon around the wicket to Kawaja, who cuts down hard to backward point, no run. The only disappointing...
Not an international wicket. Those stats don't...
I was going to say exactly that. You must be frustrated by it personally. You had a pretty good summer, and none of those wickets against Australia A count.
No. I might have got 4 cheap ones in the second final.
And the wicket again. Salmon to Kawaja. Cuts. The same result, Shaheen, at backward point.
That's not as hurtful as Booney not having an international bowling average. I don't even know why he's bowling. He wasn't a horrible bowler, but it's a big final.
2 to come. Salmon racing through his over like he's Ravindra Jadeja, getting through in 75 seconds.
Who didn't bowl there 10? Warney was playing.
Yeah, he was.
Craig McDermott.
Stuart Law used to bowl the middle overs, didn't he?
Maybe it was, we were making up the fifth 10.
Bowling around the wicket to finish, and Kawaja gets a single to retain the strike. He's 29, 2 for 69 with the lead up to 285 at the end of the over on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
All our numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. One of them's on the screen right now, well, 5 of them rather. 15,956, the attendance, taking it to a tick under 50,000 for the test so far. A record attendance in Perth for Australia and Pakistan. Could have been a few more though, Flem. They played club cricket in Perth today, which typically in Adelaide when they have a test at this time of year. In Adelaide they don't play club cricket on this day, do they? They call it off for the weekend and encourage cricket
next time.
It's a lost opportunity.
Yeah. I'd love them to get 20,000 on a Saturday.
Christina Matthews said to us this morning they expected this would be the highest attended day of the test. And it's going to sit as number 3 so far. Shaheen bowls here, short ball. And Kawaja wants nothing to do with it, ducking early.
Why is it? Why we can't expect 20 tomorrow on a Sunday? Just the later the game goes, it doesn't seem to have much impact.
I genuinely thought
wanting to come.
I thought today was the day.
Yep.
Just maybe the heat. Australia being so far ahead. If Marsh was...
But you barrack for Australia and you want to see Australia dominate, don't you?
Well, when you were playing and the test side were winning every week, the crowds were... I'm not saying it's like for like, but it didn't seem to suppress crowds on that basis. One slip for Shaheen bowling to Kawaja. Yes. Hits him on the glove. Down towards fine leg. Might have been the handle. He took one hand off the bat. Keep an eye on him down there in the binoculars. Is he okay? Looks to be... Did rear up off a length though. 2 for 70. Kawaja into the 30s.
The scorecard, and you're right, it was part of the 5th bowler. Yeah. Stuart Law 2 overs, none for 21 off. Mark Wall with his office 3 overs for 20. David Boone gets the ball, so he got the wicket, but he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. I would not have known that.
Phil Emery tells a story where I think it goes along the lines of he was sledged by his newsagent or something the next week. When he went back to state cricket when the Australia A Carnival was over.
He's actually bowled. That's right. He tried to late cut. I thought he was stumped.
Chopped on, I think.
Chopped on, yeah.
And there is a case for something creative involving Australia A. I'm not sure what it is, but I know they used the CA11 in that one-day cup for a couple of years there, the Greg Chappell side. A number of whom have kicked on. But yeah, I think there is something. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but there's room for that, like socialising with the public. Here's our next team.
Well, if Canberra got a team in the 50-over format, you could maybe have an under 23s or something.
Don't mind that. Shaheen bowls over the wicket, hits Smith on the arm. Balloons down into the turf. Just going to need a second look to see how that happened exactly. He let it hit him. So Smith turned his head on Shaheen's ball, pitched outside the leg stump. Yeah, it was high on the arm, more on the bicep or shoulder.
Yeah, meaty.
Ouch. Ooh. Seeing it in slow motion, he does a grimace as the ball hits him.
Good bruise tomorrow.
So not rapid, 135 clicks, but Shaheen does get it through, and this pitch has been lively after tea.
Well, it's when there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, the pull and hook shot, there is a risk. You know, if it just bounces up a little bit more or keeps low, or it's a bit slow getting to you.
Yeah, fair enough. Why they've got
hard
two men
control
out.
The stroke.
They've got two catching men 3/4 of the way out on the leg side. Shaheen bowls here and Smith takes them on. Down to 5 leg it goes and it clears him. Imam al-Haq down there, the smallest man on the field for Pakistan. Had it been one of the fast bowlers, he might have been a chance. Instead, it's a 6. Now, boundaries for Azito all day, every day. And, well, as I said, there's two men out, one at deep mid-wicket, one at deep square, 3/4 of the way back to the long boundary. Smith takes on the short ball, gets the top edge.
It was the top edge.
And it sails over fine leg instead. And Imam running back with the flight, put one hand up.
You know what, a taller player might have had a jumping chance at that.
And I don't think he was all the way back either.
No, he wasn't.
So that's a missed opportunity, I think, for Pakistan. Shaheen bowls here again to Smith, who ducks the short one this time. Lively.
Good idea. Yeah, that's 1-3. That looks quicker than that. I reckon the speed comes down a little bit.
You did a lot of boundary riding in your time. It is a difficulty, isn't it, when you're charging in off the rope to do the right thing to potentially save the one, but also needing enough room to get back on the rope.
I wouldn't say I was a great outfielder, but the one thing I wanted to know where the fence was.
Right.
I always wanted to be coming in to catch the ball.
Right. But also being able to get back in time with those, right? If you have to go back with the top edge, you can get back in time.
I'd keep pretty much near the fence.
Smith facing Shaheen, rides the bounce, no run. That'll be the end of the over. Adam White will take us through to stumps. That's 2 for 76 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. Khawaja 30, Smith 40, and the partnership is 71.
The Jeep Grab Summer event is now on at City Jeep. With complimentary model upgrades and drive-away pricing across the Jeep range, there's plenty of savings up for grabs. Like the Jeep Compass from $39,950 drive away. Or step up into the luxurious Grand Cherokee with over $16,000 of value on offer. Now is the time to book a test drive at City Jeep. Grab the wheel and grab some of the Jeep way at City Jeep. Visit James, Daniel and the team, 228 Normanby Road, South Bank. Licence 1099.
Australia 2 for 76 with Khawaja on 30. Smith up to 40 now. He's just quietly going about his business. Missed out in the first innings. He will never miss out in the second.
You want some milestones, don't you? Oh, so do I.
Amir Jamal is going to have another go late in the day after being the hero in the first innings. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. And just going through the bowlers. Getting some stats for Mate Internet and Mobile. The best of the bowlers from an economy rate point of view is Shazad, 2 wickets, but also just 19 runs, which puts him at just over 2 runs and over. So he's been the complete package in this innings.
Another good opportunity. You know, there's, 20 minutes to go. You can really let yourself go here.
In comes Jamal. Bowling to Khawaja with one slip in play. Khawaja gave himself room, and it's called a wide.
What was all that about?
Khawaja was backing back like he was actually going to say, no, I'm not ready. But I think he was just going to try and lift it over the offside and use the width. That was bizarre, Damien Fleming.
Bizarre batting, bizarre delivery.
Yeah.
That's a double bouncer. Meanwhile, Usman's almost on the pitch next to the one that we're using. And now that's the field is that there's going to be a catcher down at third man.
Yeah. So this is a bouncer barrage coming up.
Yeah.
With the field that's set. We'll give you the field after this ball. Jamal bowls, it is a bouncer, and Khawaja ducks underneath. So that's what Usman thought. He's going to be short. I'm going to give myself room and flat bat it over the offside because there's no one there. So we've got a slip, a third man, a cover on the offside, and on the onside we've got fine leg, leg gully, deep square leg, bat pad, 2 catches at forward square leg. That's it. Unusual, Bharat.
Yeah, that delivery felt like straight out of the 18th over of a T20 innings, Flem.
Yeah, that's right. In comes Jamal again. It's short. And Khawaja pulls it and gets it down through mid-on. Almost ladled it into the onside forward of the wicket and gets a couple of runs.
Man, gee, that could have gone anywhere.
I thought for a moment it was going to a fielder on the full.
So you just keep bowling short, wouldn't you? If he's going to have a go at it. If he ducks them, Jamal will just get tired of that. Eventually you'll pitch up.
2 for 79, Khawaja 32, Smith 40.
Saw that from him yesterday, right? When Mitchell Marsh was out there, you bowled 5 bouncers and bowled the full delivery, which Marsh would drive down the ground.
That's right. More changes to the field. So they've totally aborted mission on what they were doing. They've gone from having 6 on the onside to now only having 4.
Not helping the overrights.
No, it's not. Jamal from the Langer stand end to bowl to Khawaja. It's a bit fuller. Still a little bit short outside off stump. Across the left-hander. Khawaja doesn't bother.
I'll be trying to get as many deliveries in tonight as possible. This is a tough time to bat.
Yes, 15 minutes to go on the scoreboard.
I don't know why we still call it the extra half hour.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
There's nothing extra about it. It gets used. Even when they calculate the over rate.
We call it the inevitable half hour, not the extra half hour.
Yep, good call.
2 for 79. Australia was 2 for 5. In comes Jamal, bowls to Khawaja. That was quick. Outside off stump, Khawaja leaves. I'm hearing a story at the moment that the Pakistanis are upset that they think the radar gun is inaccurate and that they're bowling a lot faster than what the gun is suggesting.
I wouldn't necessarily say a lot faster, but I would say it's down a bit.
Right.
Even for the Aussies, wasn't it really? It's only
No, that's a fair call. They were supposed to say mid-130s.
Oh, I thought Cummins bowled pretty fast today, and Hazelwood.
It's a good call. Jamal bowls to Khawaja, wide of the off stump, left alone again. He's not having to play at any at the moment, is he?
Pat Cummins was clocked at 133 on average.
And some of those quick in-swing Yorkers were mid-130s.
Yeah, 10.
Maybe
20%.
Flat batteries or something like that.
They're pretty inconsistent. Different countries, different tournaments, I reckon.
IPL, it's always switched up a little. You can see that.
A 10% IPL tax.
You know, bigger audience.
Leg gully, first slip and a gully. Behind the wicket in catching positions. And again, Khawaja doesn't have to play as Jamal goes around the wicket. 2 for 79 at the end of the over. Khawaja 32, Smith on 40.
Flight Centre is your festive deals for everyone centre. And right now, they're slaying the festive season with serious savings and bonus value all wrapped up. Stuff your stockings with savings up to $3,265 on Hawaii. Gold Coast family getaways from $899 and more. But hurry, with deals this good, you can be sure they'll be on everyone's list. Visit your local Flight Centre online or in-store now and save. Flight Centre.
Afridi will continue from the broadcast end. Australia 2 for 79. Pakistan, they'd love to celebrate another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives. They had 2 early. Can they finish maybe with even 2 late? They were up at about early. At the moment, they can't even get an LBW shout. Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise with a how's that shout. Afridi bowls to Smith, who tries to work it off his hip. Doesn't make contact down leg side.
Interesting one for you. Mohammad Rizwan the reserve wicket keeper, is on the field. For some reason, Shan Masood has decided he moved Imamul Haq away from deep fine leg, and he felt that the little wicket keeper's best position is deep fine leg, especially when Shaheen Afridi is bowling short to Steve Smith. Not sure what that's about.
Maybe Rizwan jumps higher.
Maybe.
Freedy past the umpire bowls to Smith, who rocks back and guides it off the back foot out to the man in the deep behind point for a single. 41 to Smith, 2 for 80.
Yeah, early on in the innings, 2 wickets down, it was where Australia going to get their next run. I think Smith's been the one that's really brought a lot of composure to the innings, and he certainly flowed a lot better than Usman. Usman's batting tough, using all his experience to stay in.
That's been one of the geniuses of Steve Smith, hasn't it, Flem? Knowing when exactly to switch that pressure onto the opposition. He's done it so well in all conditions, not just at home, but away in England many times when the ball's doing all sorts. He'll come and score the quick 30 runs, 20 runs, just to take the momentum away, like he did today.
Freedy bowling to Khawaja. Late decision to leave, so he's coming into the left-hander here. Freedy with his left arm trying to jam Khawaja. At the moment, at least, he's doing it quite successfully.
I think this Aussie pair will be happy to get off. 8 wickets in hand. Be a bonus when they were battling early. I think Freedy just needs to attack the stumps now. There's not long to go.
Freedy again bowling to Khawaja, who ducks underneath a bouncer. All our stats today for Mate Internet and Mobile. The partnership between these two, 75, and we were talking before about speed guns. According to the scoreboard, of Freedy's last 31 balls, averaging at a 133. Now, we'd think usually that would be almost 143, not 133.
He's closer to 139.
Change of angle now from Afridi. Get the angle across the left-hander, and Khawaja off his hip, flicks it away out into the deep. It will only be a single.
Talking about stats, I saw one on Twitter from Rick Finlay.
Yeah.
When Warner made the duck after 100, and he said 4% of players who have scored hundreds in the first innings have backed it up with a duck in the second innings.
4%.
1 in 25.
It's actually a bit higher than I thought it would be.
No, it's higher for me, yeah.
That is a great stat for Mate Internet.
Thanks, Spotty. It's not really mine, but I've brought it to... No, but I've brought it to our... Yes, your attention.
Yeah.
And I think you like that sort of stuff. You're fascinated by that.
Yeah, I am a bit. Easily pleased. Freedy there, boss, and Smith gets hit on the arm again. He tried to get out of the way of that one. It didn't get up, and it's hit him either on the forearm or the wrist. It's hard to tell. We'll come back. It's the end of the over. After the break, we'll tell you exactly where it hit Steve Smith. 2 for 81.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
Now, what it has done, this is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. That ball has hit the forearm of Steve Smith, and he has got a sweatband, which is also an arm guard, and I reckon it's missed the arm guard and hit between where the guard is and then where the glove is. And it is worrying Steve Smith. It's his left arm. He got hit on the bicep earlier, but that's definitely on the forearm as he tried to evade a bouncer that didn't get up.
It's not a very good sign. I think that's from earlier, isn't it?
That's the first one that we're just seeing on the replay now.
He's just recovered from his left wrist injury. That is just missed the wrist, just above the wrist, but he did struggle with it through the Ashes, carried that injury into the World Cup.
there is some real concern here for Steve Smith. So as he gets some attention, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go around the grounds for tyre power, because not far from here at Ascot, Damien Oliver was riding for the very last time on a horse called Munamek, and he won on his last ride as...
Was it in his last 3 rides?
He's won 3 times today at Ascot, and on his last ride he's had a winner. Now, there are 6,000 at Ascot. The feeling is that if there was no races at Ascot today, or if Damien Oliver wasn't at Ascot, a lot of them would have been here at the cricket. But talk about a fairy tale finish for Damien Oliver.
All the club cricketers there, maybe.
Maybe.
Didn't play club cricket and went to watch Ollie.
Maybe.
No, well done. What a magnificent
a
career.
fairy tale finish for Damien Oliver. And it was a signature ride as well from Damien. So
I tell you what, he'd be getting that golf handicap down. He's a very handy golfer already.
He's a very handy golfer. He's a very poor cricketer. I know that for a fact. But
no, I've played golf with him. He's very good.
Yeah. So that's pretty special that Damien has done that on his final ride.
Well done, Ollie.
Talk about a fairy tale finish.
I think we'll, for all the incoming Australian batsmen, I'll be wearing as much protective gear as you possibly can.
We could almost make Damien Oliver the player of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise, because the cricket today has been interesting. It's been sort of meandering along a little bit. There's been no real sort of standout moments, really, has it? It's been a bit of a, I don't know what you call the day. What would you call it, Bharat? You're the writer extraordinaire that always has the perfect word for the moment.
That word that all journalists love to use on a day like this, attritional cricket. Most overused word in cricket journalism, but that's the word I'll use in my piece today.
Okay, so this is why I'm definitely going to give Damien Oliver the player of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. The final race was actually named in Ollie's honour, the Damien Oliver Gold Rush, and he won it in his last ride. He's been riding for about 726 years. Now, while that's going on, Steve Smith is still out in the middle getting medical attention. And these are the things we talked about with Marnus Labuschagne.
How long?
How long can we
I think
be
it's
out
the same time searching for a golf ball. How long we got there, Whitey?
Well, that's dropped from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes. I think we should fit in uniform that rule.
You know, the other option that can happen, and I'm going to look at Adam Collins for this one because I don't mind this idea. I've just thought of it. In soccer, you have injury time. That maybe the umpire has additional time that for these sorts of things that you've actually then got to play it out to the end, so it gets tacked on at the end of the day. So that means
that's
more
taken
overs.
too long to explain. What about the golf rule? Just same amount of time.
I quite like that idea. What do you think, Bharat?
Extra time over the extra half hour? Yeah,
Yes.
why not?
Well,
Do we get
getting
paid
cheated
extra?
from cricket, from all these extra drinks and reviews and all this sort of stuff? The umpire should
they're
have.
batting now, Whitey. Come on.
Okay.
Imagine the over rate if that happens.
Everyone's really put me back in the box. I've got a bit of confidence. I had a nod from Colo.
My worry was when I've just come up with this and I like this idea. You're giving yourself a third-person rap.
Salmon bowls and you over, and it's
And
pushed
Flem
out.
doesn't like that.
No.
All right?
Kawaja gets a single into the deep. 2 for 82. Smith 41, Kawaja 34.
One thing is, we're both thinking, though. We know that's not acceptable.
Yeah, that's right. He's batting on though, Smith. And he's now facing Selman. And he lets it go down leg side. In Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. They've been a great partner of ours through this Test match in Perth. Selman bowls. Smith gets a full toss, and he didn't feel overly comfortable hitting that ball down to long on for a single. He immediately took that right hand off the bat. He got the run though. He gets to 42, 2 for 83, but it wasn't overly comfortable looking at that. Selman bowls to Kawaja. That one didn't get up. Back and across. Kawaja still found the middle of the blade in defence.
It's just overall, umpires at the highest level seem to have lost control of the game a little bit.
I agree.
Drinks just come out whenever, change of gloves.
Selman bowls. Kawaja takes the inside part of the bat, defending on the second bounce to bat pad. It's almost like the umpires have said, well, you're going to get docked points. You're going to get docked, match fees. That's up to you. If you want to keep taking forever, we're going to get our full fee. That's all we care about. That's what it feels like. End of the over, 2 for 83 with Khawaja defending the last ball away from Selman. So we've got 1 over to go. We haven't really had too many LBW shouts. The players to go, how's that? To get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We haven't really gone up. Well, we haven't gone upstairs for IMAR Insurance. Tradies Trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR through this last session. All we need to do is come up with a player of the day for Bing Lee. As I said, it's been one of those days. What do you call it? An attritional day.
Attritional day.
No one's really stood out, Brad. Afridi with the last over of the day. The first one is a bouncer. And Smith this time does get underneath it.
He just hasn't been at his best, has he, Shaheen Afridi, throughout this test. And you're leading such an inexperienced bowling attack. If anything, the debutants have outbowled him, both of them.
He hasn't had that relentless nature, Flem, that we've seen from Cummins particularly and Hazelwood, so that the spearhead hasn't been that consistent force.
No. That was unbelievable from Hazelwood and Cummins today.
Afridi bowls to Smith. He gets one at chest high that he fends off. Away on the offside, gets the single with the man deep at point. 2 for 85. In fact, it's 2 for 84. That brings up the 300 lead for Australia. So it's a good position to be in, nearly at stumps on day 3. I wonder how long they'll bat on tomorrow. It'll be discussion we'll have it at stumps and probably 58,000 times between now and whenever.
Early on, I thought, well, it'll be easy. They'll get bowled out.
Yes.
But they've been able to get through that period, Usman and Smithy.
Afridi bowls to Khawaja, a bouncer, and Khawaja gets underneath it. Now, talking about getting some social media engagement thanks to Tyre Power, Gerard Whateley has just tweeted, Ollie's final bow is one of Australian sport's greatest ever farewells. All his dare and skill captured in one last stunning ride. So Gerard's obviously feeling a little bit better, but also not watching the cricket.
Many devices
Split
these
screen.
days,
That's
Whitey.
right, split screen.
You can watch about 4 different sports at the same time.
Afridi bowling here to Khawaja. Full ball jammed out by Khawaja, pushing into the offside. I'm sure Gerard's got about 4 big screens, like at the casino, just massive screens. He can just watch all sorts of different ones at any one time. That's my dream, but my wife won't let me have that. Yet.
It'll happen.
Still keep fighting the fight. 2 for 84. 2 balls left in the day. 1 slip and a leg gully and a bat pad. Freddie bowls. It's a bouncer. And Khawaja gets underneath it, and Emma has just texted in. Perhaps I shouldn't have said what I said.
No. Waiting for it.
Was it any bowling advice for Afridi?
She said that Emma has said that she would like Afridi to pitch the ball up and make the batsman play in the last over of the
They
day.
miss you hit, I believe the text message was.
Okay, last ball of the day. Australia 2 for 84. Afridi to Khawaja. Past the umpire. He bowls and Khawaja defends. Back and across to a full ball outside off stump. And we have got to the end of day 3. Australia 2 for 84. Recovering in their second innings from 2 for 5 when Warner was dismissed for a duck, and Marnus Labuschagne for 2. But Khawaja and Smith safely navigating Australia through until stumps. With Khawaja on 34, Smith on 43, Australia 2 for 84. Now, I think we are going to get an interview at ground level. Ishigua from Fox Cricket is coming out. I'm sure she's going to try and chat to Steve Smith. Good luck, Isha, with that. We'll see.
Commentator,
no, it is going to be Smith. This is good.
It's me.
We'll find out a little bit more about the injury to Smith.
It's just working on the hair there, Whitey.
Yes, that's exactly right. We're almost ready to go with Isha and Steve Smith.
Yeah, well, a challenging final period there for Steve Smith. Firstly, how's the arm?
No, it's all right. Bit of a bruise, but I'll live.
You've been involved in phases like this over the course of your career, and you're always talking about problem solving and tinkering with your game. How do you set up to uneven bounce just like that?
Wear a few. No, that was challenging there. The light kind of got a bit dark and shadows across the ground, and Shaheen's got a really whippy action with his wrist, so it was quite hard picking up the length of those, but got through it. So lead of 300, 2 down, we're in a good spot.
You're in a great spot. What is the chat? What do you want from your score? How many do you think you need? How much time do you think you need to try and get Pakistan out? Certainly in these conditions.
Don't know. It's up to the leaders to sort that out. Captain and coach can sort that tonight. But no, look, we're in a good spot. Bat well first session tomorrow, and then we can sort of make some calls from there. What we want to do, whether we want to put the foot down or what. So no, we're in a good place.
Go and get some ice on that arm.
Thank you.
So it's fair to say on Fox Cricket that Steve Smith didn't give a lot away on anything much. But,
I actually read a lot into that, to be fair.
What did you read into it?
Just shorter, more concise questions, please. So you got caught a bit there. Worried that Steve was going to give one-word answers, which he wasn't far off, was he?
No, he wasn't.
But for me, it's only about 230 runs scored today.
Yeah, it was a tough day.
Tough day. Attrition, arm wrestle, all of that. Both teams will be spent. I thought the way that the Australians charged in, that they couldn't give any more. And I think Pakistan really made it hard for the Australians too. They really backed their defence and didn't give away their wickets. So that was a tough Test match day.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, without trying to sound condescending, Pakistan are trying really hard. And for a team that hasn't got a lot of experience playing here in Australia, and clearly are
they've
not
got
the same
they've got
class
two
in Australia.
debutants in their attack.
Exactly
They've
right.
got a lot of experience anyway.
No, that's right. But considering the weight divisions that these two are in, to bat over 100 overs against that attack on this pitch, I think is a real credit to them. And even the way they came out, got 2 quick wickets, Warner and Labuschagne, and as Steve Smith said, he had to wear a few. They are putting up a pretty competitive fight.
Yeah, it could have been another one for 120. And then you just turn up tomorrow going, what incentive have we got? They've still got incentive, bowl that. Can they bowl Australia out? I'm not thinking win, but to be in the game at least, to bowl Australia out for under 200, because there's uncertainty in the batting. They're taking balls on their body. Marnus may have a fractured finger. Smithy's copped a couple of big ones. So's Usman. So, batting's not going to get any easier on this pitch.
And I talked about this with Simon Katich. I don't think you were with us at the time about how, yes, they're worrying about this Test match, but it is a series. It is a 3-match series. So Pakistan can still land a few punches here in this second innings, both with the ball and then with the bat, where they might not get the victory, but can just put a few things in the memory bank of the Australians that they're up for the fight and they're only potentially going to get better.
Yeah, I mean, most of the batters look pretty good. So they've actually got deep batting. With Salman at 7, he was at 8 today because of the night watchman, averaging mid-40s. And I know these averages are a lot in the subcontinent. Shaquille showed a lot.
Yes.
He looks like...
Definitely.
He's going to score a lot of runs. The openers did their job. Masood's dangerous. Babar Azam's a gun. Sarfraz Ahmed's a very good player. So I can see them getting runs in Melbourne and particularly in Sydney if it's on good batting tracks. And with the young attack that I think Afridi would have to dominate. He needs to be at the level of the Australians. But, the two boys on debut, I think they'll be buoyed by the way that it's come out. Fahim Ashraf looks, like an extra player.
Yeah,
I think
he might be the one that could be replaced.
Hassan Ali, for me, would be better. So even if they lose, going to what you said, 1 down, but with encouraging performances, they can hit Melbourne with confidence.
Okay, just a text message coming through all our interaction thanks to Tyre Power before we get into our categories from AG. We need to stop our obsession with over 8s. 90 overs just aren't possible even with spinners doing a lot of the work with the DRS, batters taking so many breaks for drinks and gloves. Is that a fair call from AG?
No, you can get through it.
It's probably more not allowing that on the field. And one thing...
I think that we keep talking about the shot clock. There's got to be some sort of time between overs in Test match cricket. And that's if that keeps decreasing the gap between that by 20 seconds here, 30 seconds there over the whole day, I bet you they get 90 in.
Spot on,
you factor in everything the text said, that it can be done. When we used to get behind years ago, we'd just go for half an hour. Let's run between the wickets. When's the last time you saw a Test team run between the wickets?
And I think that's the great point, that when you are watching on television as opposed to being here at the ground, you don't appreciate how much time is wasted between overs.
Yeah.
The time that the fielder, the captain and the bowler will set the field, take their time, all those sorts of things. It used to be a tactic in cricket that you would rush the batsman by getting through between overs, getting through quickly, getting into position, putting pressure back on the batsman. We're ready to go, all that sort of thing. You're right, that doesn't happen anymore.
It can be done, but the penalties still aren't severe enough. It hurt the Australians. They were absolutely really disappointed that they didn't get into that first World Test Championship due to that, but. As a spectacle, we just want to see the cricket within the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's go through some categories before we say goodnight. The play of the day for Drinkwise was?
I'll go Cummins. No, sorry, Mitch Marsh knocking over Babar Azam.
Yep. Like that one. Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise the play of the day. Mitch Marsh and the wicket of Babar Azam. The king bowler of the day for Jenny King. King of clean was?
Pat Cummins, 2 for 35 off 20. DRS not out. That was hitting the stumps. Should have been 3. Just as a captain, he just got the ball and he started the day, set the tone. Seen him bowl worse and get fifer.
No, I agree with that. Bing Lee goes to Pat Cummins for the player of the day. Thank you for all your social interaction today, throughout the day on SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Big December sale and deals are on now. As I've said earlier today, we're dressed by Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub where Flem's about to head to. Ringers Western has
I'm not going to the paddock.
Keep you cool this summer.
I mean, come on.
We were almost caught out in the paddock last night, where we went to try and get into on our first occasion. But things improved after that.
Yep.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Tomorrow, our guests in the pre-game show will be Mitch Marsh down at ground level. So we're looking forward to catching up with Mitch, and also the ACA CEO, Todd Greenberg. There's a lot of issues to discuss with Todd. There's no doubt about that. We hope you've enjoyed the day's coverage all around the country and all around the world on the SEN app. Australia 2 for 84 at stumps in their second innings with an overall lead of 300 with Khawaja on 34, Smith on 43. We hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday night, wherever it is you may be. And as we go out, here are the highlights of what we saw on day 3 of the West Test from Optus Stadium.
Cummins bowls, Shazad bowls in. Third ball of the day, comprehensive. Splaying middle and off stump, as Cummins has done so many times across his career. Who slips 2 gullies up here. Clips him through mid-wicket. Out past one man, he had to beat. That was Travis Head. And towards the rope, Dick goes and reaches it.
Anxious moment from Arm on 49. Line bowls again, Imam through that pad, scampers through for a single. There's 50. Well done, Imam Al-Haq. It's taken a long time, but he's doing the hard work for his country.
Bowls, Fuller, and caught behind! Yeah. Mitchell Marsh loves it. The hometown boy gets the most important player in the Pakistan list. Babar Azam caught behind.
Shaquille, who cuts and cuts well. Backward of point 4. Uses his feet, stumps. Gone. Out. Lyon gets another one. 2 for him. 498 for his career.
Imam went down the wicket, got himself into an awful position, and Alex Carey did the rest. The umpire bowls to Sarfraz. Bowled! Off stump, out of the ground. It almost hit the slip cord and it was hit that hard. And Sarfraz, the wicket-keeper, out for 3. Pakistan 6 down, 8 minutes from lunch.
Reslips the gully. Stark bowls to Yorker length, but it's tucked away really nicely by Salt Shaquille. That's a boundary.
Shaquille, oh, this is going to be out. It is out. Warner going back, taking the catch. A short ball that hit Shaquille on the glove. It ballooned up into the air. Warner backing back, taking a comfortable catch.
Who slips the gully. Cummins wider on the crease, bowls, and he pulls. Not far. To square leg and he's caught. Oh, that's a great catch from Usman Khawaja.
Oh, that's a good delivery that beats the outside edge. Carey's taken the bails off. They are going upstairs for a look. He's going to give this out. I'm not sure the Australians were overly confident about it. Alex Carey included in that, but guess what? We have a wicket. Who swings a high ball. Where's that gone? Chance for Khawaja. Going back, takes the catch at long on. And the boos from the crowd because Nathan Lyon didn't take the last wicket. It's golden arm. Travis Head taking the last wicket. And Pakistan all out for 271.
2 left in the over. No runs in the second innings. He plays it out towards square leg. Off the splice of the bat. And he's caught. David Warner gone for a duck. Shazad gets the breakthrough.
There goes to Labuschagne. Top edge. Hook shot. This should be out. Sarfraz going back underneath and catches it. Marnus Labuschagne out for 2. Australia 2 for 5.
Bowls here. Smith cuts and cuts well. And room to work with. It was wide, it was short, and he found the gap between gully and backward point. Fahim here to finish to Smith, and he drives through the covers for 4. He's been threatening to do that. Hitting the ball really nicely since arriving. Smith out on the left side. Shaheen bowls here, and Smith takes them on. Down to 5, leg it goes, and it clears him. Imam al-Haq down there, the smallest man on the field for Pakistan. Had it been one of the fast bowlers, he might have been a chance. Instead, it's a 6.
Okay, last ball of the day. Afridi to Khawaja. Past the umpire. He bowls and Khawaja defends. Back it across to a full ball outside off stump. We have got to the end of day 3. Australia 2 for 84.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.